kick this off in a few minutes. Let's get the gang together. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hey, doing great, Mario. Thanks for the time here. This is quite a quite a hearing. Have a lot to say about it.
Yeah, and do you see the lights suddenly go off?
I did, but weirdly, the same thing just happened here in Miami, where I live. There was a weird power outage in my home just about 2 minutes after the hearings. That happened in Congress. So I'm not sure what's happened on the Eastern Seaboard here.
Let's blame the balloons. It makes it for a good story.
There you go. Revenge of
I
the
think
balloons.
when the lights went out, somebody said, what they say? Did Twitter do this? One of the congressmen said that. So.
So Kim will be joining us as well. He was there since the beginning of the Antara as well. They've both been there since the early days of the Twitter files.
Pulling down some clips on my end, and I got some stuff, so we'll share it when we can.
Cool, man. Let me send you a co-host invite, guys.
And thanks for coming up, Mike. Glad you could make it. That'll be really helpful.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Jim. I'm happy to be here. For those who are interested in just my sort of long form reaction, I just posted a 25 tweet thread, sort of live react to the twists and key events, I think, in this exchange here.
Nice. Nick, Jim, quickly, can you invite Justin, please?
Sure, I got it.
Thanks, bro.
Okay, he's invited.
All right. It's going to be fun. Need Ian here. Ian will join us in a bit.
Yeah, we're trying to monitor this in real time too. So.
Is the hearing back on?
Nope, but it
Cool.
it probably will be here. Oh, it looks like Twitter hearing in recess due to power outage resumes live at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Well, perfect. Gives us time to cover everything. So we got how long? 40 minutes. Beautiful. I think we've got a lot of summaries. Jim's organized a lot. Nick, I know you've been going through it. I've tweeted a bunch of them. Nick helped me tweet a lot of those as well. What's your first impression, Jim? I don't know if you're with us or you're prepping things in the background. So maybe, I don't know, Jim, you want to go first on this one?
No, I got it. I think my first impression here is that I think that well, first of all, I think Republicans have a very interesting and strong case to make in all these discussions. And it'll give us a first chance to see a live response, and it is already paying off in positive ways or interesting ways. Get a live response from some of the major actors that we've been hearing about on the Twitter files. I'm definitely going to be interested to see more of what James Baker has to say. We're also seeing interesting response from Democrats, and will that gain traction and bring color to what we've already learned from the Twitter files? My guess is no, and I haven't seen that yet. But that's going to be an interesting dynamic through this. And then lastly, I think we're going to have a brand new and positively helpful understanding of what's been going on. Like this is to me a really big day for these revelations to take place in an open hearing, because everyone's really been obviously shocked and they want to know more.
I want to go, Mike. I know, Nick, you're prepping things in the background before you kick it off as well. But Mike, can you give us an overview? You did a thread on this. I did a bunch of tweets. I've got a thread that's let me start tweeting the thread. I'll start tweeting it in a bit as the show goes on. But can you give us an overview just for the audience? Because not everyone here watched it. Most people haven't watched it and just goes on for too long with a lot of time wasted. What are the key snippets beyond what you have on your thread and the videos I have on my profile as well? What are the key steps? Like, I'll give one of my highlights, Mike, and I want you to give an overview of everything. But one of my key highlights is the something that's kind of contradicts the whole narrative, which is where Twitter, in some cases, is showing that they've made an effort to try not to moderate despite the pressure. And I've kind of sensed that in that line of questioning. Do you agree there? And would love you to give us an overview.
Yes, I agree with that. That's also something that was commonly known, though, prior to the hearing as part of Twitter's supra policy, their sort of meta policy, if you will, of protecting the accounts of very important persons. Twitter always made an exception that whatever policies they would have in their traditional terms of service that applied at a general level, that when they got to super high influencer, super high politically important accounts, that there would be flexibility in the enforcement of terms of service in order to preserve critical accounts, to protect them against enforcement actions that would either cause political or social turbulence for the company. This was something that was done for cultural and political figures on both the right and the left. That they did the same in the context of a sitting U.S. president is certainly no surprise to me.
And it kind of goes against the so you're saying that's relatively common. So the clip I'm referring to, just for anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, let me play it quickly. I know that the guy's going to prepare a bunch of clips, but let me play this one because it's on my profile so I can easily find it. And let me just play it now for you all, in which, let me tell me if Mike, if the audio is good. Let me do it now. Hold on.
Go back to where you came from was removed from the content moderation guidance as an example.
So Twitter changed their own policy after the president violated it in order to potentially accommodate his tweet?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the part that I'm referring to, which is really interesting because we've seen bias against Trump and against conservatives, but we've seen other tidbits where Twitter's trying to do the right thing. I'm seeing some people disagree. So, Mike, is that how you see it as well? I'd love to get your thoughts and Jim's thoughts on this particular point. Because, again, I want to go back to anyone listening. When we first started with the Twitter files, we were very critical, and Ian was, me and Ian have talked a lot about this. We were very critical of Joel Roth and others until we saw the amount of pressure they were facing. And then we started seeing pushback by Twitter. And I've sensed the same thing here with the hearing and the clips that I've watched. But would love your thoughts on this particular point, Mike, and other things that have stood out for you. You're muted, by the way, Mike.
Right. What AOC is doing there, she's got gotcha in the tonality, but there's nothing gotcha about that. That's commonplace. That's actually happening right now in the context of a Republican senator whose account was recently suspended for posting a hunting photo that featured blood, which violated Twitter's terms about blood in profile pictures. And now Elon Musk, after seeing the impact that is having, is adjusting the terms of service because they realize with high-level enforcement actually creating this sort of takedown, that the policy was not particularly well formulated. It didn't account for events like this. And with it having significant political effect, they are now taking action against the policy itself. Now, you have to remember, in the context of the timing that was happening in this AOC clip, Twitter did not want at the time to kick Trump off the platform. They were highly sensitive to the political blowback from the right that would cause. In fact, that's actually the reason Twitter did not adopt as aggressive AI content moderation policies as Facebook and Google had. There were leaks from internal meetings that suggested that their policies, for example, on hate speech, if they were to copy what Facebook and Google were doing, would have a disproportionate impact on Republican congressmen and basically destroy Twitter's conduit as a bipartisan place where people from both sides of the political aisle share and debate their political views. What's notable here is that while Twitter did everything they could to try to have Trump on the platform in the initial years of Trump's presidency and all the way really up to the end, they tried to do as minimum damage as possible with respect to fact checks and friction as opposed to an outright ban. is that they ultimately did cave on that, and then once they caved on that, really, it was all of the chains were off. Now, just to go back to one thing that Mario you mentioned in terms of my overall assessment with this, the fact is the First Amendment. There are certainly regulatory and legal things to explore with respect to utility like social media platforms that dictate our discourse that you can do on the regulatory and legal side. But constitutionally, the First Amendment applies to government. What I agree with the way Jim summarized the issue by saying that these hearings are a tremendous opportunity to get insights, to get firsthand testimony from key figures within Twitter on such an important issue. I think that the GOP committee members mean well, but that I have been disappointed so far in the way the hearings have gone in the first 3 hours, because of what I consider a repeated failure to come back to the government nexus here. The fact is that if they're going to make First Amendment arguments, there are a tremendous amount of First Amendment violations, I believe, when you actually pour into the government nexus at play. But the fact is that was only very lightly touched on, and frankly, in the weakest versions of the cases. And I can go into what I think can and should have been done, and what I hope is done in subsequent hearings. But I believe that there was a failure to brief the committee members to sufficiently know what to pinpoint in this hearing, and it's reflected in what I consider to be a stalemate.
I've got another question for you, Mike, before you jump in, Nick. And by the way, Jim, please check our group on WhatsApp, just some updates there. And Mike, question for you. So I spoke to Ian. I called him like, hey, man, we're about to do a space. And he sounded really upset. I'm like, man, what's wrong? I thought like he's sick or something happened. And he's like, Mario, no one gives a shit. They're going to keep doing it again. They're going to censor again. Nothing's going to change. He's really upset by it because we were hosting all these Twitter files since day one. And Ian is obviously a big proponent of what Elon's doing, and so are we, and most of the audience. So he's really upset by what happened. And like you kind of echoed those sentiments, Mike. Can you tell me more? Like, where is this coming from? What gave you that conclusion from the hearing? Because I sense a similar disappointment from you as well, that nothing is going to change.
Well, it's not that it's bad. And in fact, it's very good when Congress holds hearings like this, it emboldens the private sector and civil society and common people to talk more about it. There's still a utility to this, even if at the end of the day it's a stalemate. But I consider this hearing so far to be a stalemate in the sense that Republicans and Democrats, you sort of have Republican. I'll give you a great example. So Marjorie Taylor Greene used her time. At the beginning, she teed up her statement to say, you guys censored me, so now I'm censoring you. I'm not going to use my time to ask you guys questions. I'm going to make a declaratory statement about what you guys did to me. You censored my accounts. You were real sons of guns to have done it. And then that was that. And it was a fiery, passionate speech. This was a moment, however, to get statements on the record about who coordinated. Like, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene's account was flagged by the Election Integrity Partnership, who had a formal partnership with the Department of Homeland Security to operate as their formal disinformation flagger before Marjorie Taylor Greene's account got flagged. One of the things that she got censored for was her violation of Twitter's new terms of service policies passed on September 10th, 2020, under these new terms of services called delegitimization, which meant anyone who undermines public faith or confidence in mail-in ballots, early voting drop boxes, or ballot tabulation issues. Well, that policy was put in place just 1 week after the September 3rd, 2020 partnership agreement between the Department of Homeland Security and EIP, the Election Integrity Partnership, who worked on the back end with Twitter, with Vijaya Gadde and Yoel Roth. So we know they had meetings to coordinate the very change in policy that got Marjorie Taylor Greene flagged. And yet she didn't probe the government meetings that Vijaya Gadde and Yoel Roth had while they were sitting right in front of her. You need to get the witnesses' public statements on the records in order to put the button on your case. It is important to have publicity. But the second part of this is you are building an indictment. And what I saw here, if a prosecutor just uses their time to make declaratory statements and they don't cross-examine the witnesses, that's not really a trial. And that's sort of what
It's
this is ultimately supposed to
entertainment now.
go
It's becoming
towards.
more for entertainment rather than getting results from the.
But that can come later. You will have a big bang explosion on this when you accumulate the witness statements. For example, that's one of the things that I've done through my foundation with Foundation for Freedom Online is we have compiled, basically hundreds of hours of insider statements through their own live stream videos, through their own internal discussions, and these can be used to make the case that the GOP committee members are trying to make. I identified several of them, for example, in the thread that I have on my timeline currently. One of the things that happened in this conference was there was a tremendous amount of discussion about Hunter Biden and Burisma. What almost nobody seems to either know or emphasize, but that I've documented extensively, and it's gotten some amplification. I've been able to tell some members of Congress about this, but everyone should know this. This is a Hunter Biden Burisma story, and you had a Burisma lobbyist as the intermediary between Twitter and the U.S. government. EIP, this group that I mentioned, who signed a formal partnership agreement with the Department of Homeland Security just 2 months before the 2020 U.S. election, was comprised of 4 private sector entities. One of those 4 entities was an entity known as the Atlantic Council. They're sort of NATO's think tank. I'm not trying to get into the foreign policy aspect of this, but the Atlantic Council was financially sponsored by Burisma for fundraising conferences in Monaco on energy deals. And then in January 2017, actually just 2 weeks before Trump took office, Burisma and the Atlantic Council signed a formal cooperation agreement for the Atlantic Council to funnel energy deal flow to Burisma while Hunter Biden was sitting on the board. Flash forward to the 2020 election, and a rogue faction of the Department of Homeland Security taps this Burisma lobbyist to be the formal disinformation flagger of American opinions about mail-in ballots. By the way, they're not even based in the U.S., okay? The Atlantic Council Digital Forensics Research Lab is based in London. So they tapped a foreign country's Hunter Biden company lobbyist to censor opinions about his dad. And it wasn't just a couple posts one-off like the Twitter files. It wasn't like the FBI when in the Twitter files where it says, here, take down these 22 accounts. It was 22 million on Twitter alone. To me, this is election interference on a scale that nobody has talked about, and it was sitting right there. I've done briefings for Congress, and I'm shocked that it did not matriculate up to the actual committee members themselves. And so I find myself disappointed today.
Sure. So let me give a little bit of a brief overview of the situation at hand today and what's going on. Former executives from Twitter were subpoenaed.
And Nick, take it very basic. Maybe some people have no idea what's going on. They haven't even seen the tweets.
Right. No, I'm going down to the first level here. Former executives subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee in Congress. They were brought in to be questioned by those members of Congress on the Hunter Biden laptop story and other policies that Twitter were implementing and whether or not they were targeting certain political candidates and parties. You had Anika Collier-Navaroli. She was a whistleblower that argued that Twitter didn't do enough when it comes to acting on things like January 6th and censorship and such. Then you had Yoel Roth. A lot of us know Yoel Roth, who's the former head of trust and safety at Twitter. James Baker, the former deputy counsel at Twitter. And then Vijaya Gotti, the former chief legal officer at Twitter. And it seems like they are acknowledging so far some mistakes that they had made, which is a little bit of a development here. But I would love for Jim to give a bigger rundown on what he's seen so far because he's been watching it closely.
Sorry,
Jim.
I was trying to unmute myself and didn't do it immediately. Is that okay? By the way, I switched to my headset. Do I have a good? Does it come across okay?
Oh, just good. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, I want to agree with Mike on this. I spent a lot of years on Capitol Hill, and one of the biggest frustrations that you have is the fact that there tend to be some very unserious members of Congress. And what I mean by that, and this is a bipartisan problem, what I mean by that is you have on both sides of the aisle people that are either just not putting the time and effort in to understand what's really important, when they get into these hearings, or they bloviate and want to make political jabs and just do that. Now, some of the political jab stuff can be useful and helpful to people that are trying to process
Jim,
things.
you got a lot of Jim. You got too
Yeah.
much background noise. I don't know if you're making coffee or someone's making coffee next to you.
I was
But
pouring water in my coffee thing.
Oh, okay.
Actually.
Yeah, you could do that after. It'd be great after. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's all done. So anyway, the political points can be useful or helpful for certain people, whatever. But what we're seeing right now is, although Jim Jordan's questioning kind of got to what I think Mike was talking about, really digging into the government nexus of this, we're not seeing a good, solid flow of figuring that aspect of it out. So what's happened here is we're in the first back and forth period where both sides are getting their initial questions in, the ones that they prepared for. Some people during that process, some members during that process will be able to bring new things in they hadn't thought of while you get to that. But now that we're into a recess period, there's going to be a lot of discussion. The members will typically go back by caucuses to talk through things, at least some group of them, if not all of them, to kind of assess where we are at and to strategize on what to do next. So we may get better questions after the recess and after they get the lights figured out and that sort of thing. But that's kind of where we're at now. So
Nick,
we'll keep monitoring it on our end.
Before we jump in, Nick, I'll let you jump in, Nick, Nick, I need an overview of the actual hearing, please, Nick. And then we'll go to Brian and Jake, and then I want to introduce our special guest who's been there since day one of the Twitter files. Mr. .com is with us, so I'll introduce Kim. For anyone that doesn't know Kim, which anyone that's been following the Twitter files obviously knows Kim, I'll be introducing him shortly.
What do you mean? Who doesn't know me, bro?
I know, man. I know. Look, I'm trying to be humble here. Before I give the mic to Kim, Brian, and Jake, Nick, I'll let you just finish off the overview, and then we'll probably go quickly Brian, Jake for quick commentary, and then we'll give the mic to Kim.
Well, real quickly on this, obviously on this committee you do have people from both parties, and it does seem that it has devolved a little bit until each side arguing whether or not Republicans were being censored, whether or not Republicans were being kicked off the platform. Marjorie Taylor Greene made a huge fuss about this as well, because her campaign account was suspended up until even after the election, which she argued was election interference and that Twitter was messing with her constituents and such. And then you have arguments from people like AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a Democrat, saying that Twitter was actually in the Trump camp when it came to changing their policies just to help him and further his initiatives and make sure that they didn't have to ban him. And I think we're going to go over a lot of that stuff today. But I do want to throw it to, let's see here. Let's go to Jake. I want to bring you up and get you in on this. I'm sure you've watched the hearing. What do you think about it so far?
Yeah, I've been watching in and out all day, kind of going between meetings. I think Mike really covered it quite well in terms of the disappointment and, not touching on the election integrity partnership sufficiently, and kind of the broader lack of questions that really cut to the core of this issue. And I think, important context for a lot of people. Jim kind of briefly touched on this, but there's a bit of a lack of infrastructure in terms of tech staff on the Hill. Right. So these offices rely almost entirely upon their legislative teams to craft these questions, the committee teams. And there's really just not the manpower or understanding in DC on kind of the minute details of things like the Twitter files or even, big picture like the TikTok issue. Right. And so when we get to these hearings, oftentimes they devolve into kind of political grandstanding moments where they can commentate on essentially campaign talking points rather than cutting deep. And, the value of these hearings is to lay traps for subpoenas. Mike kind of nailed this in terms of this is a hearing. This is, laying the foundations for a trial. And if you're not asking these questions that, they can trap themselves in, we're just going to end up repeating this cycle over and over again with the same cast of characters and nothing to show for it.
So Jake, on that topic, I know that there was a question, I believe it was Jim Jordan, that asked Yoel Roth whether or not Twitter had shadow banning technologies hard-coded. And I believe the definition of hard-coded was something that maybe there was a little bit of confusion on there. Maybe there wasn't, as you're saying, wasn't congressional staffers that were well-versed enough in this stuff to be able to know how to ask that question. And it did seem that Yoel Roth was able to skirt that question based on the fact that the term hard-coded may have been used incorrectly. So does that sort of go into what you're saying here?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And, this is one of the more emerging areas within these policy portfolios. And so we see this often when, tech issues come to the forefront of the news cycle. People jump in and they want to have their moment. But more often than not, this is a communications blunder. This is someone from more of the press side of the office that's crafting the question for a soundbite purpose rather than actually laying the foundation for a subpoena or laying the foundation for a follow-up question that could potentially, trap one of these witnesses into revealing something. And so, yeah, I think you perfectly highlighted there with that question. The person who wrote this more often than not doesn't have a computer science background. They've been deputized with this portfolio, and that comes with limitations. They're not going to ask the, questions that people in this Twitter space might have asked, people in Silicon Valley would have asked. And so it kind of exposes the bigger flaw in our policy kind of plotting, planning in DC, where there's just not the experts that we can depend upon, especially on the right.
Yeah. So Brian,
Jake, before going to Brian, one quick question, Jake. We'll go to Brian and then, of course, Kim. One last question, Jake. Do you share Ian's sentiment that not much will change after this hearing, or do you think this is a catalyst for more change?
So, this hearing could lead to future hearings and that could prompt change. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's no change that could come as a byproduct of these questions they're asking, right? I mean, these are just kind of messaging issues. These aren't really policy priorities. These aren't things that they will change in Silicon Valley at Twitter. We're going to essentially have to still wait for Elon to make these changes. There's not going to be a bill necessarily. We have HR 140 that's, kind of in the ether right now that limits government actors from cooperating in kind of a content moderation space, but that still has a long ways to go. And I don't really see this hearing in particular shaping the direction of it either.
So, Brian, let's bring you in on this. I do want your brief take at first as to what you've seen so far. I don't know how much of the hearing you've watched. So I'll ask you a few follow-up questions, but let's hear your take.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I watched probably about 60% of it. But yeah, I think that the hearing's good. I'm happy that they're having it because I think that prior to the hearing, we kind of had I want to say one-sided approach where you just have Elon selecting these journalists who sift through the data and then publish what they want. Now you get the other side, which is the Twitter executives, whether it's Roth or Gotti. And I think we're getting kind of a fuller picture here. They're under oath, so technically they shouldn't be lying. I think that you can rely on their testimony quite a bit. We learned that Trump was pressuring Twitter as well with Chrissy Teigen, and Twitter basically rewrote some of the rules to suit that. I think mistakes were made by Twitter, but there's no signs that these executives felt pressured. In fact, Roth and Gotti both said under oath that they weren't told to remove content. They were asked to check this content out, and they did not feel pressured. I think that's big because I think a lot of the theories were that the FBI or even the Biden administration were pressuring Twitter, and these executives felt like they had to do it. And that doesn't appear to be the case from the testimonies. And whether this is going to change anything, I think that the change is more likely to come from Elon's influence in the social media space. I think that by him making things less censored, I think that other companies are going to feel pressure to follow only because that's what users are going to want. So I think the hearing probably won't change too much, but I think that Elon's influence is.
Okay, yeah. So just to follow up on that a little bit, we hadn't heard a lot about the accusations of the Trump campaign or President Trump, the White House at the time, getting involved in pushing Twitter to do certain things. This seems to be probably one of the more prominent examples that we've heard. Do you think that's a fair thing to say, that the Trump administration was actually trying to get involved in Twitter's policies?
I think that there's not much of a difference between what he was doing and what you could say the FBI was doing. I don't think either are illegal in any respect. I think they're suggestive, and Twitter determined, hey, let's do this because it's best for the company. I don't feel that. I feel they're equal in how impactful they are to society in general.
Yep. All right, so we'll bring in Kim.com. Obviously, Kim, you are deep into the tech space, and you have been for many, many years. And you've also faced the wrath of the U.S. government, right? They haven't been able to take you down yet, but they've been trying for a while. So based on what you've heard today, I mean, do you think anything comes out of this? And also give us a general overview of what you saw today, if you're assuming you watched it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm deep into the Twitter files and all the releases. I've read everything. I understand it pretty well. And with all that information in mind, I'm quite disappointed with this hearing. You know, I don't know who is electing these people that don't even know how to ask basic questions and are so incompetent in their line of questioning. Letting them slip away with half answers and declining to answer by saying I can't recall and things like this. This whole hearing is such a joke, and anyone in the US watching this, should be embarrassed that they have people representing them so poorly. Also, if I were in Elon's shoes right now, who I'm sure is watching this unfold, I would be like, all of this work in providing truth to the public and providing transparency results in a nothing burger hearing like this, where people are so unprepared to ask the right questions. It's just embarrassing, and at the same time must be very frustrating for Elon, because what he has revealed here was, of course, a big influence from DNC leaders, making Twitter help in election meddling, undermining public knowledge about the Hunter Biden laptop, and completely censoring the story with their big tech partners. That is really the big thing that happened here, that just prior to an election, the abuse of power that took place to shift the public opinion about Biden and to, undermine any kind of reporting about this important story, which implicates Joe Biden himself as a partner in business dealings that Hunter Biden only got because his father was vice president of the United States. So, to me, it's just more of the same. You can't trust politicians to get anything done in the U.S. And the reason the U.S. is in such bad shape is because you're represented by idiots.
So, Kim, if you had the opportunity... Go ahead,
I've got a question, Kim. Do you just think, why is that, Kim? Why are they unprepared? Because they've had enough time. Do they just not care? Do they feel like censorship will always be there, and it's going to be, both sides of the aisle would like to have that level of power?
I don't know exactly why they don't prepare. Just an example, in my Supreme Court case, my Supreme Court hearing of my case in front of several judges, my lawyers were surprised to find out that they didn't even read our submissions, that they didn't even had any background information. And I think it's maybe just the way things work these days. These people are busy, to hang out at dinners for their donors or, their political friends, and don't really do the work anymore. It's like all such a joke. And, like I said, to Americans who watch this, who have been following the Twitter files unfold, including in the spaces that we were hosting, and then are watching this kind of hearing, it's just so frustrating. They go away from this thinking we will never fix any of our problems. This is literally just a shit fight between two political parties that are struggling for power, that are just constantly at each other's throat, not acting in the interest of the American people to fix any of the severe problem problems that the U.S. society has and is facing in the future. You can have absolutely no trust in these people getting anything done.
So the committee hearing is actually it's about to resume here in between 2:00 and 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Kim, what would you like to hear in the second half of this hearing? What kind of questions would you be asking?
Well, I mean, first of all, Roth was let off very easily. There was clear evidence of social engineering by the U.S. deep state, of him, courting him at the same time using a carrot and a stick approach. When he wasn't really doing what they wanted, they put pressure on him, even though he said he never felt pressured. Maybe his memory is eluding him. But then also, all these meetings that he was attending with other big tech executives, priming them to make sure that the censorship is taking place and, how they would like these things to happen. And there's just very little diving into the deep state approach to achieving dominance in the big tech space, to censor social media, and that this is not just a matter at Twitter, but you have all these deep state operatives going through a revolving door from government jobs into big tech and vice versa. And that is, of course, something that needs to be investigated. The problem is that all of these politicians are part of that circus. They don't want to close doors for, potential future donors or for potential future business opportunities by shitting into their own playground.
The question I had is, why would you all do this? So Brian mentioned that as well earlier, Kim. Why would he say he wasn't feeling pressured? Like he's I thought he'd be doing the complete opposite and trying to put the guilt on the FBI and on other governmental bodies. Instead, he seems to be saying, hey, I wasn't pressured, and they were just asking questions.
It's pride. It will make him look as a weakling if he would admit that he has been pressured. He's not the kind of guy.
So he's lie under oath and risk 5 years in prison just for pride?
Well, who is going to ever prove that he did or did not feel pressured? He can make this claim without any risk to himself.
He's totally right.
Okay?
There's nobody that's going to go enforce that.
Also, I don't believe his testimony.
Multiple Twitter employees have said the same thing, though. So that's one of your theories, but I mean, he's saying it under oath. I think it's more likely that those words are true.
But
Brian,
do you remember?
Here's the beautiful thing. We have the Twitter files, and they speak for themselves. It shows clearly that he has been pressured. The evidence couldn't be more clear. For him to now say, I wasn't pressured, it means nothing in light of the mountain of evidence that was released.
What's an example?
He didn't even say that.
No, I'll give you an example. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Mike, and I think Jim wanted to jump in as well. But Brian, I'll give you one example because I was just thinking of one. You remember there's, in one instance, Yol is getting asked to do something. He's messaging the team at Twitter. He's like, hey, they're asking us to do this. Obviously, I can't remember. I'm just trying to paraphrase here. Asking us to do this. I just think they're going way too far. And then they're trying to find a solution to try to at least appease them because they kept following up multiple times. I don't know. Are they using the carrot stick approach? Is it considered pressure, not considered pressure? But that one caught me by surprise. If I was Yol, even if I wasn't pressured, I'd kind of want to blame them. But here we got what we think was pressure. And remember, Brian, there's no bias here to support Yol. We were crucifying him in the beginning. You remember at the beginning of the Twitter files, Brian? I don't know if you were there. Yol was getting crucified in those Twitter files. So he was, and people loved to crucify him. And then later that shifted, and it took a time for people, for panelists to start saying, hey, hold on a second. Maybe we're just being too harsh on him because these things show a different story. So it's not like anyone's biased to Mike or Kim, or anyone's biased to really protect Yol. That's my 2 cents. But Mike and Jim, do you want to jump in? We'll go to Mike.
Right. So Yol's testimony today.
Yeah,
Okay.
certainly.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
Just chime in here.
Well, I just wanted to
Nick.
let everybody know real quick before we do jump into that. Still need to sign up for the newsletter. Pin post at the top.
Oh.
Easy replies for the panelists at the bottom right-hand corner because we're going to need a lot of questions as this goes on. So
Yeah, jump in,
shameless.
Nick.
Right.
Sorry, Mike and
Yeah.
Jim.
So two things. So one is Yoel's testimony today was not that he had no pressure. It was that he did not. That there was not a direct order to take the content down. It wasn't actually on the pressure question. And on the pressure question, I've just retweeted this to the top of my timeline. I encourage everyone to check it out. There's actual testimony from EIP, who was DHS's formal disinformation flagger. They had a partnership on DHS.gov. They had access to DHS's back-end ISAC, the cyber mission control, where Emerson Brooking from the Atlantic Council, who was a member of that censorship consortium, who was also backed by Burisma via the Atlantic Council, literally says on video, right after the 2020 election, in their post-mortem account of their content moderation decisions, they say that they got Twitter to radically expand their censorship policies by, quote, extreme regulatory pressure, and that this only worked because of the, quote, huge regulatory stakes in the U.S. election context, and they fretted that might not be scalable to other issues like climate change because of the unique threats that could be leveraged against the social media companies around the context of an ongoing high-pressure election. They use the phrase pressure in there 3 or 4 times. In fact, right after the Atlantic Council's representative on EIP made that statement, Alex Stamos, Stanford University's representative from EIP, followed that up by saying there's a 2-step action that we used in order to get Twitter and other tech platforms to create new censorship categories that they otherwise would not have done. They use that phrase. They would not have censored otherwise, but for our extreme regulatory pressure. And they set forth a 2-step program for applying this generally to all tech platforms. One is you pressure the companies using your friends on the Hill and using threats of black PR, of crisis-inducing media headlines about them hosting content they shouldn't. And then you get them to adopt these new formally updated terms of services that reflect the category of things you want them to censor. And then you set in motion a censorship consortium like they had, 120 full-time staffers working 16 to 20 hours a day to mass flag posts and to help program the AI for the algorithms on to populate this new censorship category you just lobbied them using the threat of government to install. They said that on video while they had a formal partnership with the U.S. government. I mean, that is a signed friggin' confession note.
Yeah, Mike, I want to say you're right. They said they didn't. He didn't say he didn't feel pressured. He said it wasn't an order. He didn't see it as an order, which in my mind would make me believe that he didn't feel like he had to do it. And thanks for clarifying that.
That is a very distinct thing, though, because pressure is one thing.
Your mic, Catherine. I'm not sure what's going on today.
That would be a good question, is to ask him if he felt pressured.
Yeah, because if you're talking about, like one is really much more of a legal distinction, right? So I think then the other one is like, anybody can feel pressure, right? Like that's highly subjective. And the other is, an order. That's something you have to comply with. So I think that's an extremely important distinction to consider.
Text from a congressman and ask them to ask that question.
Isn't there an extraordinary amount of implicit pressure already implied when the FBI is contacting you about these profiles? I think that's just already kind of built in and something that's not being weighed enough.
Well,
yeah,
and Steve,
I was just going to say I agree with that, but I think the issue is, does that make it a First Amendment violation? And I don't think you can say somebody feeling pressured means that the government is forcing you. So I think that's the distinction that needs to be made. There's a difference between an order, the government ordering you or else, and somebody saying, that I felt under pressure because, it's a government.
Well, so
Brian,
I want to let me pick in here, and Mike, I'll go back to you. I want to hear what you have to say, but I just want to feed off of Kim's disappointment. I know some of these people that are doing these hearings and spend a lot of time there. One of the big problems that we've got right now in American politics is a real dearth of people and Kim hit it right on the head. A real dearth of people who are elected to Congress who really take the time to figure out what really matters. This government nexus is huge. And just to feed off of what Brian was just saying, which inspired me to jump in there, any effort at all on the federal government without a warrant, without specific problems that they know about and authorization to do so, to go to any company and say, hey, you've got a problem here, any media company or media connected company, to do that is to influence, is also to intimidate, whether that's benign intimidation or malicious intimidation. And what needs to come out of these hearings right now, and Jim Jordan started to do it a little bit, but not nearly as strongly as I thought he would, because he kind of quickly shifted to giving his assessment rather than pinning Yoel Roth down to admit, which he kind of did, that the FBI was pressuring him and that his superiors, which I think is only Jack Dorsey above him, maybe only one other level, and or Vijaya Gotti being on the side there giving her advice as well. I mean, I want to know when he said, yeah, I didn't argue too hard against it. I want to know who the person is that told him. And Jim didn't push him. I'm very disappointed by this, because that's what we need to find out. This was a government operation. You can say whatever you want about how that played out or what it did. The fact that the FBI was in there giving lists, giving access through that system that they put in place, that right there is a First Amendment violation. Government's not allowed to do that, period.
So Jim, just as an example, say that it was, instead of Twitter, it was UPS, and the FBI found out that person A is shipping cocaine throughout the United States with UPS as a service. And they go to UPS and say, hey, people are sending cocaine using your service. Can you please look into this? I mean, is that really any different?
Brian, that stuff actually happens.
Well,
you have to go get a court order. Like that's a real crime.
Yeah, that's right.
People do this all the time.
Yeah,
the FBI has official relationships with UPS and with FedEx, but they bring court orders to it when they want to get into people's property. So what you're saying is not wrong.
Well, no, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying get a subpoena and search them, or get a subpoena or a search warrant and search them, or get a subpoena for information. I'm saying the FBI does warn companies, hey, this is happening. Check it out and let us know if you notice anything. It's not always court orders.
Guys, let me give you one example real quick, if I may, how these questions could have been framed. The lowest hanging fruit, if you remember, was that there was a hearing under oath of the former CEO of Twitter, together with his global lead counsel, about shadow banning. And he said under oath that Twitter does not do any such thing, that there is no shadow banning. Now that we know that that wasn't true, and that they were both aware of the fact that that wasn't true, why has none of these politicians raised the question with them about lying under oath in previous hearings, and why anyone in this hearing should trust anything they say, given their past record of lying?
I think Kim is right. I having worked a little bit on Capitol Hill, a little bit too, but also knowing these folks and knowing how the sausage is made, and being mentioned in the Twitter files about being suppressed by Twitter multiple times, and many of my team members. In fact, this morning, Nancy Mace, I'm going to play just a couple clips. This is give us some good context to talk through. I'll pause it here and there, and maybe we'd have some discussion. But let me play just a few clips. This is Representative Nancy Mace. She's talking about some of the people on my team who were suppressed here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Twitter files were not just about Hunter Biden's laptop. Twitter files make it apparent Twitter worked overtime to suppress accurate COVID information. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya is a professor of medicine at Stanford who once tweeted an article he wrote about natural immunity. Thanks to Elon Musk's release of the Twitter files, we learned some of his tweets were tagged with the label of Trends Blacklist. Apparently, the views of a Stanford doctor are disinformation to you people. I, along with many Americans, have long-term effects from COVID. Not only was I a long hauler, but I have effects from the vaccine. It wasn't the first shot, but it was the second shot that I now developed asthma that has never gone away since I had the second shot. I have tremors in my left hand, And I have the occasional heart pain that no doctor can explain, and I've had a battery of tests. I find it extremely alarming Twitter's unfettered censorship spread into medical fields and affected millions of Americans by suppressing expert opinions from doctors and censoring those who disagree with the CDC. I have great regrets about getting this shot because of the health issues that I now have that I don't think are ever going to go away.
So, a recent poll found that a good percentage of people who have gotten the shots either themselves have experienced or know someone who was seriously injured by the vaccine, or at least that's their perception. And Dr. J, and she mentions Martin Kuldorf. She mentions a member of my team, Kelly KGA, who just posted CDC data. I mean, this is not, sending cocaine through the mail here. This is basic information. These are, and again, you have no First Amendment right to send a FedEx package. You absolutely have a First Amendment right to say what you want to say. And, Section 230, while it talks a lot about the legal ramifications of different social media companies and platforms, it's also very explicit that it is the goal of the U.S. government to further discussion and provide places where people can meet in forums. And so when, the government comes down, that was essentially the lawsuit I have against the government that's still going, which is basically they used Twitter and Facebook as proxies to censor and silence American views that they didn't agree with. And several examples that Representative Nancy, let me just play this last little bit here.
I know that I'm
not. Oh, go ahead.
Before you play it, I was just going to say, Justin, I want to ask a quick question to Kyle. Are you going to be with us? I want you to play more clips. Are you still going to be with us?
I've got to sign off in about 40 minutes, but I got you I'm here for the next 30 minutes at least.
Cool. Let me ask, I just want to ask a question to Kyle, give the mic to Jake, and then get back to you with a couple more clips, and then go to Mike. Kyle, just a quick question. Back to the point that Kim and Brian were discussing earlier. You've been in all the spaces we did on the Twitter files. You've read the Twitter files as well. As having worked at the FBI, did you see pressure from the FBI on Twitter? Or do you agree with Yoel's testimony that there was no pressure? He didn't feel pressured?
Well, I'm seeing two things because first of all, this is not personal. This is me watching what we're seeing released, right? This is just my feedback on it. The folks that I talk to on a regular basis were in meetings with Elvis Chan when they brought in members of big tech. They brought in, people from Reddit or LinkedIn or whatever it was. And they would have these forums where they would discuss election security and so on. And there was a strong kind of wink and a nod that Chan was giving while discussing these on like a national platform. The FBI probably has the recordings of these things saying, we can't tell you what to do, but, you can enforce your policies and we can certainly tell you where the policy should be enforced. And so that to me is somewhat damning. That is, as mentioned earlier, when the FBI comes knocking on your door, people answer and they talk even though they know they shouldn't. When the government shows up and comes to bring their presence is an intimidation. Just it's the nature of what it is. I've been that person, so I know it. There's people that have no business getting involved with me that have chatted with me, and you just have to use that power in a really scrupulous way. It's worth noting that there's also some pushback. Name Redacted did some really interesting threads about showing that Jack Dorsey was asking for that regulation, that they would come in and take that off their plate, that they wanted to do it, but they needed basically like someone to kind of help point them in the right direction. So there's some conflicting evidence there. I'm really disappointed, just like Kim, with the quality of the questioning, with the types of people they have doing it. I think you should have people that have been prosecutors and you should have people that have done interrogation, because those are two types of things. One person's building a case and the other person's used to getting answers nailed down. And it doesn't matter if it's somebody who has military interrogation background or law enforcement, but somebody that knows how to follow on when someone holds up a thread or they don't say something specific. You cannot let vague answers like that stand. And, my experience with what's going to be happening, I think, in the FBI weaponization, they don't seem serious about that either. And so it's not surprising to me. They're just not people that are nailed down and really committed to doing this thing. They should be reading books and doing Oppo research and trying to figure out who the hell it is they're talking to and what is it that they have to do. And they should be talking to people in the background that know the right words, because when you're talking to people like Jim Baker, they're going to weasel out of stuff if you don't say the exact explicit term that's going to be able to get them to, make a vague statement that's not a lie. And so you just have to be really, disappointed with what they've got. Like, they've had a lot of time to prep for this. They only really get one good shot at these things, and I don't see it going that way.
Yeah, a perfect example of that is from this clip, this next clip of Nancy Mace. I mean, she did some yeoman's work, but then they all fell kind of into this very rhetorical trap that's cute, but I think it got repetitive. Here she is here.
Not the only American who has those kinds of concerns. Another example of what Twitter has done to censor folks is from Dr. Martin Koldorf, a Harvard-educated epidemiologist who once tweeted, "COVID vaccines are important for high-risk people and their caretakers. Those with prior natural infection do not need it, nor children." The Twitter files reveal this tweet was deemed false information because it ran contrary to the CDC. So my first question this morning of Ms. Gaddy, may I ask of you, where did you go to medical school?
I did not go to medical school.
I'm sorry?
I did not go to medical school.
That's what I thought. Why do you think you or anyone else at Twitter had the medical expertise to censor a doctor's expert opinion?
Our policies regarding COVID were designed to protect individuals. We were seeing...
You guys censored Harvard-educated doctors, Stanford-educated doctors, doctors that are educated in the best places in the world, and you silenced those voices. My next question is, did the U.S. government... Oh, excuse me. I have
This is the last one. Here's Kelly KGA, and then hang on one second.
Another chart I want to show you, Ms. Gaddy. I have another tweet by someone with a following of a full 18,000 followers. This person put a chart from the CDC on Twitter. It's the CDC's own data, so it's accurate by your standards. And you all labeled this as misleading. You're not a doctor, right, Ms. Gaddy?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What makes you think you or anyone else at Twitter have the medical expertise to censor actual, accurate CDC data?
Yeah, so that questioning a lot of other reps picked up on. I thought that first time that she did it, she sort of started off was great, but people just kind of kept it going, and it was kind of repetitive, more rhetorical than any substantive stuff there. But Dr. Kelly K, who she mentioned, she's been on my team for the last 3 years. She does nothing but cite the data. Same with Jay and Martin. I mean, Martin is renowned out of Harvard for his vaccine intimate details on, how you identify vaccine adverse reactions. World renowned. And they basically quelled him too. And there was no edict. There was no government intervention. This was basically their doing. And frankly, from the conversations we have from our lawsuits and from the FOIAs, it's obvious the government was prodding them in that direction. So much so that Facebook felt they needed to put the pressure off. So they offered the CDC $15 million in free advertising just to show that they were part of the good game here. I mean, if I were these social media companies, I would absolutely use this as my defense. We felt that pressure immensely, so much so we felt like we had to pay them off like a mobster.
Exactly. This is Justin. This is such an easy defense that even if it's not completely true, it's just such an easy way out from all this drama. Just blame the FBI or blame whatever the CDC, and we're good to go. But Nick, go ahead.
Well, Justin, did at any point that you heard, did they actually bring up the NIH or CDC or anything as to the guidelines that they were enforcing?
Here in the hearing?
Yes.
No, I mean that's the challenge is there's and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, they should have delved into the CISA, all the stuff around the multiple agencies. Maybe they will get to it, but right now I'm looking on the dais there, and there's just a skeleton crew of both Republican and Democrats there to do these questionings. So I'm a bit disappointed too. Of course, fair point here is that we've all lived and breathed this now for the last 3 years, and so it's we've probably forgotten more about this sort of censorship than these folks know, and that's the only defense I can think of.
Do you mind if I ask the panel a question? Because I've got a real curiosity about this, the way these things are set up. They all get about 5 minutes. Is that correct? It's the 5 minutes and then moves on to the other party?
For this session, yeah, that's the rule.
Okay. When they're doing these 5 minutes, who set this up? No serious person asks anybody 5 minutes worth of question and thinks that you're going to come out of anything. That's what 5 minutes is like a short TV hit. And And so that's soundbite material. And that's why we're getting these rhetorical questions that are just like, I got you. It plays for 12 seconds on my Twitter feed. And then I go and I raise money on it. But none of these things are serious, which goes back to Kim's point earlier. These are people that are just out there like they're doing a show. And I think I told your people this earlier, Mario. I don't have a lot of faith in it because this is for show. It's just to get people to see the thing they want to see. Look, I defended our friends, or look, I attacked these enemies. And then, there's no real outcome of it because serious people don't have 5 minutes worth of questions. They don't limit prosecutors on that in cross-examination or anything like that. So I don't know. It just feels like theater on so many levels.
Yeah,
I
I
think this
totally
is
agree. So that's
this
House
applies
rules, right?
to
Go ahead.
this applies, Kyle, and Brian would probably say the same thing I'm saying. It's like this applies to all hearings. Congressional hearings.
No, I get it. I'm just saying I want to know
little to no value.
Exactly.
And it's just they say what they think voters would like to hear. I promise you, they're probably thinking, what can I say to go viral? What is a catchphrase? What is something I can put him on the spot to go viral? Not can I ask them the right questions so I get to the bottom of things, because that won't be entertaining. If they do that, no one's going to share it.
What I want to know is...
Well,
Mayor,
to that point, Mario, Mr. Kazar is speaking at this very moment in the hearing. And what the Democrats do in this hearing is just deflect and talk about, other issues. And by saying that we should talk about inflation, we should talk about housing prices, why are we even having a hearing about, censorship and integrity of our elections on social media? Like, they're trying to, the biggest example of that earlier was AOC, right?
Yeah.
Who rose up in the ranks as an activist, was fighting for the people, who was against all of these intrusions into, our private lives and what the deep state is doing to us. And now she's there defending exactly what they're doing and deflecting and saying, why are we even having a hearing about this and wasting taxpayer money on big tech censorship? This is the problem, right? You have these young activist politicians rising up, getting into office because the people in their district, in their electorate feel like, oh, wow, this is an outsider. This is a non-politician. This is someone who really wants to help us. But once these new politicians get a taste of the sugar and how easy it is to make money in politics and how easy it is to open a foundation and have some billionaire donors chuck money in there so you can book the 5-star hotels and fly in private jets, this is really what changes every single politician that comes into the job. The exposure to this corruption, getting a taste of the sugar, and then becoming part of this stupid game, which is so selfish for them and not really representing the people. And that is what we're witnessing here. An AOC that just got into politics would have said at this hearing, why the hell do we have people from the FBI and the intelligence community tell our media and tell our social media that they cannot report about a breaking news story that has implications on the potential next U.S. president, like this Hunter Biden laptop story. But now look at her. She's completely sold out. And that is eventually the path of every activist politicians that comes into the ranks because, people believed in them, but then they get a taste of the money and the corruption and they become part of this corrupt machine.
Kim, before anyone jumps in, and Mike, I see Mike wanting to jump in, so I'll give you the mic in a bit, Mr. Benz. But Justin, can you play AOC's snippet? I sent it to you on WhatsApp just now, and I want you to play that. And while you prepare that, Justin, because you got the best mic here, I do want to agree one thing. Kim, we had a space yesterday with Andrew Yang, and he made a really interesting point. He said, even good, I think you said it in Joe Rogan podcast as well, even good people that come into the system, the political system, it's not going to be enough. The system itself is skewed. It's just so, but the incentives are so misaligned that even good people will just fall trapped. Will have to play the game. And we saw this again in this hearing. And this is why Ian, when I spoke with him, you weren't there, Kim, when I was talking about Ian earlier. So I called Ian, And he's like, he was just pissed off on the call. I'm like, shit, man, you okay? I know you had a fever a couple of days ago. I'm like, you okay? He's like, yeah, man, but nothing's going to change. No one gives a shit. We're going to go back to censorship. Everything's just a waste. Like, he was just really frustrated by it. Justin, did you get the clip that I sent you?
Here we go.
Yeah, please.
So they've dragged a social media platform here in Congress. They're weaponizing the use of this committee so that they can do it again. A whole hearing about a 24-hour hiccup in a right-wing political operation. That is why we are here right now. And it's just an abuse of public resources, an abuse of public time. We could be talking about healthcare. We could be talking about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights. But instead, we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story. I mean, this is an embarrassment.
And how disgusting is that? You know, to hear that from someone who was voted in as this activist fighter for the people, now basically repeating the narrative of DNC leadership that is just trying to undermine this entire hearing and basically telling the world that this Hunter Biden story, which she calls half fake, and none of it is fake, is a distraction from matters that really are important to the American people, right? So for her to expose herself like this as a charlatan, I think anyone who's watching this can see what she's doing there.
Right. And unfortunately, from a strategic perspective, Republicans made it somewhat easy for her to make that case because they artificially narrowed the scope of this scandal to just the New York Post hyperlink. When the fact is, Twitter actually altered the algorithms to stop citizens from talking to each other about the Hunter Biden story. So it wasn't just one news outlet impacted, it was tens of millions of Americans. And that's something that I thought was not laid out in the framing of it up front that made it somewhat easy for her to make that. If I can just say one thing, Mario, because I have to jump right now. So if I can just sort of make a closing statement on this around what was just said about the nature of these hearings. If you go back and you look historically, sometimes congressional committees really do change the trajectory of things. The church committees, you can argue they were a whitewash or they only covered, a quarter of the real story. But the fact is the church committee hearings really did set the stage for Jimmy Carter's presidency and put so much pressure on Jimmy Carter that he did the Saturday Night Massacre that laid off 30% of the CIA in a single night because the left-wing base was so animated about abuses that were uncovered over the course of that committee. But that committee was done not for retweets on Twitter and not for amplification of particular high-profile senators. If you go back and you watch segments of the church committee hearings, they were real questions, they were serious inquiries, and they were asked with the intention of getting answers. And a similar thing was done with the Iran-Contra hearings. If you go back and you watch the congressional committee hearings for Iran-Contra, they were phenomenal. It's not.
Were they all, Mike? Were they also 5-minute segments each, or structured differently?
Yes. I mean, now the chairman, I believe, was able to. Now, remember, you can have sometimes you can have multiple. You can have repeat exchanges, and then people yield time, and the 5 minutes is structured around party lines, and so you can yield time to your fellow folks on one side of the aisle if they're having a particularly juicy exchange. So there is a little bit of strategy in how time is allocated that way. But what I'm saying is there are hearings that do change history. It's not impossible, but you're asking a lot of folks, and part of it is on us to continue to talk about these things and to be able to make it so compelling that it can't be ignored. We need to create a situation where someone in a committee seat wants to be a hero to us and steps up and gets educated to the level they need to be because it's talked about at such an educated level that that high education level is their baseline. So we need to get them there. It's not impossible. This is the first of many. They even call this part one. So I share Kim's disappointment. Anyone who was here since the beginning of this space, the way I laid this all out was to say that this was a tremendously disappointing day. But also, Warren Buffett's famous line was "Success is skipping from one disappointment to another with your chin up." So
hopefully, thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate you jumping on, and we do have more clips because obviously the hearing is ongoing. So Nick, Jim, and I'm sure Justin will come up with a few clips. So hopefully that disappointment that Mike, Kim, Kyle, and others have diminishes. Let's see what we have. Maybe, Nick, you want to play with the one that Carlos sent you, and then we go to Jim?
Well, no, I want to ask Brian a question first, because we were just talking about the thing with AOC where she came in and she said she called the Hunter Biden
I had the same question. I had the same question, man.
Yeah. So,
I'll let you finish it. Go ahead.
She came in and called the Hunter Biden laptop story half fake. What about that was half fake? Because that doesn't seem to be something that even really the mainstream media is arguing.
Oh, Brian, I'll structure the question differently. I was going to ask it the following. What do you think of the clip that we played of AOC?
Yeah, so I watched it, and I didn't exactly agree with it. I think that calling it half fake is a little bit misleading. There are some theories that every file on the laptop is not actually files from Hunter, that somebody infiltrated it and put other documents on it or data on it. Whether that's true or not, we have no idea. So I think it was a bit irresponsible for her to say that.
Can you point us to this evidence that you're referring to? Where can we find?
So the cybersecurity experts said that the chain of custody was crazy. I think 8 different people or 6 different people had access to the computer. It went missing for 2 years.
Brian, do you have a link that you can pin on the top so that we can all see where you have that information from?
Actually,
really interested.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, Nick, if Brian could do that, it'd be great. If you could maybe DM it to Kim or pin it above, while Nick plays clips.
Go to Wikipedia and it talks about the cybersecurity experts, and it has all the links to the stories covering that. But what I'm saying is I don't know if that's true. But that's a possibility, and I'm thinking that's what she is implying. And it's very possible that
where on
his laptop
Wikipedia
went
do I
missing.
look for this? Brian, where on Wikipedia can I find this, please?
Search for cybersecurity experts.
Brian, I think you guys, I don't know if you have each other blocked.
Wait a minute, you want me to go to cybersecurity
Unblock me and I'll text it to you. I have a meeting literally in 5 minutes, but I will happily text it to you.
We'll get it. I'll make sure we get it. Yeah, Kim, I'll DM him.
I've reviewed everything about the Hunter Biden laptops. There are no cybersecurity.
I'll send it to Mario.
But before Aaron, Brian.
That evidence has
just Aaron, hold on.
Into the files. It's just complete nonsense again from Brian.
No.
So Nick, Brian, I'll get the links from you, Brian. I'll get them. I'll send them to Kim and Aaron. I'll give you the mic in a bit. But Nick, you opened Pandora's box. Can you please? Can we play some of the clips? Because I know the hearing's ongoing. I know Jim has a few clips as well for the audience. So do you want to play the one that Carlos sent, the first one, and then we'll go through the Jim just to play a few clips, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Sure. All right. Here we go.
December of 2020, you did a declaration to the Federal Election Commission that the intelligence community expected a leak and a hack operation involving Hunter Biden. Recently, Mark Zuckerberg confirmed that the FBI warned Meta that there was a high effort of Russian propaganda, including language specific enough to fit the Hunter laptop Biden security story. You're talking to these people for weeks and months, years prior to this leaking. They have specifically told you in October that there is going to be a leak potentially involving Hunter Biden's laptop. They legitimately and literally prophesized what happened. And you didn't contact any of them?
No, sir, I did not.
So that was Joel Roth. So the question is, you did not contact any of them. Any of who, Nick? You're muted.
Yeah, not sure. I believe it was
the Federal Election Commission that the intelligence community expected a leak and a hack operation involving Hunter Biden. Recently, Mark Zuckerberg confirmed that the FBI warned Meta that there was a high effort of Russian propaganda, including language specific enough to fit the Hunter laptop Biden security story. You're talking to these people for weeks and months, years prior to this leaking. They have specifically told you in October that there's going to be a leak potentially involving Hunter Biden's laptop. They legitimately and literally prophesized what happened. And you didn't contact any of them?
I don't know what they mean by contact.
He's referring to
his line of questioning isn't very great. So
hold on, Aaron. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
He's referring to the FBI agents, and probably most specifically an agent in San Francisco named Elvis Chan, Chan is one of the people that we're deposing in our lawsuit on this issue. And, essentially what the Twitter files and documents from our lawsuit are suggesting, and I think this is where this line of questioning is coming from, is that the FBI basically ran an intelligence operation on Facebook and Meta and Twitter and the other social media companies. There's a classic playbook for precisely this kind of operation of telling them that something is going to happen, knowing that some piece of information may be leaked, and then discrediting it before the leak, and so that when it actually happens, there's a prior assumption of implausibility, which is exactly what happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story. And I think the bigger issue is the issue of censorship. Like, we could go down a million rabbit holes on Hunter Biden's laptop, right? But and hopefully this congressional inquiry doesn't just focus on that. You could debate endlessly. Would it have changed the election if that story wasn't censored? And of course, people on the left and the right could go round and round in circles all day long in that question. But that's not really the central question. The central question isn't that hypothetically what might have happened, this kind of counterfactual that is just a recipe for endless arguments. But the censorship itself. The government, in this case, federal agencies, ran a very sophisticated intelligence operation on social media companies to get them to censor a story. And actually, the truth and the falsity of that story are important, but for the purpose of the censorship argument, they're kind of beside the point. The point is, was this censorship occurring at the behest of the government? That's a constitutional violation. And as the previous speaker mentioned, the fact that it wasn't just focused on Hunter Biden laptop, but that there were millions of instances of just ordinary Americans being censored on social media. That's the story. But if you just focus on the Hunter Biden laptop story, then it's immediately just a partisan dogfight. And I think that's a good way to kill this whole censorship issue, is just to make it into a partisan dogfight about that particular story.
Kyle?
If I could jump in. Oh, okay.
Let me be very quick with this.
And I'll go to Jake after. Sorry, Jake. I'll let you jump in right after Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle.
Beautiful. What Aaron just said about it being an FBI operation, it was obviously much bigger than that, which the Twitter files showed, but we've been able to see in other source documents as well, that it's, the intel community was working through the FBI as their point person, which is to say that a much larger thing was going on. It's also worth noting that there are kind of two things that could be going on when you do that, but the odds of them not reporting back, like, hey, the thing you said happened and we're taking the action we talked about, is basically none. One of those things is when you have a source you're running, and in a lot of ways, this is what was going on. We've talked about this a little bit. It looks like a source/handler relationship. You seed information that is going to come out in front of the source, and you've primed the source to prompt you when that thing comes out. And that is a validation that the source is operating under the proper handling techniques, that you are actually handling that source the way that you want. And so what you can do is you go, look, this is coming, and then it happens, and then they come and tell you. That's a validation. We actually have formal ways of doing that in the Bureau when you're trying to vet your sources to make sure that they are operating under the conditions that they are supposed to. So it's worth noting that is one of those things. And then also just imagine your own personal life. If you told somebody, one of your friends, like, hey man, you're going to see this thing come down the road tomorrow and it's going to be crazy and you're never going to imagine. And then you see, 65 people hanging off a trapeze on an interstate. Your friend's going to be like, man, I did see 65 people on a trapeze. They're going to tell you because you primed them for that. There's not going to be, we're not going to go back and tell you what happened or that we saw the thing you did. It's just outside of human experience that would be the case. So, but the problem is, as we mentioned earlier, there's literally no possibility that any of these people are going to get jammed up for lying. The charge of lying to Congress doesn't happen unless you have, an apparatus that's willing to go after it. And that's just not the apparatus that we're looking at in Washington right now. So the consequences are, I don't remember, or we didn't do that, or not to my knowledge. And those basically have no consequences when you speak like that, because it's, you're under oath only in name. And it sounds good for the cameras again. And once again, it's theater.
Jake, jump in, man.
Yeah, so I think what's important here is, this Twitter space and broadly, the online sphere really expected this to be a hearing on the Twitter files and the contents of the Twitter files. But, the added context here is important in that, yesterday was the State of the Union and that this is all being framed around the Hunter Biden laptop story. And that's intentional. This is supposed to be kind of our response to the State of the Union. It gives us some level of kind of look at how bad Biden is, look at the kind of the origins of all this. And so we're losing sight of kind of the First Amendment issue here, the speech issue. And, when we're wondering why are we not asking these hard-hitting questions that really cut to the core of the censorship, the tools that they use to deplatform these people, it's because we're trying to just make a political point here. And it keeps us in this kind of talking point loop that, inevitably ends up with partisan bickering. But we never hear, AOC jump in and say, was it a product of, the Biden laptop story that these tools were created to censor, various users on the platform? We never hear, Congresswoman Green jump in and ask, about the logistics behind the relationship of, the FBI and the Twitter staff. The closest we got was probably Congressman Gosar's question on disappearing messages, right? This kind of informal aspect of the equation where FBI and other kind of agencies would put requests in signal chats, essentially. That's, subpoena proof. We can't go back and trace that. That's the aspect here we should be unpacking, and it shouldn't be these kind of flashy moments that'll get you booked on, maybe like Hannity, for instance. It should be about, giving people answers.
Barbara, jump in, and we've got some clips getting ready by Jim and Nick in the meantime.
Yeah, great space. I feel like this is just amazing information, great conversation, and perfect takeaways. AOC's comment really spoke more about her than anything, in that it was such a deflection from what we're really talking about here, which is censorship. But she took it to, Hunter Biden and saying that, even like Brian just said, like that's, half truths. It's not. The whole thing is a debacle. And I felt that, she really showed her hands. Like, why are you deflecting from the fact that this is all about censorship? But here's my question that I want to ask. What's our end game here? What do we hope? What is the best case scenario of our end game, our takeaways when this is all said and done? What are we hoping to get out of this?
I could take this one. I don't know if anyone else has any hope. I just don't think.
I'm with Ian. I don't have any hope, but
I just don't think it's going to more Twitter files incoming. I just don't know what it will take. I think it'll just take for voters to care. I think just not enough people care about this. Not enough people understand how serious this is. Maybe the censorship this time around wasn't as major as it could have been. Maybe it didn't have as much impact. COVID is a different discussion, but we haven't seen the Fauci files yet. That could be the exception. But the files that we've seen so far, and Jim, I know you're going to be playing the opening statements for us in a bit, but the files that we've seen so far, they haven't been that groundbreaking, the censorship, but they're a hint of what can be significantly worse, and there's so much power within a small number of companies. But I just don't think enough voters care. And if voters don't care, politicians don't care. They're just going to get a few snippets and try to get voters, excited to watch the clips on social media, and that's about it. So, that's my 2 cents. I think Kyle would agree. Nick,
I mean, personally, I'm hoping legislation is passed, and the things are changed within the way our information is being disseminated. Remember, we're only talking about Twitter. We have no access to what goes on at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. I mean, this is just a small example of what is being suppressed and how we're being manipulated by the censorship. So that's why AOC pisses me off. I'm like, you don't understand. You completely missed the boat, and you're deflecting from the real issues at hand.
There's a good clip here. Did you receive 10 confidential files from the FBI agent the night before Hunter Biden's notebook story ran? And Mr. Roth goes, yeah. Let me play this clip very quickly. Let me play it now.
Mr. Roth, did you receive 10 confidential documents from Special Agent...
Let me do it again. Hold on.
Mr. Roth, did you receive 10 confidential documents from Special Agent the FBI, Elvis Chan, the night before the Hunter Biden laptop story ran?
Yes.
And Kyle, is that the Kyle? I don't know if you remember, but is that the when the FBI was kind of prepping Twitter for what's about to come, and creating a scenario that they may have to deal with that ended up happening? Are they the files that they're referring to?
I don't actually know. I'll have to start digging on that. I didn't know that they were giving out confidential files. I know they did grant a couple of people clearances to kind of bring them into the fold. So we were reading about that. But, the fact that they were, first of all, you got to figure out, like, this is a assistant special agent in charge. This is a GS-15. So he's got, a dozen squads or a half dozen squads underneath him. All of them have 10 or 15 people that report up. So this guy's the boss of like maybe 50 to 100 people. Like, why is he personally going out and handling these things? Like, this is what case agents are actually supposed to do. So it's just very interesting that you had a dude that was involved in, that was at that sort of, he's a mid-level manager in the Bureau that is basically running source operations directly with these companies. It's just not common. It's really strange. And that's why people have told me there's the way that people do business, and then there's the San Francisco way. And I don't have a lot of specifics of what that means, but they do things differently. It doesn't mean it's necessarily out of policy. It's just a little bit unusual. And so they play ball differently with big tech because there's a lot of power there. And we knew that was the case.
Yeah, Kyle, so what would be a reason that there would be people at Twitter? Apparently Yoel Roth didn't have a security clearance. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but it seemed like he said he did not have a security clearance and he did not know who at Twitter had a security clearance. What would be the reasoning for that? Is it just so they can share, quote unquote, confidential information to influence moderation policies? Or is that something that's normal?
It's not something that I'm familiar with previously. Now, if people had security clearances and we went into places and we did, briefings or defensive briefings, usually if you wanted to go do something that was, so we do stuff like this all the time. When you're working counterintelligence, there's threat countries out there that you want to mitigate, right? They're taking actions in our country. We want to try to stop them. What you do is you find either unclassified sources to do it, or you find a way to talk around the situation so you're not specifically divulging the classified part. Because as I think we've talked about in these spaces, sometimes it's not the material that's classified that's so sensitive. It's actually the way the material was gotten. And so if you can get away with talking about it in a way that wouldn't reveal how it was discovered, it may not actually be classified at that point. The actual materials may be sourced somewhere else. But usually you can open source a lot of things. You can, find some things in the news that have been out there or somebody has talked about or a politician has, said a slip of the tongue, and you can go like, look at this guy saying this is what we're really concerned about, and so on. So, but then I didn't know that there was a skiff at Perkins Coie either. So there's some really interesting things that we found out in the last couple of years that, people who have worked for the FBI for 25 years did not know was happening. And it just appears that some of this, this inside baseball that gets done at the upper levels of the Bureau and the intelligence community at large is not playing by the rules. I found out today that there's weird Chinese programs that may be on the, some of the computer systems in the 7th floor skiff. And one of the guys who was doing the sensitive sweeps for bugs in there was talking to me, and he said, they booted up all this Chinese characters on it, and they said, can you tell if this is spyware? And he was like, no, I'm a guy who looks for bugs. I'm a signals guy. I have no idea what that stuff is. And so, why would that be on any of the computers? Because you can't even upload outside technology. So there's just strange things that are coming out, and they keep coming out, and they're not making me feel any better about, our senior executives in the intel community following the rules the way that people on the ground do. And I think it should concern everybody.
I've got a quick clip to play. We talked a lot about the bias at Twitter. We'll listen to this clip. I think you're going to enjoy this one. This is Yoel Roth getting questioned about his bias.
Mr. Roth, do you personally think that you have a political bias, and did you have one when you worked at Twitter? A personal political bias?
No, sir.
You didn't. That's remarkable, because it's pretty obvious you did have strong biases when you compared, ironically using Twitter, people that worked in the Trump White House to Nazis. They were good folks that you simply disagreed with politically in our representative republic, and you compared them to the most evil people on the planet that murdered 60 million people, or at least were responsible for those deaths. You think that was a little bit hyperbolic?
Yes, I do.
So that's Yoel initially stating, and I think he kind of takes it back, that he was not biased at Twitter. And obviously that's something that we spotted. We spotted that bias at the beginning of the Twitter files. So I'll find more clips that are worth talking about that the team is sending me, but I'll give you the mic back, Nick.
Okay, yeah. So Barbara, do you believe that someone that tweets something out about talking about quote unquote literal Nazis in the White House actually tweeted that as a public statement? He later became the head of trust and safety at Twitter, Yoel Roth. Is there any sort of way that we could trust that somebody like that would actually be able to moderate in an unbiased manner, totally objectively, especially when it seems that he's getting pressure from the FBI and different federal organizations trying to suppress stories about an election? Barbara?
Oh, no. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. But I don't really understand how they, this part I'm just not educated on, is how they picked the people to do the, ask the questions. That's what I'm missing in this conversation. How did they pick them? Anybody know?
So Kim, I want to go back to you here. I don't know if you've watched any of the subsequent hearings here. That we've gotten a lot more updated information here over the past about an hour now.
Nothing. Yeah, but
Yeah,
nothing else
I'm
interesting.
watching right now,
Yeah,
and I'm listening
anything,
to
Kim? Anything
I'm
interesting,
listening
Kim?
to Mr. Goldman, who just now repeated the letter of the 51, deep state chiefs that have all basically said this could be Russian disinformation. Now, here's the big problem that no one is talking about in this hearing, to my surprise. It is now known that the FBI had this laptop for almost a year before the New York Post story came out. They would have analyzed it. They would have looked at every single file. They would have had a clear understanding that this is a genuine laptop with real data that hasn't been manipulated. So when these intelligence community chiefs put out that statement, they would have had knowledge of this FBI investigation because they all talk to each other. And the FBI would have told them that this is a legitimate laptop. This is real data. And this is going to become a problem for Joe Biden in this upcoming election unless we do something about it. So they colluded to create the story of disinformation. There was nothing at all to suggest that. And the FBI had the data for almost a year prior to the New York Post story.
So, Kim,
I think it's worth noting that Nick, do you mind if I? It's worth noting that these guys, I think a number of them still have their security clearances, which is, kind of gives them some of the credibility that they can go out and make talking points. And I'm not saying that if you're wrong one time or if you say something, but having a lot of people come together to make a joint statement and they're essentially leaning on their credentials to say that that's how we know this is true. And it's misleading. It's not illegal to say things that are wrong, and it's not illegal to say things that are blatantly false and under any circumstances. But if you're in a position of federal trust and you're allowed to access documents or obtain jobs based on that, or if you're using that for credibility, it doesn't seem like something you should be holding on to. And it's interesting that has not been like a publicly revoked status for these guys.
All right. So, Kim, what do you think that the federal government would be able to do? Is there anything they can do to crack down on this and sort of limit censorship because we know the same thing is happening at Facebook. We just don't have as much, obviously there are no Facebook files for the most part that have been released detailing this kind of thing. Is there anything that the U.S. government can actually do about this?
Here's the problem, Nick. Either party, when they are in power, love censorship. This is not a problem of left versus right. Both parties want censorship, but only when they are in power. So to push hard against censorship for the Republicans is counterproductive because they know and hope one day they will be back in the White House, and then they want to do the same things that Democrats are doing. That's the big problem, Obviously, once you are in power, you want to maintain that power. And in order to achieve that, you need to make sure that stories that are negative for you or, secrets leaking that are problematic for your government don't make it to the public, So we're really dealing with a political class that secretly wants the censorship and loves the censorship and needs it and will fight for it. But on the other hand, they also have the scandal that they now have to deal with, because people are asking questions. Why is the media lying to us? Why is big tech censoring us? Why are people being shadow banned? Why does truth not matter anymore? And it's literally like me watching this hearing is so disappointing, because it all just looks like no one has any interest in changing this.
Right. So Kim, I don't know. I mean, you have been following the Twitter files super closely from day one. Is this the first you have heard about, because there was that accusation that AOC made about the Trump White House trying to influence, moderation decisions when it came to personal insults that were thrown at Donald Trump, in this case by Chrissy Teigen. Is this the first you've heard of that? Is that something new? Were those involved in the Twitter files at all?
Well, here's the thing. That's exactly what I just said, right? The political party that is in power at the time will always try and skew reality in their favor. So censorship is definitely a tool to achieve that. And I have no doubt that Trump and his people would have made approaches about stuff that they didn't like. But the DNC has really taken this political warfare to a new level, where they are now involving and utilizing and politicizing the law enforcement and the intelligence community to change the course of reality by censoring all of the material that they don't like. And the most appalling use of that has been during the COVID pandemic. The way that voices that were opposing mandates and measures and vaccines without being trialed and tested have been treated is unbelievable and unprecedented in the history. And for the Democratic Party to have allowed things to escalate to this level and to install their weaponized law enforcement people directly into big tech and the media to make sure that they have, these direct representatives of their narratives sitting in the centers of news and social media, that is new, and that is something that we need to fight against. And this is what this hearing should be all about. But I'm hearing nothing about that. That the bigger issue is really that democracy dies with censorship. And these people sitting there in this hearing asking these questions are not really getting to the bottom of that.
So I'm just going to play another clip here, and I know Jim's got some clips too. But this is, I actually want to play devil's advocate here. One thing I want to give credit to is that this hearing will at least bring more attention to the Twitter files, and maybe now mainstream media will cover them. Let's just see what happens after. Let's just see the reaction, the response. But for example, this clip. Listen to this clip, and I'll tell you what value I see here.
Why does the Iranian leader who has explicitly pledged to eradicate the Jewish state of Israel get to remain on Twitter? Mr. Roth.
Like all of Twitter's users, the Ayatollah is subject to the same set of rules. And while I can't speak for Twitter's decisions today, I can say that Twitter took a number of enforcement actions against the Ayatollah's account, the same way that we would against.
That's still up. You understand how hypocritical this is, right? You banned a sitting U.S. president and a sitting member of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, while a man who's pledged death to America and can openly call for the death of millions of Jewish people and yet not be removed from Twitter. Do you understand how that looks? How hypocritical that is? I'm asking Mr. Baker, Ms. Gaddy, Mr. Roth, Ms. Navarro. That's amazing. But it shows the hypocrisy of Twitter. I want to pivot here, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
so essentially, like the value I see here, and I'll go to Jim now, but the value I see here is that, look, at least they're bringing attention to it. If that process continues, maybe in 6 months, 12 months from now, voters will care significantly more in time for the election, and that becomes a hot topic issue. I don't think that will be the case, but it's part of the process. So these are nice snippets for the media to come up with a good story, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong here. Jim, any other good snippets to play for us? And what are your thoughts so far? I know you're following the hearing very closely.
Yeah, I'm pulling some stuff
That's
up.
someone else.
You hear me? Okay. Oh, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Nick started talking. I couldn't tell. So anyway, yeah, I do have some stuff, and I'm just pulling it up right now. But James, on the hearing, we're starting to get into a little bit more meat relevant to what some of us have been complaining hasn't been there up to this point. But James Baker is asserting attorney-client privilege in this, and I just want to play these clips. I'm going to make sure it's loud enough and people can hear. Hold on just a moment here. Hold on. Give me a second.
That's fine.
Sure, I'll just bring up Nick in the meantime.
Yeah. Oh goodness, I'm having some technical here. Hold on.
All right, I'll let you figure it out and then come back to us. But yeah, so Kim, what do you think of the argument I made? Do you think that the attention this could bring to it, maybe mainstream media starts paying attention to the Twitter files a bit more, or you don't think that will happen?
Well, they should have paid attention to it when it was all over Twitter, and they didn't. The only thing that they paid attention to is that a billionaire, in their words, hired some journalists to tell his story, and that is just completely misleading. It totally undermines the quality of these releases. So, just like in this hearing, people are not going to get to the bottom of this in the media as well.
I don't know. I just think that having hearings on the story is, a better story to report than Elon Musk, which a lot of the media don't like in the first place.
But Mario,
sharing this with independent journalists.
I had hopes that Jim Jordan is going to put together a really good strategy for this hearing, that they have, really impactful questions, and unfortunately, it's not the case. Like I said, I listened to the first half of it, and was just completely disappointed about the lack of sophistication in the questioning. And there's so much material to work with, and they've just really lost an opportunity here. Now, what this means for Elon is also quite important. He's taken a big risk, personal risk, and also risk to his business to become an activist for free speech and to put all of this stuff out there. And for him to see how weak the result is of these releases, when I'm sure he would have expected people to be up in arms and complaining and protesting and saying there needs to be change, for him to witness how this is turned into a nothing burger in a congressional hearing must be very frustrating, but also educational to him. I think it will deter him from doing this in the future because he has the realization now that nothing will come from it.
Jim, you've got the clips ready? Go ahead, Barbara, and then Jim will get the clips ready in the meantime.
Just to tack on to what Kim and you were talking about, I believe the news outlets are not picking these stories up, which is fascinating to me. But I think the fact that they're not picking up says more than if they were to pick it up, because they know that it also implies that they also have suppressed information that they should have shared. And I bet you where there's smoke, there's fire. So we have to understand that these are just 2 or 3 stories: the Hunter Biden, the COVID vaccines that we're talking that have been suppressed. Can you imagine how much other stuff is going under the radar? I just wanted to throw that out there as far as mainstream media picking this stuff up. They're just not gonna.
Yeah, we're going to play a few more clips, and then I think we're just going to... I don't think there's much value in going on, Kim. Like, it's just crazy that this whole hearing has less value than one drop by one journalist. It's just fascinating to see, and I think a lot of people are criticizing... And I don't want to sit there here just, praising Elon, but it's hard not to when you have the amount of attention one drop, the amount of value one drop has, significantly more than this entire hearing by all these different lawmakers. So it's
who are the winners? You know who are the winners today in this hearing?
The FBI?
No, it's the people who are being questioned, like Roth. He would have come to this hearing extremely nervous, worried about what he's facing, the grilling that he will get. And now he's sitting there and he gets these milky questions that really don't even put him on the spot. And he will be leaving this hearing today going, holy shit, what did I prepare myself for so hard? This was the easiest fucking shit show ever, and I got out of it unscathed. And that is really the big problem here, because what he has done in cooperation with the deep state, with the FBI, with the CIA, with these intelligence people, is he's completely changed the landscape of truth in the United States. He is an offender to the Constitution and to democracy, and that did not come out in this hearing so far. I mean, it's still going on, but my hopes are not high that he's actually going to get any heat. He will walk away from this tonight and have a dinner and be like, holy shit, thank God that I got out of this so easy.
So here there's this one is relevant to what you said, Kim. So I just got that clip. And that's talking about the FBI warnings of Russian disinformation. And this is questioning Yoel. And Twitter executives did not seek to find out if the Hunter Biden laptop, I don't know what Michael's talking here, but let me play out the clip. That's from Michael Schellenberger's thread. I'll do it now. It's a long clip, but I think it's worth listening to. I'm going to do it now.
And you had multiple former FBI agents on the payroll. I mean, Mr. Baker, you have 10 years experience with FBI, DOJ?
With DOJ, it's 2 decades roughly, but I was, just for the record, I was never an FBI agent.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Twitter has such a close relationship with at least one FBI agent that agent could start emails with, hey, Twitter folks, and could actually advise your company about violations of your own terms of service. Mr. Roth, I think it's safe to say that you had a consistent dialogue with the FBI for the weeks and months prior to the New York Post. Is that fair?
I had ongoing conversations with the FBI for years, I would say, about election security.
And in response to Mr. Fry earlier, you said you would not categorize the FBI communications as pressure.
No, I would not.
However, Twitter's director of policy wrote to you in 2020 that Twitter has seen a sustained effort by the intelligence community to push Twitter and that Twitter should keep a solid front against these efforts. He specifically cited Elvis Chan, an FBI agent in San Francisco. Now, on August 11th, 2020, Agent Chan sent you 3 documents in prep for a meeting and said the documents pertain to APT-28, a hacking unit connected with Russian military intelligence. Agent Chan arranged for having security clearance for Mr. Baker and facilitated encrypted networks for the FBI to share information with Twitter employees. And on October 14th of 2020, you stated that this feels a lot like somewhat of a subtle leak operation. Earlier today, you testified that you were following national experts on Twitter, national security experts on Twitter, as a reason to take down the New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yes, sir, I did.
So, after 2016, you set up all these teams to deal with Russian interference, foreign interference. You're having regular meetings with the FBI. You have connections with all of these different government agencies, and you didn't reach out to them once?
Is that question in reference to the day of the New York Post article? That's right. We generally did not reach out to the FBI to consult on content moderation decisions, especially where they related to domestic activity.
Question.
It's not that we wouldn't have liked that information.
What a lie.
It's that I don't believe it would have been appropriate for us to consult with the FBI.
In December of 2020, you did a declaration to the Federal Election Commission that the intelligence community expected a leak and a hack operation involving Hunter Biden. Recently, Mark Zuckerberg confirmed that the FBI warned Meta that there was a high effort of Russian propaganda, including language specific enough to fit the Hunter laptop Biden security story. You're talking to these people for weeks and months, years prior to this leaking. They have specifically told you in October that there's going to be a leak potentially involving Hunter Biden's laptop. They legitimately and literally prophesized what happened. And you didn't contact any of them?
No, sir, I did not.
Did they reach out to you?
Yeah, it just goes on for another few seconds like this. It's just by the way, the feedback sound and the rubbing on the mic is not from my end; it's from the hearing itself. But yeah, it's just we know the story. Just the questions. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. They're just missing the entire point of the story and asking, "Hey, they've warned you
Mario,
about all."
I have been cross-examined over the last 11 years, probably, a couple dozen times. If I would have had a single cross-examination that was this milky, I would have had a happy day afterwards, right? So what's happening there, the questioning that Roth is receiving is letting him off the hook too easy, like he gets away with non-answers, with, saying stuff like we can't recall, like the lead counsel of Twitter, the former lead counsel. They're just well-trained, well-coached by their lawyers how to answer these questions. And the questions themselves are so soft that there is really nothing to worry about for him. And like I said, after this hearing, he's going to go to dinner and celebrate.
Well, and by the way, there's one other thing, and I have 3 clips, and they're about a minute each. But there's something else that the members of this committee, Republicans, could have done. They could have, made a call to Elon Musk to say, can you release attorney-client privilege? Because James Baker is asserting that. I want to play these. I'll do them one by one, and we can comment on each of them. But this is another thing, Kim, that's very frustrating to me, especially having worked in Congress and stuff. Let me just play this real quick.
Mr. Baker, although you're testified today by...
It's pausing on me. What's it doing?
Congress does not recognize the common law attorney-client privilege. With that, I'm going to allow Mr. Jordan to ask the question again.
Well, there's been 2 questions I've asked that he's refused to answer. So let me, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask both again. I'll go back to the one asked a couple minutes ago. Top of page 2 of your testimony, you said, quote, I did not destroy or improperly suppress any documents at Twitter regarding information important to the public dialogue. I would like to know what you're referring to that you, in your mind, properly suppressed, and when that took place, specifically if it took place during the time that the Twitter files were first being released just a few months ago.
Well, again, sir, as I think we've notified the committee and we've had these conversations with Twitter as well to try to resolve this issue prior to coming up here today, I don't have anything in writing that clears me in my ethical responsibilities to my former client with respect to answering questions that I think fall squarely within the attorney-client privilege. So unfortunately, I don't think I can go beyond what I've said there already, sir.
So what I'm taking from this, and I don't know how well you heard that, but like this would have been a very simple thing to get taken care of with Elon and the folks at Twitter right now, is to say, oh no, he's welcome to talk. Let him answer for that. I mean, and this is the kind of preparation thing that makes this very frustrating, because now he can assert attorney-client privilege and not worry about the consequences, but no one's forcing him to have to say anything. And that's a preparation aspect of this that's very frustrating. The only other thing I'd add to that quickly is this is James Comer's hearing, not Jim Jordan's, who he's on this committee, but he heads the judiciary. So if they get a shot like this again, and you needed a good one out the gate, but assuming they get a good shot again, maybe it'll be a little bit more preparation, but Jim could have prepared for that right here, and it just didn't happen.
So Jim, just let me ask you real quick. Are you saying that Mr. Baker had invoked attorney-client privilege when it comes to these statements here?
Yeah, the question was related specifically this way. You were censoring or shutting down certain things on there, and he was asking him aspects about why that happened, when it happened, for what reasons. And James Baker is saying, yeah, I can't tell you because it's under attorney-client privilege, and I have nothing written from Twitter that allows me to violate that. Well, the easy thing to do.
Well, more importantly, Jim, Baker has admitted that he manipulated data. He said, I don't remember the exact word he used, but he said, something that may not be in the public interest. So with the wording he used, he has admitted that he manipulated data before it was released to the journalists writing about Twitter files. And then he refused to answer any questions about this, asserting, legal counsel privilege. And that in itself says a lot. The fact that he is not willing to answer these questions, what materials he has actually manipulated and censored and made sure were not given to the journalists and maybe erased permanently from the Twitter record.
Well, and even worse, Kim, I'll tell you what really frustrates me is you make the call to Elon, he'd take it. He knows these hearings are coming up, and say, Elon, we're anticipating, because you should anticipate this, we're anticipating James Baker may assert attorney-client privilege. Can you give us a document that says, no, I release him, and then just hold the thing up right there in the hearing, and then let him go and try to say, well, Elon says I can now, but, I got to get permission from Jack Dorsey or whoever from the previous administration, and then you make him look like a fool, and that he's prevaricating even more. That didn't even happen. These are the things that make these hearings really impactful when you have this visual demonstration of people that are trying to hide information.
Yeah, it's a clown show. They need someone with prosecutorial experience who actually wants to get to the bottom of this and also knows everything that is in the Twitter files. I have a feeling from some of the questions there that not much attention has been paid to, what was actually released. I mean, they're literally just focusing on some tidbits that are all pretty much on the surface. Where are the hard-pressing questions about the involvement of, the FBI and the revolving door with Twitter and, the hard-pressing questions about how Twitter has been manipulated by Baker? Because Elon Musk fired him for a reason. Number one, he didn't disclose his involvement with the removing of some of that content, and when he was asked what the hell is going on, it turns out that he didn't even provide any answers because he knew he is now in a trap. He's trapped himself in a situation where legal action could be taken against him for destroying data that that didn't belong to him.
Well, and he even tried to characterize in another, and I'll pull it up and maybe bring it in a minute if we're still going, but tried to say, I didn't quite work with the FBI, which is bullcrap. And but he does admit working for DOJ for 20 years. But, this is what's really crazy about this. These people are lying in the face of Congress. And you've got congressmen here that are not showing the lie for what it is. We have seen in the past, particularly with Jim Jordan, who I consider a friend, and this is very frustrating. But Jim Jordan has been pretty good about that in the past, and I'm flabbergasted by the fact that, particularly with James Baker, like Yoel Roth's bad enough, but James Baker is a key player here. He is perfectly doing the intelligence officer aw shucks thing, sitting there at that table, and he should be made to answer questions that are demanded of him. And they're not doing this. And again, just have the paper. Well, I don't know what you're talking about because I got a paper right here from Elon Musk that says James Baker may say anything and and I'm directing him as our former attorney to answer things. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you need that they've just totally missed here, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, I agree with both you and Kim in that I think that Congress, I think on both sides, they're doing a poor job asking questions to kind of get to the bottom of things. And while you guys think that it's more nefarious towards the FBI, I think that they should be asking questions to make it so that we know the truth that might might make it so it doesn't look as bad for the FBI. So I think both sides are doing kind of a poor job here with questioning.
Yeah, so to Kim's point, before we go to name redacted real quick, I do want to hit on his point a little bit that the House Oversight Committee did have the option actually to bring in a prosecutor to ask these sort of questions. That may have been a good idea. Maybe this would have gone a little bit better. If you remember the Senate Judiciary Committee back when Brett Kavanaugh was being
Nick, can I ask
do
you mind if I ask
fine.
you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so my question is, I'm just curious, like, are they able to include the people in the hearing who are the people making the requests, like the FBI, and the White House, whoever was making these requests, or are they only able to have the Twitter people representatives?
Ostensibly, see, the Congress has constitutionally, and this has been well established through legal precedent for some decades now, that Congress has oversight authority over the administrative branch. So ostensibly, what they should be doing is issuing subpoenas to administrative officials to do the very thing you're talking about, Catherine. So yes, they do have authority to do that. Now, what you get is a tension with the administration if they're not willing to do it, to say, well, no, this is executive privilege, blah, blah, blah. And they'll put that up, and then you get this back and forth. But again, that's...
So do we know if they've done that? If they've attempted to do that and have been blocked?
We don't know they would have done that, but it is worth mentioning that there is sort of a precedent for that. They do that a lot. But I think it would have been very telling if they were to have come in and exercise executive privilege on this particular topic.
But that's the thing. We don't know that that's happened yet. So to answer your question directly, Catherine, no, we have no evidence that they've done that. There might be discussions happening behind the scenes that we haven't seen yet, but typically that would be in the public. So no, I don't even think they've done that yet. And which goes to the point of all that Kim is talking about. And I think Kim and I are in agreement on this. The frustrating thing is that even though there were a couple mild okay hits that clarified things today, that there really is not evidence of a well-constructed approach. And what I've been talking about is, they needed to do these hearings in multiple steps, and they needed to know where they were going. And this is why you want a prosecutor to help you with this. I have no idea who that would be with them. But you do one thing in this hearing, and you lay it out there, and you ask the tough questions, and you don't go all the way down the road. Then the next hearing, you start bringing up more things. This kind of process is what you do in a prosecutorial thing, and they're not doing that. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, so let's bring in name redacted here. I know you've been paying very close attention to this hearing. I just want your general overview of what you've heard so far, if it's been effective, if we've learned anything.
Thank you. So first off, Jim Jordan, I dropped it up top. They just sent a letter to the DOJ, looks like, to produce all the documents that have been released to the state in the Missouri v. Biden case, and that's very important. That's all the communications between the government and big tech that they have. So that just came out like 5 minutes ago. Secondly, on the hearings today, I didn't expect much because they're talking to, it's the Oversight Committee. It's not Jim Jordan's Weaponization Committee, and they're just talking to former employees at Twitter. So they're not really going to get much. They're going to get a lot of I don't recall and things like that. And especially with Jim Baker up there, he's going to do his executive privilege or, client privilege and just sort of dodge all these questions, which he's been doing most of the day. So the one revealing thing that I got so far from the hearing, which lines up with things I've done, is that Yoel Roth 2 times, again, has confirmed. A congressman asked him a question of, did you feel pressured by the FBI, this and that? And both times, Yoel Roth said that he wouldn't use the word pressure and that they did not feel pressured. And that exactly lines up and confirms with the things I've found, that Twitter, Facebook, and Google were working in partnership with the government and the law enforcement agencies. There was no pressure put on them. They were willing participants in this scandal. And it is a bigger scandal, and it's not just the FBI. And I wrote a long thread about it a couple days ago, and it goes all the way to the top of the ODNI and a subgroup within the ODNI that was collecting bulk intelligence, passing it along to CISA, and then CISA having these meetings with social media and the rest of the intel agencies and using that and outside groups, the Election Integrity Partnership, to censor what they deemed as misinformation and disinformation.
Hey, so Name Redacted, let me ask you this question real quick. You were talking about your experience, and for the audience members that don't know, what is this experience that you're referring to? What is your experience? What's your background?
Do you mean experience?
What's your
I
background?
don't want to discuss my personal life.
Okay. All right.
Hey, so
I'm pretty good at investigating and researching stuff. So I put my thread I just did. It's got all the receipts, videos from a guy named Bill Evanina. He was nominated by Trump and confirmed by the Senate. He's a director of an agency within the ODNI called National Cyber Intelligence Security Agency, NCSC. And he's literally on video bragging about how they would collect intelligence, pass it to CISA, and then they would go to social media to, quote, take stuff down. It's an in-depth thread. It's about 20 tweets, but it's got all of this guy on video, admitting to all this stuff. I sent it to you, Kim. I know you would find that interesting. Jim, you've read it, and Mario and Nick, I think. But it's a much bigger scandal than Twitter files. We're getting good information through Twitter files as far as the actual emails between the FBI and Twitter for the actual accounts and what they wanted censored. But if you take a step back and look at who was in charge of this, it's the very top of the intelligence community that was bulk collecting intel, funneling it to CISA and the DHS, and then it would get farmed to social media again.
Okay, Jim, you were trying to jump in?
Yeah, and the one thing that always to keep in mind, and I have read Name Redacted's thread. Everyone does need to look at it. The one thing that Kyle Benz brings up, which I think is an appropriate point, is that you always have to look at the government nexus. What is government actually doing? Now, I do believe that Name Redacted's thread there, again, which everyone should read, does a decent job of showing that nexus, although there's more.
Jim, I think your mic is going out. I don't know if it's me or if it's you.
I don't know.
I can hear
I
him.
had a. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So anyway, so we always want to be able to work towards that. I want to play one more clip though, because I think this was the opportunity that Jim Jordan would have had to hold up the paper like I described earlier. And I want you to see specifically what he was asking Jim Baker for. Here's this clip just real quick, just about a minute long.
Thank you very much.
Hold on just a moment. Here you go.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
Again, going on what your written testimony. So you did suppress documents at Twitter regarding information that was important to the public dialogue. That's a yes or no.
Hold on.
I'm going to answer the question with the following sentence, which is right after that. At all times, I sought to help my client understand and comply with his legal obligations.
Okay. Gentlemen's time's expired.
Yeah. So here's the deal, guys. I mean, he's being evasive. He's working hard to not answer for the reason that he was fired by Elon Musk, which is that he was trying to suppress documents that would reveal more damning information. But I think Kim, I'm curious Kim's thoughts on that too, but I think we already know, and we've seen in the Twitter files, and no one's going back to the Twitter files, even though this is the Twitter files hearing. We know from the Twitter files that there was government interaction, and we're allowing these guys in this hearing to get by with not having to answer that question, which I think we all know right now is very clear with everything that's been dumped out there.
Jim, I think they're going to get more through discovery of the actual communications and documents, because Jim Baker's not going to go up there and say a word,
One would hope.
Yeah, so what would you expect to see through discovery? I mean, I guess we're talking about going through emails. We're going through. I mean, obviously, a lot of journalists are doing that right now. But what else would we expect to see? Because isn't that the whole purpose of the access that Elon Musk is giving these journalists?
Guys, let me just reveal something to you that very few people know. How did Baker even get to Twitter? Baker was a recommendation by Alex Spiro, who is Elon Musk's lawyer from Quinn Emanuel. And Alex Spiro was sitting on the board of Hunter Biden's company. So he has a relationship with Hunter Biden. There's a clear conflict of interest, and he recommended Baker to this position of legal counsel at Twitter. To see the connection there, that there is a clear bias, for the Biden family when you appoint someone like this through a recommendation from someone who has literally been a friend of Biden, a business partner of Biden, and even his lawyer, I believe, in the past. It tells you a lot about the biases and the mindset of the people that were working there. And of course, Baker has done everything he can to undermine Twitter files and to make sure that some of the important documents that we may never know what they were do not make it into the public domain. And he's done that sacrificing his job at Twitter, fully knowing that when this comes out, he's done there because he knows he can always go back to any organization that Biden rules over with his current administration. For having done the sacrifice, he will be greatly rewarded. So just watch where Baker will be in a year from now.
Just want to respond to Kim. So Kim, you say that Baker has done everything he can in his power to sort of undermine and the Twitter files and so on, because he knows that he'll be rewarded. I mean, it's true that he may be safe, but what is the specific things that you say that, and what is the evidence for it that he has done to undermine it beyond, the potential conflict of interest?
Yeah, he's just admitted it in the hearing. So the question was put to him, what information he manipulated or erased that he thought was not in the public interest. And he replied by saying he did what he had to do to protect his client without providing any kind of background. And then pushed on these questions, he says he's asserting his legal privilege with his client. So, by answering the questions in that way, he's clearly admitted that deletions did take place, but he doesn't want to reveal what they were and why.
So my understanding is that he's the attorney. He was the attorney for Twitter, so he has to make sure that information doesn't get out that could come back and have somebody sue Twitter over. So that there could be private information that somebody could sue them over. So I mean, just removing information that's available for the Twitter files wouldn't necessarily be some nefarious reason where he's trying to cover something up.
Yeah, if you were right, Elon Musk wouldn't have fired him for what he did.
Well, no,
so I guess it's pretty clear.
So I mean, every move Elon does isn't because he's right. I mean that's just your opinion.
Also, Elon might not trust him, right? Which is fair.
Right.
And he might remove him just for that very reason, which is fine. But it doesn't mean that he specifically found wrongdoings. But I do agree that the way that he answered the question does make it a little bit suspicious, but it doesn't provide conclusive evidence, though, how would we get it? I do not know that we can at this point.
Hey, Mario and Nick, sorry to jump in, but I have to hop. Sure. You guys have any more questions for me before I go?
No, I'll ask the audience if they have any more. We'll get more questions from the audience, man, and we'll let you know if we do have any.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, so what we're going to try to do, I just want to let everybody know, we're probably going to have at some point a follow-up space to this, because we're going to try to have on actual congressional members of this committee of the House Oversight Committee that have been asking questions today. So hopefully we'll be able to have them on today or I'm sorry, tomorrow or Friday. And then I think that'll be a really great discussion. But Grant,
or we could do it when there's a next Twitter files drop. Would be good to get him then, because there's just not much to discuss, to be honest. This is, as I said, I was going through the clips now while you were moderating the room, and I just can't find anything else interesting. So, sorry, Kim, there's more disappointing crap. Go ahead, Nick. I'll go back through the clips.
Figure it out.
To be honest, I'm even more sorry for Elon. Because he's put a lot on the line. He's now a target of the Biden administration. You can be sure that this guy will face consequences for having exposed the truth about the censorship at Twitter. And of course, by extension, in other big tech companies that have all done the same thing. I'm sorry for him, because this hearing today could have been his cover, his protection, someone having his back for the risk that he's taken. And unfortunately, he will walk away after watching this and saying, holy shit, what a clusterfuck. This has achieved absolutely nothing. And I've put my ass on the line for what?
Is there a liability for Elon, even though obviously he wasn't involved in any of this, but as the new owner, does he take on any of the liability? I wonder if we have any insight into this.
That's a great question. I don't know.
That was discussed in previous spaces. Twitter's Twitter. You mean Elon on a personal level, or you mean Elon?
No,
Elon's
Elon is the owner of Twitter. Yeah, is the new owner.
Yeah, not him on a personal level, but yeah, Twitter itself could face legal action, which obviously is not what Elon wants. But I'm sure he's had attorneys look at that before publishing.
Here's an important observation about what's happening here and how these releases may still end up helping Elon in a substantial way. By showing this kind of collusion with a political party and with politicized law enforcement to censor Twitter users, he can actually make a case that the previous management of Twitter, including the board, have not really done their duty to do what's best for the company and have undermined the value of Twitter with these censorship acts like shadow banning, which they lied about under oath in a Senate hearing.
They're still happening.
So Elon may still turn this into a victory for him, because he's paid billions for this company, and he can make a legal argument that what was sold to him was actually a poisoned acid because of all of this unlawful conduct and unconstitutional conduct. If I were Elon, I would go to wherever that money went that he paid for the company, and I would say you need a serious haircut and pay me back at least half or more of my money, because you did not disclose this behavior to me, and it was deeply damaging for Twitter.
Yeah, so it is worth mentioning real quick that there are still lawsuits that are ongoing and have not been stopped by the courts over this very issue. Laura Loomer, who we had on the other day, that she ran for U.S. Congress last year, and she's accusing Twitter of censoring her. So she filed a federal lawsuit on that. And Elon is still very much wrapped up in this. And he has actually released a very short statement on this issue. But it does seem like there might be some liability there and that he's going to have to fight. Grant, I want to bring you in and ask you, do you agree with Kim? Is this a clusterfuck? Have you learned anything today?
I was going to ask him how he sees this as a cluster F for Elon. Kim, is that just because there's not enough clarification about what Baker's saying?
I believe Kim was referring to the congressional hearing as a clusterfuck.
It's just a completely ineffective hearing. You can already see this is going nowhere. The work that was done by this committee is appalling. They've not even done proper research. The reading that I have done of Twitter files would have led me to much more piercing questions. For example, Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey, in a previous hearing under oath, said that he knows nothing about shadow banning and that shadow banning is not something that occurs at Twitter. And right behind him was sitting his chief legal counsel, who's also a witness in this hearing today. And they both had full knowledge, which is what we know from Twitter files, that shadow banning was occurring, and they lied under oath. Why is no one? My opening question in this hearing would have been, you lied under oath before, making these false statements. Why should we believe anything you say here? And I would have put them on the spot for having lied in the past about shadow banning. So because none of this is happening, it's such a wasted opportunity. And if I was Elon, I would be extremely frustrated at the end of this hearing today because it has achieved absolutely nothing.
So I think a lot of us here are very much, we pay a lot of attention to these things. We pay a lot of attention to tech, to social media. These individuals, I don't think do. And so for them, they're sort of on this learning curve. And I think maybe part of the problem is how they structure, these committees in the first place. And, perhaps that's what they should be really rethinking that and having people on these committees who specifically specialize in tech, in social media, and big tech, whatever you want to call it, who have been following these stories, tracking these stories, so they really understand. Instead, I think that they have briefs, they have maybe interns helping them prepare these, assist them, and so then they go through them. So they don't have the thorough understanding of somebody who's been even following the story very closely from the beginning. And so, so that's the kinds of questions that they ask from these like little briefs. And in general, I think that is a problem that plagues the government in general, because these politicians are dedicating a lot of time to a lot of different issues, and their time is split, their attention is split, and they don't have the expertise and the knowledge. And tech is a huge, huge thing, right? Beyond social media, we have AI, we have all sorts of machine learning, we have all sorts of developments that are happening. They're completely transforming how the world operates, and the government lacks real, genuine expertise. And I imagine not a lot of people who work in the field even want to go into politics and consult them on this stuff. So the people who do end up even consulting them aren't usually, the brightest or have some sort of an agenda, and that's why they get into it or that know someone. So I think there's a whole structural problem, and I think that's probably what's reflected in, Kim, some of the frustrations that you're seeing in the committee and how that's being handled.
Yeah, let me just respond to that real quick, if I may. So one thing that becomes apparent from this hearing today is that the people who are asking the question there are demonstrating their inaptitude. But they have the tools and the power to bring people in that have the expertise. And the fact that they are not doing this, that they are sitting there having no clue about what they're talking about, and not bringing in people that have the expertise, including a prosecutor. They could have hired a prosecutor to come in and work with them to formulate these questions, and they haven't done that. Now, is that hubris because they think they can handle it, they think they're smart enough, or is it because they don't really want to dig deeper into the matter? Because at the end of the day, like I said before, both political parties enjoy censorship when it helps them.
I agree with what you just said, Kim, and I think something that Andrew Yang said in the space yesterday, he quoted a senator that he had a conversation with, and he said that, she said that essentially they don't want to solve the problem because the problem allows them to raise money and get political influence, kind of rile people up. And so I think that's part of what we're witnessing. I think it's much more convenient to sort of have something that you kind of rile people up up and look, we're tackling big tech. And somebody mentioned earlier in the space that there's this attempt to maybe get sound bites, that really hold people's feet to the fire, get accountable, and actually get answers to questions that might serve them in legal proceedings, which I think is far more valuable, because really, if you want to change the fundamentals of how things are working if you want to change the structure, that's what you want to focus on. It's not really about, making a show of it. And to me, a lot of these hearings or almost all of these hearings, as far as I've witnessed in general, have been about making a show and not about making changes.
Right. So that's a question that I wanted to hit on, Catherine. So I'm glad you answered that. Jim, if you're there, I know you're pulling clips and stuff in the background, but I would like to ask you, based on your experience on Capitol Hill, does this seem like something that makes a lot more sense when it comes to them asking rhetorical questions rather than intelligent questions where they're actually looking for answers? Is it just merely political?
Well, there's a political aspect to these hearings. I mean, it always works out that way. You have to be right on the politics. You have to get the politics right. You need to get the politics out there. But you also need to be substantive about what you're getting. In other words, your political points don't work unless you've got solid information to back up the point that you're trying to make. And this is where it can be very frustrating quite often when you're looking at a hearing like this. I've got a clip that I was just finishing while you brought me up that I'll play here in a minute. But, well, I mean, I probably can play right now. But Lauren Boebert, I mean, there's a little bit of political grandstand in what she just said here. And by the way, I texted her, and she's in the hearing, as I figured out, and can't get on. I don't know if I'll still be able to draw her in. But at least this particular quote, this is maybe one of the better things that I've heard. It's a good combination of some specifics and then some of the political. And if you don't mind, I want to play it.
Jim, Jim, I was literally about to play it, and I just heard you speak. I was listening to the clips the team sent me. Before you do that, Jim, Brian, are you there? Because I want Brian to hear this, and I want his thoughts on it. Brian, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Perfect. All right, listen to this spot. I hope you have the same clip as me, Jim. Play yours, and if it's different, I'll play mine as well. And I've got two clips from Lauren. So I'll play.
I've got one.
You play yours.
Yeah, I'll play mine.
Yeah, play yours. How long is yours?
It's like a minute and a half.
Okay, so no. I've got it split into two. Do you mind? I'm going to play it from my end because I've got it split into two. The team split it into two. And I want to get Brian's thoughts on the first clip. Listen to this, Brian, and then I'll go to Jim. If Jim, let me know if you have the same one.
Now, Mr. Roth, did the FBI ever ask you to share information like users' communication data without going through proper legal channels?
No, they did not, and I would have refused if they had.
That's correct. I see that you denied Agent Chan's request for access to Twitter's data feed. What's sick isn't that you would deny it. It's that the FBI would even ask you for the private data of American citizens without going through legal channels of the law.
So that's the first. How's the audio, Brian? Was it good?
Yeah, I could hear it. I actually agree with her. I think that I think there's a line that can be crossed, and asking for private data without a subpoena. I think that's definitely something they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it goes right back to what I talk about quite a bit related to this, which is they have no business at all getting involved in that unless they have a subpoena. They can only do it with subpoena power when there's an actual criminal or even sometimes civil, but usually criminal investigation where a judge is given authority to look for that information. Otherwise, they're entirely beyond their scope of power. I mean, this is one of the big problems that we have in this whole discussion is that people are poo-pooing. They're kind of pushing off to the side this interactive stuff with the FBI and the social media companies. They are allowed no interaction of any sort unless it has been authorized by a court. That's why we have a legal system, is to protect the rights of individuals.
But that's not real. I mean, the law doesn't say that the FBI can't.
Yes, it does. Have you ever read the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment? Absolutely.
No, there is nothing. There is no law saying the FBI can't contact a private citizen.
That's not true, Brian. The
So if
Fourth
the FBI called you,
The Fourth Amendment is very clear that your personal information, however
yes,
gathered
no,
or collated or
I
anything,
agree. I
is
agree.
not subject to any government official unless by warrant.
I agree with that. What I'm saying is that there is no law preventing the FBI from talking to a private entity, suggesting things to private
No, that's
entities.
not true, Brian. When
It
it
is
comes
true.
to this matter that we were
Jim,
just listening,
there is no law there.
there is. It's
There's
called the
Let me read
Bill of
that.
Rights.
Let me read
Brian,
out.
are you a
Let me
lawyer?
play.
Do you have a legal
No,
background?
but I've been
Okay.
through a lot, and I had the FBI contact me on several occasions to get information or request information without a subpoena. And sometimes I turned information over, sometimes I didn't. My lawyers were involved every step of the way.
Yeah, that's true if you were the subject or one of the potential informants of an investigation. But the thing
No,
is,
that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. So the example is that an entity was advertising on one of my websites, and this entity was basically scamming people. And they asked me the timing of when this person was posting, and they asked me if I knew who this person was, and I didn't have to turn that information over. It was up to me. Now, if I said no, then they could go and get a subpoena and request it if a judge would sign off on it. But there's
Brian,
nothing
clearly
illegal about it.
you were part of an investigation by being the host of
This
the
was not a part
site.
of the investigation. This was not a
Well,
part of the
you just
investigation
said
into
that
me.
someone posted a scam on your site, and therefore, when the FBI
It
is
would be like if
investigating,
somebody tweeted a link to a scam in some way, and or the FBI went to Twitter and said, hey, can you check to see if there's other accounts posting different information? Twitter doesn't have to turn that information over. They could go back and get a subpoena and force them to, but Twitter doesn't have to do it without a subpoena. Now they can, though, if they choose, and there's nothing illegal with the FBI asking questions. I mean, the FBI asks private citizens questions all the time, whether it's an investigation into them or somebody that they're
not all
associated
the
with.
time, if you are subject or a potential witness
No,
in an
yeah,
investigation,
witness,
they
yes,
can ask you questions, right?
exactly,
But
I
they
agree.
can't do it
Right.
all the time with any citizen. That's just completely wrong. What you're saying.
and more importantly,
What was wrong with what I said?
more important.
Kim, what was wrong with what I said?
So just quickly, Jim,
Hang on,
I'm just going to play let me play the second clip quickly, and then I'll let you guys continue the back and forth. So let me play. It's also Lauren. I'll go ahead now.
Mr. Roth, while at Twitter, how many meetings did you have with the FBI?
I couldn't say for sure, but I would
More than
say
10?
That's a
More
reasonable
than 20?
estimate. I couldn't say for sure.
More than 50?
That seems a bit high.
Many meetings with the FBI. Well, we know how many FBI agents worked at Twitter while you were there?
I don't believe any active FBI agents.
Former FBI agents. How many worked there while you were there?
I'm aware of perhaps 2.
Well, we know of at least 9 because they started the BU group chat. BU for Bureau.
She's putting him on the spot. Lauren's trying to put him on the spot.
I got another one when we get to it, Mark.
Yeah, play yours. Play yours now, Jim. Go ahead, Grant.
Does she ever pin them down to why 9 FBI agents are working at Twitter?
Name redacted was on stage, and that's not. He has a thread. I'll send it. I'll try to find it and send it through to you. I think it's pinned on his profile. It's not surprising at all. Google has more. Facebook has more, and it seems to be relatively common among the social media platforms.
But did she follow up with why? I mean, this is, I think, what Kim is saying. Like, these are obvious questions to say, why do you have 9 FBI people working at Twitter? Because I don't think the public is aware of that.
She takes a slightly different path, Grant. Maybe let me play this, Mario, because this will be helpful, and then we.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
We're seeing censorship all over. Mr. Roth, Miss Gaddy, did either of you approve the shadow banning of my account at Lauren Boebert? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
Not to the best of my recollection. Well, let me refresh your memory, because on March 12th, 2021, and Mr. Roth, I know you looked at it because Fascist Twitter 1.0 had a public interest exceptions policy, which means for members of Congress to be shadow banned, it had to go before you, Mr. Roth. So I'll ask again, did you shadow ban my account? Yes or no?
Again, not to the best of my recollection.
So the answer is, Mr. Roth, yes, you did. I found out last night from Twitter staff that you suppressed my account for this tweet. It's a freaking joke about Hillary Clinton being angry that she couldn't rig her election. It's a joke. But in response, being the sinister overlords that you all are, you placed a 90-day account filter so I could not be found. And now we see here that Twitter staff said the visibility filter on my account excluded me from top searches, prevented notifications for non-followers, and election interference. Yeah, I would say that was taking place because of you four sitting here. The Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed. A sitting member of Congress was suppressed. A sitting president was banned from Twitter. You know, I bet.
Okay, so there's more to it.
Yeah, but that's I don't know. Like, do you? I just think it sounds entertaining.
I'm trying.
There's no value.
Let me give you the synopsis. So anyway, so this what's important about this, and listen, guys, I understand that we still are in this place that I think Kim has been rightly pointing out of bravado and lack of complete depth. But when you take into account, and I don't think Lauren Boebert would call herself a lawyer and the expert in these areas, and that is, that's kind of fair with some members of Congress. You can't expect all of them, but they should be in the committee that they're on. But anyway, this is the most cogent and directed argument on anything, and it's not substantive enough, but this is more substance than we're getting in the whole thing. That's why I wanted to play this clip of hers, because they are lying right in front of the committee. Well, I don't recall. I mean, it's not technically lying, I guess. I don't recall. I'm not sure. And then she's bringing in the evidence to show, well, no, it is the fact. And yes, I called Twitter last night. This is the kind of stuff we're needing a whole lot more of in more depth than she was going through.
Yeah, and a member of Congress gets pissed when it's happening to her. And, okay, good on her. She's paying attention now. But ordinary American citizens have been saying the same thing now for the better part of 3 years, and Congress hasn't taken the least bit of notice, or even individual members of Congress have not taken the least bit of notice until they discovered, through the actions, by the way, of private citizens. All this has been revealed through the actions of private citizens, spending their own money, spending their own resources, whether it's Elon Musk with big bucks or, the plaintiffs in my federal case with our, scrapping together funds from a nonprofit taking small donations. None of this happened because Congress paid any attention. And, when private citizens are jumping up and down and screaming, there's a vast censorship regime, and nobody pays attention until it impacts them, I think we're in bad shape politically.
So I just wanted you to comment on the 9 former FBI agents who work for Twitter. I think that like this is normal. There's 35,000 current FBI agents. When people leave the FBI for a better job, they're going to turn to likely tech companies that need some sort of cybersecurity help, some type of security help, and to have 9 on a corporate bench where they have 4,000
I'll give you,
employees.
Brian, listen to this. I've sent to Grant as well. I sent you the thread, Brian. Let me give you these numbers and I'll let you continue. Google has 27 CIA, ex-CIA, 52 ex-FBI, 30 ex-NSA, 50 ex-DHS, and 6 from Odney. So, Mike, is yours, but just to give you an idea.
I think the point for me is that the everyday person in America does not know this and would not like that.
Yeah,
regardless if it's business as usual for big tech companies to have this, normal everyday people would not like that.
I don't disagree. I think that ordinary people are like, why does Twitter have 9 former FBI agents? But I mean, when people leave the FBI, should they just not be able to get jobs elsewhere? I mean, it's just a free market. They're going to go to companies that need people who have expertise in certain fields, and that's what happens. And like I see where you're coming from, Grant, for sure.
Brian, the problem is that these people who are infiltrating big tech and the media never leave the FBI. They never leave the intelligence community
Well,
or the
some maybe don't. I
no,
mean, to just say that like
they
every
are
FBI
in
agent
this.
that
They're
leaves the
in the deep
FBI is
state game for life, Brian. So when you put these people in positions of power where they can censor and do unconstitutional stuff, they will do it because their allegiance is with the deep state and not with the public.
yeah, but
I don't think
you
that's a
have a lot of
fair.
assumptions. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a fair statement because the whole idea that their allegiance is with the deep state and not with the public. I mean, there's a lot of FBI agents and CIA agents who have joined specifically because their allegiance is actually to the people. Now, you may think that the organization is poorly ran and it has corruption, and that's all fair and valid to state or think, or, maybe there's truth to that. But it doesn't mean that the individuals don't want to do the right thing or might not. Maybe even working in these organizations, they've changed their minds about it. So the idea that they're always going to be connected and always have that allegiance, I don't think that's a fair assumption. And I think we should still treat
Well,
people as
let me
individuals.
I think that there's just a second. I want to respond to this. I think there's a very simple fact that supports my argument, and that is the Twitter files themselves. Just look at what these people did once they got into the organization, how they tweaked it, and how they made sure that the political narrative that is important to them gets supported, and the one that they don't like gets censored. And you just need just a second. You just need to look at the current mainstream media landscape and look at all the deep state commentators that are getting primetime spots in mainstream shows talking about the Pentagon narrative, repeating the talking points that are pro-war, pro-vaccines. These people are not doing a service to the American people. They're doing a service to the deep state and its goals and the goals of the stakeholders that are backing these types of wars and vaccines and everything that's happening. So when you look at big tech employing all of these deep state people, and you look at how many of these people they have employed 10 years ago, when Google still had the slogan, "Don't be evil," they would never have hired dozens of FBI, CIA operatives. This is a new thing. And the reason why this is happening is because the intelligence community realizes in order to solidify their power, they need to sit in the driver's seat at big tech. They need to sit in the driver's seat at big media. And also they need to make sure that they bring their own people into politics that are running for Congress, that are running for the Senate, and now for president. I mean, what a joke that Mike Pompeo is running for president. Or what's this Warhawk guy with the funny beard who's now running for president? The idiot who's caused multiple wars, for the United States with his John Bolton. I mean, people like this are now running for president. That's fucking insane.
And by the way, I've got proof. Hold on, Catherine. I've got proof. Hold on, Nick. Nick, hold on a second. I've got proof of the point that we're making about these people being embeds. It's on Name Redacted's thread that is at the top of his Twitter profile, and it's number 17. And this Eviana guy spoke.
No, I've got it, Jim. I've got it as well.
I got it.
Can I? Yeah, but give context. So I was going back and forth with Name Redacted about this. But no, okay, I'll let you do that. And then before you play it, I want to just add one more point. So go ahead. I've got it. I was going to jump in as well. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mario.
So I was just talking to Name Redacted about exactly what Jim was referring to, just back and forth. So you've got the clip, Jim, because I want to play the clip once I'm done. So maybe I'll go through it briefly, and then you'll play the clip. But essentially, what the clip says is I'll read out the description is Evanina spoke alongside FBI agent Charles McGonigal. So he says one quote there. Once we get them in, so he's talking about, I think he's from the CIA or FBI. He's talking about the CIA, NSA, and FBI in this case. And he's saying once they get people in, we own them for life. Now, the reason I jumped in, Jim, is I was going back with name redacted. And there's two ways to interpret this. Either they own them for life. That means even once they leave the agency, they've still got allegiance to the agency itself. In this case, let's talk about the FBI. And Kyle Serafin was here earlier. I don't know if he's in the audience, but I'll try to bring him up. I'll get the team to try to bring him back because I want him to give us more, try to give us a bit more context regarding this. But then I told name redacted, what if they mean, people come in and just don't leave the organization, they just don't leave the FBI because they love working there. So that's where you guys got to interpret it as you wish. But Jim, I'll let you play the clip.
Here's the context that I was going to give on that because it's really important to understand. So there are three ways of actually interpreting this. So there is they are still employed by the agency and they've just embedded themselves into the company. That's one way. There are those who are actually working for the company, but
which is probably illegal, by the way.
Yeah, and then there could be those who are still, are doing are willing to report back, even though they are actually employed by the organization. And then there are those who don't have any necessary desire or impetus to report back to the agency, but would because they're part of it. Now, I think he's mostly talking about the latter group. And also, by the way, I'm going to play the clip, but the way he references it could fairly mean that someone who's really altruistically concerned about foreign influence, that they own those people too. So there are some ways to interpret it, but I think it's very relevant to the whole discussion we have. And here's the clip.
So that being said, in the community, it's very similar, whether you're CIA, NSA, NGA, it doesn't make a difference. What we have in the community, in the FBI, probably more than anybody, once we get them in, we own them for life. Because the mission is so strong, no one ever leaves. The hard part, though, is getting them in.
So now that last statement is very critical here, and I know Kim will key in on that as well, too. So it sounds altruistic right there. And again, it may be for some people, but don't forget that last statement points to intent. There is an intent in these intelligence agencies to get people bought in so that wherever else they go, hopefully they can send them to key places, but they'll always be able to draw them back to themselves if need be.
This is making it sound so incredibly sinister, where I think, first of all, this is one person commenting on it, not the entire organization. So that's number one.
You just have to look at the history of spy agents.
This
is what they do. They implement spies in organizations that, number one, they want to gather intelligence on, and number two, that they want to manipulate for their own goals. This is not some new concept, Catherine. This is a very old
What do you mean by
story.
manipulate for their own goals? I mean, I know a lot of people who work in these intelligence agencies. They're just, most of them, it's a very bureaucratic system.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? How do you know these people?
Could I give
friends? Yeah.
Could I give a? Okay, I'm sorry, don't mean to cut you off. You want to go?
It's
Catherine?
okay, Brian. You can go. Yeah.
So I have a personal example.
Brian, I want to give Catherine the ability to finish if she wants to, or else you can yield to
Yeah,
Brian.
please go ahead and tell us about your context to intelligence to the intelligence community. I find that interesting.
Okay, I mean, just for transparency's sake, I'll answer your question, Kim. I mean, in my case, I was always interested in that world. I did have some interest in that. But I also, the people that I know because I used to write a lot about espionage, but more from a cultural perspective, because, I liked shows that were in culture. So I got to know a lot of people worked at the CIA, mostly former CIA agents and some FBI, because I covered that, but more from like a film TV perspective. So I get commentary. So I became friends with some of them. So that's my connection, really.
If you are a subject matter expert on spies,
I'm not saying I'm a huge subject matter expert, but
but I mean, you know people, you work on stories about them, you are involved in their world. That any of what I'm saying is a surprise to you is a surprise to me when you say you have this knowledge, because anyone with knowledge about the intelligence community knows that everything I've just said is accurate.
Well, I think that it's being painted in a very broad kind of brush, because the idea, like, a lot of these people came in because they really wanted to serve their country. They don't have this kind of sense of like being embedded in the deep state. They care about security. That was a big motivation. Some of them did it because, and this is the same, I know Marines and other people that I worked with, and, a lot of it, sometimes it was just fun, it was a challenge, and that's why they got into it. Some of it is patriotism. So it wasn't, so when that recording that Jim played, they're talking about getting them in and the buy-in. I think the buy-in that they're talking about is really like to defend the country. I mean, my interest in it was, I was really interested in counterterrorism. I was interested in protecting people. So I don't think that's like outright a horrible thing. Now, they all have different ideologies and points of view. So some of the people, some of my friendships have slightly drifted because of ideological reasons, because they're extremely, have much more liberal views than me. Others are a little more open-minded, right? So there is a variety of points of view. So when they go work at these companies, they might still subscribe to the ideology of wanting to protect a country, but they have different perspectives on how they might want to do that and what is appropriate. Yeah.
Do you
Can I
know
ask you a
any of
simple
them working at
question,
these companies?
Catherine?
Sorry, Grant, I didn't hear your question.
Do you know any of these people working at the companies?
At Twitter and those kinds of companies?
Any of the above, yeah.
No, I do not know those people.
So I think that all
just
the
really
following
quick,
can be
I
true.
would like to ask you a question, Catherine. For the sake of argument, let's assume that I'm right and the CIA, NSA, FBI goes through their pool of agents and suggests to them to get a job at big tech, at the media, and to be part of those organizations so that we get more intelligence, and at the same time we can target individuals and maybe even become a decision maker in these companies to change their direction the way we want. Let's just assume for a moment that that's what spy agencies do, and there's a great history of that, documenting that. Doesn't that mean, if that is the case, that any big tech company should think twice about hiring anyone from the intelligence community? Because you cannot really know, is this person here because they just want to be legal counsel, they want to have a change of color in their life and they want to have a different career, or are they actually here to infiltrate us, to bring more of their own people in, to implement Trojanized software into our code to give backdoor access to their agencies? Isn't that a big problem for big tech that these things are occurring? How can you trust anyone from the intelligence community applying for a job?
So that's a valid question. This is how I would answer that question. So one, you're correct that there has been a history, right? I think people would bring up something like Project Mockingbird. So for me to deny that could never happen, I think would be incorrect. So I'm not going to deny that would never happen. I would hope that that's not happening often. I would think that that's illegal, and that most people would, like, if I was working in intelligence right now, I would say no to that, because I think that's a huge breach. And I would hope more people would do that. But some might say, yes, that's fine, we'll go along with it. So yes, there is a risk. But also, again, I kind of go back to looking at people as individuals. It's like, if you have somebody who has a prison record, do we never hire that person again because they have a prison record? Because maybe they did commit a crime. I have a friend who's committed crimes and prison time. Like, does that mean I will never ever trust that person again? So yes, there's a risk, and maybe you watch that person more carefully, and maybe, you look at the track record of the individual, their integrity, what their beliefs are when you hire them. So you hire very carefully if you care about that sort sort of things. And I think also to some of the things you said earlier, I think when we're seeing those talking heads, I think what's happening is that the values of the people they're bringing on aligns, and we have a system that's much more liberal, right? The media outlets are more liberal. These tech companies tend to lean more liberal. So you're getting people in these agencies that gravitate toward these companies and get hired by them who share similar values. So I don't even think that that's so much of an intentional thing as much as it is it just kind of happens that way. Because you also see, like, if you bring somebody up on a conservative show and somebody was in the military, their values are also going to generally align. So that's, I think, much more likely, but not to completely dismiss what you say, Kim, about the potential risk, because that has happened historically. So that means, can it happen again? Yes, it can. Is it happening now? I don't know, because I try to speak from evidence.
Well, I can tell you I do know, because I do read Twitter files. I do read WikiLeaks files. I do read Snowden files. I do understand how the deep state works. And they use these companies to further their agenda. And that has been the history of the intelligence community, and it has intensified in the last decade. And there's a real struggle here for power. And the only way that the deep state can justify its growth, its increasing power, and its increasing budgets is by causing crisis. And in order to cause crisis, you have to prevent the truth about what's happening in the war in Ukraine. You have to prevent the truth about, where the pandemic originated, or, how risky these vaccines are. And that is what the deep state does proactively in the media and big tech, because this is what they need to do for their own survival.
So I
Tim, can I
think
answer?
that, so what I want to say is, I think that all of the following is true. Are there FBI agents who abuse their past experiences or their past at the FBI with a corporation and abuse what they know and act in ways that they shouldn't? Absolutely. Are there FBI agents who leave the FBI, go to work for a corporation, and cut ties with the FBI and don't operate at those companies in any way that is going to harm people, or in ways that they shouldn't be operating at those companies? That's true as well. Also, what's true, like Catherine said, there are so many FBI agents who leave the FBI because they don't like what's happening at the FBI and go the opposite direction. They leave to help the people that could be victims of abuse. And I know people like that. I had attorneys who left the FBI. They were counterintelligence experts at the FBI, and now they're attorneys that are representing people who might find themselves on the other end of an FBI investigation. So I think that all those statements are true. I think painting it with a broad brush and saying that I know all FBI agents who leave the FBI and go to Twitter or Facebook or any other company are doing so in a way that is negative towards the populace or towards the people using those companies' services. I think that's irresponsible.
I do.
Can I?
I don't know.
Can't hear anybody. Mario?
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Yeah, I was just saying, before you jump in, Joe, I was just speaking to myself. I was muted. I was just saying, Jim confirmed to me that the hearing has just adjourned. So we're done for the day. Yeah, Jim?
Sorry, I'm listening to a clip here that I was going to try to give again.
No, not for the space, but the hearing is done, I think.
Yeah, it is. They have adjourned. It is done.
Yeah, cool. That's what I thought. Beautiful. All right, so the hearing's done. We're going to continue reviewing it. We're going to get some clips as well for you. We've got another 45 minutes before we end this space and we start the Andrew Tate space after the BBC documentary, which we've been preparing for a couple of weeks. But Joe, before I give you the mic, I just want to also update the audience. Name Redacted's back on stage. We're discussing his threads. And we're getting some ex-FBI agents back on stage, trying to get Kyle back on. And a few others I just DM'd. So hopefully we'll get them on and they can answer Kim's question from experience. Kim and Grant's question. Joe, I jump in and we'll go to Name Redacted.
Yeah, this is more question for Kim or anyone that's on the panel. So what do we do about misinformation, like a foreign nation's attempt to misinform a public? And Kim, I know you're a big fan of documentaries. Maybe you saw Century of the Self, which it chronicles Edward Bernays, who I'm a super huge student of, and how he manipulated governments and things of that nature, and then later went into marketing. But this happens. Like, I know the collusion wasn't proven, but the fact that Russia interfered, that was proven. So how do you stop something like that if you say no FBI agents? Because I lean more towards Brian's side, where regardless if it's public workers or private, people abuse power regardless of who they work for, right? You can't stop that. So what do you do to stop foreign nations interfering with misinformation?
Well, I mean, it's the oldest game in the world, right? I mean, spies have been around since the times of kings, and their roles were always to, further the ambitions of their rulers, right? And it's no different today. I mean, spies are out there, working in the dark, in the background to assist the people in power that they serve, with their goals. So that's just a reality that we live in. The only problem is that in this new sophisticated digital age, any kind of privacy is now completely undermined. Spy agencies commit mass surveillance against the global population. There is a data center in Utah that receives the equivalent amount of data of several petabytes of recordings, of emails, of personal files of people that are using the internet. This is a deep state operation to spy on everyone, and they have been doing this for over a decade. And the problem that you have with these spy tools now is that they, once you become a person of interest, they have everything about you, every location data that wherever you've been, all financial transactions you've made, your medical history, your bank accounts. Anything that has a digital fingerprint about you is under their control, and they now have the tools, including with AI, to make sense of that data very quickly. So Palantir, for example, is a software company that creates software for spy agencies to make sense of this vast ocean of data. And with a finger click, with a mouse click, an analyst as a spy agency basically knows everything about you instantly. And this can then be used against you. So let's say you are in a position where, you apply for a job at a certain organization, and they want to turn you into somebody who can spy for them. They now have all this data, including everything that is compromising against you. Anyone has done something in their past that they are not happy with, or that they're not proud of, or that could come to haunt them. And this information is now available to the deep state. So they can use this to manipulate people, to work with them, to spy for them, to become part of their organization, or they are using this, this power to literally just manipulate people like judges in the judiciary to make decisions that are in favor of the government. So once
So
you
Kim,
have,
are you saying that they are attempting to circumvent the Fourth Amendment of the United States, or the United States Constitution?
Well, it has been happening for a long time, and Edward Snowden made that very clear with his releases, and WikiLeaks with the Vault 7 releases. So this is not news. This has been out there, for over a decade. And people who are studying this understand that no person in the digital age has any privacy anymore. Everything
what I'm
that
speaking,
you do.
Kim, sorry. What I'm speaking about more is right now with AI, I can make a video that looks like Trump is doing a uranium deal in the middle of Iraq, meeting with the leader, and getting on his plane and taking off, you'll hear his voice, you'll see his face, you'll see everything, and I can decimate that using my farm of hackers to go and put that information all throughout Twitter, and the entire extreme left will start sharing it all over the place and screaming that this is true. And you don't want FBIs to get involved and stop misinformation? That's more my point. It's what do you do if you don't have FBIs at these social media companies that their job is to stop misinformation and affecting elections?
Well, if they would actually do that, then the Hunter Biden laptop story would have been released and people could have made up their mind about the contents, and investigative journalists would have had a chance to look at those files, and there would have been a complete picture about what actually happened. But because they prevented this through their censorship
But
in
they
these
also
big organizations.
But they prevented Ivanka's. Hillary didn't get elected supposedly because of her emails on her private server, but the entire Trump family did exactly the same thing, and you barely heard about it.
So are you here to be tribal and talk against the right and pro-left?
No. If you heard me, I just said the extreme left would attack and say that this is true. So I'm not taking left or right. I'm just showing you that it happens on both sides when it works for you and when it works against you, regardless of where you are, if you're left or right.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I said earlier. Both political parties favor censorship when they are in power. Okay, so I don't expect much from Republicans or Democrats when it comes to, investigating what has been exposed in Twitter files. I have no illusion that these people are, they are actually in favor of this deep state operation, because once they are back in power, it will suit them. The big problem is that these tools are now so powerful that they completely undermine democracy. And you've seen it with the Ukraine war, how that has been propagandized, and how that has been turned into, a complete farce, because no one was talking about the coup that the US government did in Ukraine to replace a democratically elected government. No one is talking about the snipers that the CIA brought in together with their right-wing militias in Ukraine to kill 100 people in order to inflame these protests, that all of which are things that have led to the civil war, which then turned into the current US proxy war in Ukraine. When people don't have access to this information to educate themselves, everyone is just going to cheer for this war and to want to destroy Russia because they are all brainwashed bots. That can't be the world that we all want. So the best option that we have is that, let these bots battle it out, but don't censor anything. Allow people to make up their own minds with the information that is available to them from all parties.
So Tom, I want to... Yeah, Joe, you got 30 seconds here if you want to jump in real quick, and then I want to...
Yeah. No, I'm with you about Ukraine and everything else. Me and you are aligned. That is to put it in the bricks. I don't trust a lot of the public to make up their own mind, because most people don't care enough. Tribalism happens, and they just follow the loudest voice in the room. That's my problem. So I'm unsure whether FBI should be there or not, because there is good that could happen from it. I don't think just releasing false information is a good thing.
Look,
Tom,
I don't have a problem
give us your take on
with law
the hearing.
enforcement, right? I don't have a problem with law enforcement. If people do criminal stuff, they need to be pursued, and something needs to be done about that. But what I do have a problem with is if the intelligence community is using the internet to censor the information that we get and cater information to the masses that reflects the interests of the current government, like going to war, to feed money into the military-industrial complex, or being pro-vaccines and censoring anything that is against vaccines in order to prop up the profits of the pharma industry. Everything that's happening here is not really in the benefit of the people. It's in the benefit of the corporate money machine that needs wars to make profit, that needs pandemics in the future. That Hunter Biden has invested in a company that sells pandemic insurance, and he has launched that business before the COVID-19 pandemic broke out. And their sales pitches, if there ever is a pandemic and there are lockdowns, and your business may be shut down, your restaurant may be shut down, how good would it be if you had a pandemic insurance? And boom, out of nowhere comes COVID-19. We have global lockdowns. We have a massive destruction of small business. And those businesses who survived, next time they are asked, do you want a pandemic insurance? They will be like, yeah, sure as hell. If that's going to save me from going under. And see, who knows about this? Who's talking about this in the mainstream media? That these people that are in the family of the president are benefiting from a pandemic by selling pandemic insurance globally.
So Tom, I want to bring you in here. I want your general feedback on what you heard today in the hearing, and then I don't know how long you've been listening to the space here, but also your take on what you've heard in the space.
Well, I was trying to pay attention at it, was doing other business while the hearing was going on. The first thing that Elon Musk Twitter has to do is to waive their attorney-client privilege so that James Baker, the former FBI general counsel, who was one of the censors in chief at Twitter, can't assert that privilege in order not to testify, and he may have to come back. The lesson I think from today is, you get the back and forth, obviously, but the detail is still there. Twitter wrongly took down the New York Post story, election interference. They had been conditioned by the FBI to be ready to take it down. The FBI and other agencies were overwhelming Twitter with requests for censorship, which were often honored. They took down Trump, even though he didn't violate the rules, another abuse of authority. And you had all this other evidence of targeting of conservatives, and there was nothing to counteract that in any significant way. But the other concerning part of the hearing, in my view, was the Democrats and the left suggesting they want more censorship. There wasn't enough censorship. And they are officially on the side of jailing their political opponents, denying them freedom of speech, and attacking the core tenets of freedom of the press, especially for a paper like the New York Post. So the crisis isn't that there are two parties involved in this. The crisis is there's one party that has embraced an anti-First Amendment, anti-free speech agenda. There are portions of the Republican Party who aren't all that problem. Don't have too much of a problem like that, because they're targeting the people on the conservative side that these establishment Republicans don't like, the Trumps of the world, their supporters, the unwashed masses who don't understand the Chamber of Commerce approach to governance that they're prepared to pursue, as opposed to the more populist agenda. But this is a remarkable development in modern American political history, where you have an administration and a party and all of academia, the transnational left and the NGOs and the left media, all aligned against free speech. I don't think we've had that before in the modern era. And Twitter's on the front lines. And as I tweeted the other day that Musk highlighted, if Twitter fails, it will be a significant, if not irredeemable, loss for those of us who want free speech online. If Twitter fails, all could be lost in that regard.
Yes, so Tom, I'm going to bring you right back in here shortly, because I think you can give some insight on this. But Jim, you were talking about earlier how when the FBI was pressuring Twitter, when they were trying to get them to censor information potentially, you mentioned that this could be a violation of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment. Could you run through those real quick and sort of elaborate? Because I do want Tira is a retired attorney here, and I do kind of want her feedback on that as well, if you can. Maybe not.
Jim?
Yeah.
Well, quickly, it's a violation of the Ku Klux Klan Act, potentially. I mean, you can't have a conspiracy against someone's civil rights. And the degree government agencies and anyone else who's involved in such a conspiracy, there's significant liabilities there.
So as far as I know at this point, and I am not saying that there is not much more to come out, the Twitter people who spoke said they did not do things based upon the government telling them to do things. Is that correct?
That does seem like the
Right.
answers that we're getting.
So if that's the case, very difficult to prove a constitutional violation on the part of the government, right? If the company had its own policy and followed its own policy. As I said, I am not saying you can't trace things and say, oh, well, they were really working for the government and blah, 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 right? But I'm saying right now, very difficult to show how the constitutional violation would come into play. Jim, I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yoel said he didn't know one way or the other whether he was doing it. He was communicating with the FBI to censor people.
Well,
so, I mean, they weren't even willing to rule it out based on some of the testimony I've seen.
But keep in mind,
yeah,
I mean,
it's
not
like
just
one of the
there.
issues that we're going to have here is the fact that they had he said, over 10 meetings with the FBI and the federal government at Twitter during his role. So go ahead, Jim.
Sorry, I had to juggle to get it unmuted again. So, sorry for the background noise. I'm letting my dog out. But anyway, so, it's one thing for them to say that they weren't influenced by it. But, I mean, I think we have pretty clear evidence, and still has to be adjudicated, but I think we have pretty clear evidence from the Twitter files themselves that they acted upon such requests. Not just that whether they felt like they were being influenced by the FBI. We have transactional information in the Twitter files that a request was made for removal of this or that thing or action to be taken of this or that sort, and then they did take that action. So that is violative of the Fourth Amendment in particular.
But what you don't have necessarily is all the internal discussions. And they could argue, and once again, I recognize what you're saying. They could argue, yes, we got this request, but we did this on our own after we got this request. Got it?
Well, the transaction's important there, I think.
Well, when you have the head of Twitter saying it happened as we allege it happened, that's pretty powerful evidence. I read the Washington Post today. It said there's no evidence of collusion between the government and Twitter. I mean, just incredible. Just an incredible falsehood at odds with reality. The head of the corporation admitted there was this collusive election interference that, essentially incorporating the analysis that, folks like me have been putting out there. And so that's powerful evidence. And it's enough to initiate criminal investigations and other civil rights investigations to figure out what went on here. And, it's not enough for a witness to say, I can't remember one way or another whether I colluded in a way that would violate the law. The corporations admitted it's taken place. And, what's remarkable about what Musk is doing is that, the liabilities for Twitter, in my view, have increased substantially because, the corporation itself was engaged in arguably illegal behavior as these Twitter files have been highlighted.
Well, and when Scott Perry was questioning Yoel Roth, and I've got that audio, I'm away from my computer right now, but, he described when Scott Perry was talking to him, their participation, that Twitter employees were involved in these meetings. I mean, he said it publicly right now. So Tom's right. I mean, people will, in these disputes that have legal implications, will constantly say, well, yeah, no, I didn't really mean that. That is a weak argument when you've got documentation of the opposite of what they thought they meant and felt. That is not, I mean, it is admissible, and it's part of the process of what someone may try to do to defend themselves or to shield what their real intent was. But intent can also be proven with factual evidence. And the Twitter files are factual evidence. There's just no denying the fact that the transaction was requested and then acted upon. However, whatever the discussions were afterwards, the transaction began with the government request. That's where the violation takes place. And whatever criminal or civil liability people from Twitter have in regards to having acted upon that request, what we do know is that there's potential criminal and good evidence of potential criminal behavior by federal officials who asserted their desire for those actions to be taken.
Why is that criminal? Like, what did they violate?
Have you heard of a thing called?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me just, Joe. I want to answer this because I got to tell you, I've already said this a few times, and I think I'm right on it. The Fourth Amendment, there doesn't have to be a specific law written for a criminal whatever with the Fourth Amendment. If you are violating the Fourth Amendment, you're criminally liable.
The question is, what part
But
of the Fourth
you're not
Amendment is
violating.
being violated?
You're not stopping them from saying what they want to say. You're stopping them from using your platform, or Twitter's deciding not to let them use their platform to spread that message. Just like Fox or CNN might not allow me to spread my message.
Well,
see, the distinction here, Jim, the distinction I think that's really important, because we need to look at it more in legal terms, right? In very specifics, like principally, morally, agree 100%. But when we're looking at legal terms, what's happening here, if the FBI said to Twitter, you have to do this or we will, I don't know, take your license away, we'll take you off the internet, they are forced to comply. But here you have them testifying under oath and saying, we didn't even feel, obliged. So they sort of it's more like the FBI coming to them, would be great if you do this. And Twitter saying, yeah, you're right. And so they're complying out of their own will, and they don't feel like they have to,
Catherine,
but
I'm not
they do it.
I'm not asserting criminal behavior necessarily on Twitter. I'm asserting
Well, you just
that
said
on
what
the
they did was
FBI,
illegal.
who came without a warrant to make the request.
But they're also not
their ability to coerce that activity in whatever form or fashion, however mild or harsh.
But they're asking, they're
Wait,
not coercing.
you're talking about unreasonable
get it.
search
You
or
think,
seizure, Jim?
Say again?
Fourth Amendment?
you guys seem to be of the impression that the police can simply ask you for anything with the implication that something bad might happen and that's legal. What is wrong with you?
No, wait. I want to ask Jim. You're talking about the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search
Well,
and
no,
seizure?
not
What
just
are
the
you
Fourth
talking
Amendment.
about?
The Fourth Amendment is applied.
Because
Fifth,
the Fourth Amendment doesn't really
the
make any
Fourth,
sense
Fifth,
here
and
because,
Sixth Amendments. I mean, all of this. Listen, you got Fifth Amendment implications. You do have Sixth, even Seventh Amendment. Eighth Amendment implications. Like this is an entire scope of the federal government. And now, by the way, we can question about whether there's specific criminal charges that need to be brought. We can have that discussion. But the reality is this: the federal government may not, even the FBI by its own rules, may not coerce speech in any form or fashion, under any scenario, under any circumstances. And they have done that. This is one of the big problems that we've got right now. And I'm sure Kim would back this up too. This is one of the big problems we have with the FBI. Let me finish my point, Tara, and then you
I'm
say.
sorry, sure.
This is one of the big problems we have with the FBI. Their methods and procedures that they are actually doing right now are coercing behaviors that lead to criminal violations or lead to specific outcomes that they're trying to get to because they have a shadow agenda behind it, where, they go beyond their mere investigative, we're trying to figure out what's wrong thing. And we've gotten into a place where they are attempting to get a certain kind of speech umbrella around things that they don't want to happen. And that is violative of the Constitution, is the point that.
Wait,
So Jim, it would be great for
Catherine, can I just say Fourth,
Yeah,
Fifth,
go
and
ahead.
Sixth? So you're talking about speedy trial. You're talking about search and seizure. You're talking about the wrong amendments, I think. I don't see any of those really as being implicated here. By the way, the person who would be raising this would be potentially the person whose account was not Twitter, and it would be like James Wood, the actor, right? Woods who said that he was going to sue, things like that, right? He would have to show damage. I mean, there would be things that would have to happen here. I
No,
think it's going to be very
but First
difficult, quite
Amendment
frankly.
violations too, Tara. I mean that this is
Right, I understand, but when you say 4th, 5th, and 6th, I don't see the relevance really at all. Speedy trial, double jeopardy, no, not happening. Maybe first, I get that, but like I said, the
is the
person who
first
has
not pretty significant, Tara? Like this is what I'm trying to get at ultimately is that it is the federal government trying to coerce or influence or move speech in a certain way by intimidating and or asking or otherwise a corporation to withhold the ability of someone to speak on the basis of their request. That is
Jim, I
violative of
think
FBI
practically
rules, and
you're
I think it's
correct.
violative
Well,
of the
I think,
Constitution.
Jim, I think practically you're correct, but I think what we're trying to establish is the legal aspect of it, and that's why I'd love to hear Tara kind of elaborate a little bit on the legal side of it, because whether there's a basis, because it may be possible that what the government is doing is wrong, but needs more rules because those don't exist. There are loopholes or they're operating in a gray area. So that's why I think it's
There's no
important for
gray
us to
area
understand.
here, Catherine. I mean, come on. The civil
Legally,
rights laws.
Tom, it's
There's no
legal.
federal.
so the First Amendment, you would be talking about the government violating free exercise of speech, right?
Hold on a second. Federal law makes it a criminally prohibits under other. It's a criminal violation of law to subject any person or deprive any person of rights protected by the Constitution. Okay, so there's a federal general civil rights statute that protects us from government abuse of our civil rights. And those who engage in it are subject to criminal sanction. And of course, there's other laws like the Privacy Act that have criminal violations attached to it as well. They can't be compiling files or records on you for improper purposes or outside the rules. There's no question about the criminal and civil liability that is raised as a result of this collusive effort. And
Tom,
the question is the Justice Department going to investigate the Clinton White House for orchestrating the grandest conspiracy against the civil rights of Americans in frankly, American history in terms of the breadth and scope? And I think we can guess the answer to that.
No one's stopping the person who wrote the article, said the article, from going into town square and screaming it at the top of their lungs, so their rights aren't violated. Now,
that's silly. That's silly. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, media
because
outlets,
your speech is because you have other ways of speaking does not mean that the government can suppress your right to speech in a particular context.
And by the way,
that's absurd.
Just to add to that,
the government didn't
Joa,
suppress it.
They also may not cause you to go down to a smaller area of speech to try to keep you off a larger one. That is exactly the same violation. And what you just described is I can walk outside my house and yell, but I'm not allowed to be on one of the largest social media platforms. Like that. That's what they were literally trying to do. So no, even your example is wrong.
I believe there was even a lawsuit relating to this where they tried to put people into those free speech zones, and that was found to be a violation of the First Amendment because they're forcing people into smaller and smaller areas.
That was actually the University of Kentucky. That was a recent lawsuit. So yeah, you're right.
So what would happen here is, for example, the actor, because he's the one person I know who said he would sue, James Woods, right? That's his name, who said that his tweet was censored. He would have to show that the government had told Twitter to do this and that Twitter had acted at the behest of the government, right? Difficult lawsuit, but that's what he would have to show. And he would have to show some damages as well, probably. And everyone would have to show standing as well, right? So I don't think these are going to be as simple lawsuits as one might think, because I'm not sure people would even assume there are damages. Damages for not showing a cartoon of Hunter Biden's penis. You know what I'm trying to say? This is an interesting area, but I think it has to get a little more granular than you're suggesting for the lawsuits. Thanks.
Well, we filed a lawsuit against the California Secretary of State who was running an operation like the FBI did, working with the Biden campaign and others to take down material. In Judicial Watch's YouTube video, the one I actually was featured in, was removed by YouTube at the California Secretary of State's request. So we sued under the federal civil rights statute the Ku Klux Klan Act, as I described, and that case is continuing. There was another victim of that who had a tweet removed. They sued. I think it was probably a broader lawsuit. They may have sued Twitter as well. We didn't sue YouTube yet. But, these issues are going to be percolating. But this is kind of an brazen abuse of the FBI. And if I were Congress, if I were House Republicans, I would be saying, you know what, we're decimating the FBI's budget. We're curtailing it. To a degree, anyone thinks that they can communicate with social media platforms in order to get content removed. We're going to re-clarify the law or increase penalties for such violations of civil rights and clarify and clean up and protect us now. We can have hearings like this till the cows come home, but it's not going to stop the Biden administration.
Well, you do understand that some of these lawsuits would be against the Trump administration because the people in charge at that time, Trump was the president.
You'd be suing individuals potentially. I'm not quite sure if agencies are subject to this type of lawsuit that I'm talking about. My thinking is that it might be you might be also be targeting individuals. But the Trump administration, these agencies were doing it. That is true. But the agencies obviously continue to do it, and as far as the government's concerned, you can be suing, the FBI. It doesn't matter when the activity took place. You're suing the FBI, even if it took place during a prior administration.
Yeah, so, Ian, you're just now up here, and I know you watched this, and I know you have tough feelings about it. So let's get your take.
Okay. Well, first of all, it was good to see Republicans up there. I was pretty touched by Nancy Mace's story, about how she is suffering from COVID injury and how Twitter brought it upon themselves, especially Vijay Gadde, who got the brunt of that particular, back and forth. Thinking that she's a doctor, right? She's banning Dr. Jay Bhattacharya's work, claiming that it's misinformation and so on and so forth, right? I mean, Twitter is being rightly held to account for all of this. Their censorship is just awful. However, it feels like it's all for show. I mean, whatever the Republicans decide, Joe Biden, you could just veto it. It makes me kind of angry. I see a lot of this energy going out against Twitter and trying to hold them accountable, but it doesn't seem like anything is going to be to come from it. And meanwhile, I see the Democrats just downplaying the whole thing, and turning it into yet another inquest of or inquisition of conservatives. I mean, what did they do? They brought this activist up. She works at Twitch now, right? She was just a small moderator at Twitter, but she was the one responsible for, it seems, banning Donald Trump and who knows, thousands of conservative accounts in the name of free speech, right? Banning accounts in the name of free speech to supposedly protect democracy from harm and all this crap. And they brought this person up there so they could use her as a foil because none of the Republicans have any questions for her, because why would they? She was a nobody when she worked at Twitter, and now she works at Twitch, where she just bans people nonstop again. And she's smug about it. I forget her name. She had she was the one on the far right.
It was Navarro.
Something like that. Yes. So it didn't, and all they did was, all the Democrats did was use her as a foil to say, hey, yeah, isn't it true that we need more censorship? And she's like, yes, we do need more censorship. And it was just so much of that. Like, I feel like, half the panel, when it wasn't being, filled up with great voices like Jim Jordan or Nancy Mace or, a few others. I mean, I think that all the Republicans did pretty well. Even Comer did pretty well, right? I mean, he was leading the thing. The Democrats were there, obviously, supposed, to offer like some balance, but they were not really interested at all in the fact that, millions of Americans, millions of people, were suppressed and censored and banned for their personal opinions, and it's like, for them, it's like, they're just downplaying it, right? You have Jamie Raskin wearing a fucking do-rag. What's that supposed to be? Like, is that Black History
Because
Month?
he has cancer. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's a do-rag, but it's Black History Month. He's a hip hop dude. Like, I don't care. He's got cancer. You can dress more appropriately. You don't have to dress like that. This whole thing's a joke. They're treating it like a joke, and they're using that as an excuse to call and to demand more censorship. More censorship. It's like, oh, we need more censorship because if we don't have enough censorship, January 6th would happen all over again, and people have blood on their hands. Blood on their hands. Don't you care about all those people with blood on their hands? People are dying, literally dying. Trans kids are dying. They put a bomb in a hospital, and it's like, isn't it true that was actually disproven later on? That had nothing at all to do with Lips of TikTok. I looked into it, and it's like that had nothing to do with Lips of TikTok. But hey, let's just trot out that lie and then ask Yoel Roth. Do you think it's appropriate that this person's still on the platform? He's like, unfortunately, they're still on there. It's like the whole thing was it felt so one sided. Like the Republicans, they had many great questions. There was a whole assortment of them. But the Democrats, they were there in a sort of cohesive fashion, and it was all to demand more censorship. It wasn't even, they came prepared. And it's, I'm worried that, these guys might come up with some actual quote unquote solutions on how to deal with the problem of too much free speech on social media.
Yeah, so Ian, let me ask you real quick. Was there anything of value that you heard today? Anything new? Because you're very well versed in the Twitter files. Obviously, you've been doing this since day one. And if there wasn't anything of value, what questions would you have asked?
I didn't feel like there was anything new here today. I didn't even see any pushback to Joel Roth's constant lying about, maybe not lying, not willingly lying, maybe not knowingly lying about the Russia collusion hoax in 2016. He kept citing it, and no one corrected him, right? Nobody sought to bring up the fact that was, the result of the Hamilton 68 initiative, right? Like no one brought this thing up, nobody mentioned how whenever these Twitter people would start speaking, and Jim Jordan did, I think, a relatively good job in pushing back at people like Jim Baker and Yoel Roth, but I think the staffers at Capitol Hill, they need to do a better job. They need to start prepping their representatives a bit more, letting them know, like, hey, when this person brings up XYZ, you need to fire back with ABC, because like they can't be allowed to keep bringing up this old bullshit over and over again. I mean, this is, it's funny, the Democrats love to refer to the big lie, right? They said the Nazis used to use this thing called the big lie. By repeating something over and over, it becomes true. Well, they did that here today, right? They repeated the big lie over and over and over again, and no one seemed to correct them. It's like, what's up, man? What is up?
Nick,
the challenge is that, I'm not seeing the staffing appropriate for the size and urgency of the scandals to investigate. This is nothing new for a Republican approach to committees. Doesn't mean that individual members aren't interested, but institutionally, they just can't get their act together to achieve the results that those who put them in office expect them to achieve. I mean, we have a FOIA lawsuit already for the FBI collusion on Hunter Biden's laptop. I suspect we'll get documents out on this issue from the FBI, who is illegally, by the way, withholding information from us before Congress does. So, this scandal isn't over. And you have to remember, it's not just the censorship. Covering up stuff that you don't want people to see and violating FOIA law, that's another violation of law. And Congress is asleep at the switch here. For instance, Twitter was suppressing criticism of the election system. If you criticize the way they were setting up the system by throwing out mail ballots to tens of millions of people, not knowing where people were living or dying or whether they were eligible or not, the whole situation that led to people questioning the outcome of the 2020 election, if you were blowing the whistle on that ahead of time, Twitter was suppressing you in a way to help the Democrats and Joe Biden hurt President Trump. So it wasn't just Hunter Biden's laptop. It was every topic that was hurtful to the Democratic cause in their effort to dethrone Trump.
Well, possibly,
and so they
Donald,
didn't focus on that adequately.
Tom,
Are you
possibly
kidding me?
Donald Trump.
You wrote an
Hold
email
on,
about
guys.
election fraud 3 days prior to the election. Like it was planned to call it election fraud before there was even any fraud.
I don't understand what your point is. I was highlighting in that email the fact that Democrats and the media were talking about how Trump was going to win on Election Day. And I was highlighting federal law, and as I've done publicly, that requires that electors for the president be chosen on Election Day. And the idea that the results of the Election Day would change as a result of counting for days and weeks afterwards was not only an anathema to any concept of a free and fair election, but was contrary to federal law. So I was gaming out what the Democrats saying was going to happen and was highlighting that would be inappropriate. That's a great email. I'm glad you highlighted it.
So, name redacted, I want to get you in here real quick. I do need you to DM me as well before I do that because
my DMs are broken. I know Jim's having problems.
Okay.
Too,
Yeah,
so.
DMs are horrible.
Okay, I want to make
Gotcha.
two brief, quick points. The first one on civil liberty violations. Has anyone in here read the 400-page deposition by Brian Scully in the Missouri v. Biden case?
I am on
no.
page 60 of it. I will be finished tomorrow.
So,
it's very long.
Okay, so I've read the entire 400-page deposition. I've written lengthily about it in my threads that are posted at the top. And this is not a question of was the intel agencies pressuring social media. Social media and the intel agencies and government were in partnership. They were working together. So they were having regular meetings, and the CISA was sending the misinformation or disinformation posts or accounts they wanted to social media, and then social media was taking action. Number one, okay? So that happened, and then everyone can discuss whether that's a civil liberty violation or what. Number two, back to the hiring situation. I've done extensive research on this, and I am very careful in my threads. I just post the facts. I don't make any claims or accuse anyone of wrongdoing, but here are the facts. And my threads are at the top on Facebook and Google. Prior to 2018, there were less than about 10 former intel agency people working at both of these companies. After 2018, it is a fact, both Google and Facebook hired over 300 people, and Twitter as well. Twitter only about 15. And it is a fact at Facebook currently and at Google, there are 3 former CIA agents managing misinformation at Google YouTube. And it is a fact that at Facebook, the global head of misinformation currently is a former CIA agent named Aaron Berman. He was 17 years at the CIA, high-level senior analyst writing presidential daily briefs and so on. And he went from that career straight to global manager at misinformation at Facebook. Those are the facts. I'm not accusing anyone of wrongdoing, but that back to the hiring practices, this also all happened starting in 2018. So people can make any,
Do we know what their roles were at Twitter? Because I know we were talking about the fact that there were 9 FBI agents that.
A lot of it is named security, and then there's Jim Baker, and then there's Don Burton. There's a lot, but this is bigger than Twitter. Facebook and Google are much larger.
But name redacted, didn't that start because of the whole thing with Taliban and how they were trying to recruit people into not Taliban, ISIS?
I don't know why it started. I simply did my research, posted it out there, highlighted the facts of it, and the facts are that former CIA analysts or agents are currently managing the misinformation departments at both Facebook and Google. And then I didn't make any accusations because I don't know. So to be fair to both sides, I don't know. Is it an Operation Mockingbird type thing? I don't know. But that is a fact that they are working there.
Yeah, I like the way you're reporting. You're sticking to the facts. You're not making leaps in rationale like what happens with the Hunter laptop all the time.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
The Pfizer.
Like I don't want to. The purpose isn't to defame anyone, but the purpose is to show this is what happened, and I'm seeing the same exact pattern at Twitter, Facebook, and Google. Doing it at the same time in the same sort of numbers.
Yeah.
So a rational observer would look at that and go, okay, well, why is this happening at all 3 major social media platforms?
And by the way, it's fair.
From what I was following, remember when social media was crucified and the American people are all for it, that they need to stop the recruitment for people into ISIS. And what part of their action that they started to do is to bring in ex-FBI agents or even the FBI to work together with them to stop this on social
Yeah,
media.
what year was that? Because this all started in 2018, so that's a different conversation, I think. This all happened ahead of the 2020 election.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just
System,
showing there was
system,
progress to get there.
I think was that Joe you were making that point?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I first, what had happened was in 2018, and frankly, that time of year, I think it was earlier than that though. Twitter was kind of reaching out in DC because they needed to take steps to take off Islamic terrorist recruiters from their platform. And they were expecting pushback from that. And so, sure enough, that within a year or two turned into taking down Trump supporters, right? But it all started out trying to suppress the internet jihad that had been started by someone the FBI had been paying for, Anwar al-Awlaki, who kind of started the concept of the recruiting online terrorists, and that was the only American knowingly assassinated by the President Obama at the time. Quite the tale. But it started off supposedly targeting Islamic terrorists, and for the left, of course, that's an easy step to target all their political opponents that we saw happen not only at Twitter but all the other platforms.
And this is why these restrictions that are in FBI rules and that, as Tom mentioned, are in civil law, are in place. Because what happens is you start going through these gray areas, and then suddenly someone potentially who has motive decides to twist that into something bad. And this is why we have these restrictions. And these problems really have their origin. I mean, back to Pinkerton maybe in some degree, but really had their origin with the creation of the OSS and their. You had a head of that organization during World War II that started to compete with military intelligence and other things because of a desire for a power grab and doing things. Now, listen, this is why we put restraints on government. This is what constitutional restraints are all about. There is this temptation always to misuse government power. And the fact is that the definition of government is legal force. We form governments which have force behind what they do, and we give them certain powers and authorities so that they will use that force toward what we would deem are good ends. That's in effect. I've just summarized what the preamble to the Constitution says. That's what it was all about. And what with that the reason we put restrictions there, the reason we wrote a constitution, by the way, knowing that British Parliament at the time did not have a constitution, that they were relying on the goodness of those members to do what they were elected to do, knowing that could be abused and that it had been abused, we wrote a constitution. And we have to be diligent to reassert that. And that's why what's going on here, no matter where you fall in the political spectrum, that's why this is serious business and why it's disappointing that some people on the liberal side of things, not all, but some people on the liberal side of things don't seem to be too shocked by this.
I want to say one more thing about the hearing today. Yoel Roth confirmed in the hearing today, he was asked by a congressman, did you have regular meetings with the Office of Director of National Intelligence and the DHS? That's the ODNI and the DHS. And he said yes. And that confirms again the things I wrote in the thread posted above. So Yoel Roth confirmed it today that Twitter did have regular meetings with the ODNI. And then that moved towards the topic of the Hunter Biden laptop about warnings of a hack and leak operation, and those were what was discussed in those meetings with the ODNI and DHS, CISA.
Kim, isn't that just part of governing though? Like, yeah, they reacted because of ISIS. They overshot. People abused their power, and now we have this problem.
What do
Trump,
you
in an
mean?
effort,
What do you mean part of governing? You to have federal agencies, including agencies that are supposed to be outward looking for intelligence purposes, to meet with domestic corporations in order to suppress content by American citizens that have nothing to do with intelligence matters or, frankly, any criminal activity. That's not just governance. That's criminalization of our federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies. I mean,
The
you had the State
ODNI should not
Department.
be briefing Twitter
I'll
on the
repeat what
Hunter Biden
I mean,
laptop.
the meetings are evidence of crime. It's not governance.
I'll repeat what Name said. It's you can decide whether you think that's criminal or not. I personally don't. If they forced them to take it down, yes, it's criminal. If they suggested them to take it down, I don't believe that's criminal. But that's not what I want to argue with you. What I'm trying to bring up is, for example, Trump was trying to help the coal industry, and more coal plants closed down during his term than under Obama because he overshot. They couldn't afford what he was trying to do, and they had to shut down. This thing with ISIS, they put agents in the office, they abused their power, tried to extend their power, and are censoring material they shouldn't censor. And about the New York Post article, it was down for 24 hours. You know what I mean? But this happens when you're governing.
New York
No, it
Post was
wasn't.
suspended for weeks on Twitter.
It was suspended for 2 weeks. The paper was suspended for 2 weeks.
Yeah, Joe,
Anyway,
you got to
again-
remember there that what was going on with that. Yeah, it was down for 48 hours or whatever. But what you got to understand is they got it taken down so that they'd have enough time to get a bunch of former intelligence officials to write a letter to say, yeah, this is probably Russian disinformation. So that when it comes
That's
back
right.
up, it's useless information because, the American people need time to process this kind of thing. That's why this was such a horrible and illegal, in my opinion, scheme, is because they needed the time to make it useless information so that when it came up, people would say, oh, well, all these former intelligence officials say it's bad. Yeah, it must be. And we know that there's been Russian disinformation because we just learned that over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And that's the scheme there. So the whole 48-hour argument is just false on its face.
Yeah, and what Tom said about these intel agencies having an outward-looking view, that is correct. There's no basis for the Hunter Biden laptop, them saying it's Russian disinformation. But then you have the Office of Director of National Intelligence briefing Twitter on a potential hack and leak, which was the Hunter Biden laptop. That should not have been happening. Did they direct Twitter to take it down? I don't know. But they were talking to Twitter. The ODNI was, and the ODNI was in charge of this whole operation through CISA, feeding intel to CISA, then going to the rest of social media. Those are the facts.
So I do want to go to Patrick here in just a second because he's been I do want his take on this. But Name Redacted, can you in 30 seconds summarize for our audience where that line may be when we start violating the Constitution of the United States and violating, I believe Tom mentioned the Ku Klux Klan Act, which was interesting, and I want to know more about that as well. But where is that line between the FBI acting in a legal manner versus an illegal manner?
I'll give my brief answer, but I think Tom's more qualified for this. In my opinion, again, as I've shown, these are just facts. Twitter was not pressured. Social media was not pressured. There was through Missouri v. Biden, which Tira, if I pronounce your name right, you'll see that social media was in partnership with the intelligence community. In my thread, Bill Evanina says that. It is a fact. There was no pressure. They were not pressuring them to take down posts. So should our social media companies be partnering with our intelligence agencies? That's the question.
I think that comes from the Mark Zuckerberg interview on Joe Rogan. Is that right? He was one of the first ones to come out and talk about the FBI pressuring Facebook to take down certain information.
I don't know if he said the word pressure, but he did say the FBI did come to them and warn them. So yeah, but they were partners together in this effort. Read the thread. I mean, Evanina, who's a director of an intelligence agency, it's his own words. Even Jack Dorsey said it in front of Congress, acknowledging they have a partnership with law enforcement. So Tom can
I think
speak
they
on the
still are.
violations.
I think there
Of
still is.
course,
There still are,
they
right?
are. Yeah, 100%. It's still happening.
Yeah.
That's
So
probably why I'm
Tom,
locked out of my account right now, because I tweeted about the FBI. Last time I said something about the FBI on a space, I was kicked out of my own space call. So it's pretty
well,
interesting.
that happens all the time to us. Hopefully that's not the case. But Tom,
No, nobody can tweet or anything right now. It's there's some issues at the back end. It's not just you.
right?
Oh, are
Well,
you
I think
having
Tara
that
was
issue
referring
too,
to.
Yeah,
Ian?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
we all
I'm
are.
Yeah,
trying over and
got it.
over again to reload to like. It's busting. Yeah.
Anyway, I think
Okay.
Tom could probably address
Or
your
anything.
questions,
Twitter,
Nick, as
yeah.
far as
Just give you guys a
legal.
tip. Just give you guys. I'm not listening, but I just thought I'd jump in. The way, if you want to tweet, what you could do is you could just go in, schedule a tweet 1 minute in advance. So just put 1 minute from now, schedule a tweet, and it will tweet. So it's a little hack to be able to tweet.
This is crazy, Mario. I'm wondering if you should update the title of the space, because I'm wondering if a lot of people are looking to figure out what's going on with Twitter, why Twitter is broken.
Oh, that's a good point. There you go. I'll do that now.
Mario, I didn't know you had a hacker inside of you, man.
Yeah, man. No, I was impressed. I actually impressed myself.
Wait, how do you schedule a tweet, Mario?
There's like a little. I'll send you a screenshot on Telegram now. I'll do it now.
There's a little
Thank you.
calendar, at least online. If you do it on your computer, there's a little calendar at the button at the bottom of your tweet
Yeah,
options.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you
It's not
on
even letting me follow
Telegram.
anyone.
I'll send
I
it
just
to you on
tried to
Telegram.
follow someone and it denied me.
Yeah, that's how I
the
knew
link has
that.
been reached.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
But
Anyway, so I'll give you the mic, Nick. Just to
But
let you know.
Tira, when you're reading this deposition, I'd like to connect with you in the future. I'm curious your thoughts on
Well, I
what
got to
you
be honest.
find.
The first 60 pages, the guy is basically saying we're doing it for foreign reasons, and there's nothing going on, and he didn't remember anything, right? So that
There's more.
so far it's been a big nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have, I think, at least, we sue a lot, so I'm sure there's more than I'm even remembering. At least 3 federal FOIA lawsuits on CISA, the HHS operation, and the FBI operation. And the question I have, though, Elon Musk said he was going to look into it. I'm not aware of any public statement subsequent to that as to whether this secret portal that they were using is still being used or open for government agencies to secretly or have this backdoor way or special access to Twitter principals to get content taken down. One aspect of if I were the Republicans, I would be concerned that, Twitter's largely stopped a lot of this. I mean, there's, I think, a lot of legacy censorship that's still going on in Twitter. And my understanding is, based on his public statements, that's eventually going to go by the wayside. But this is still, it's all speed ahead in Facebook and Google. Facebook, which, Meta owns Facebook and Instagram. And of course, Google owns YouTube. They haven't stopped at all. And in fact, it's just as bad as it's ever been in terms of censorship and suppression. And so, the concern is that the Biden administration is continuing this censorship push on a host of issues. It's slowed on Twitter, but in terms of the sheer volume, in terms of the numbers of people impacted, the big numbers are on Facebook and YouTube. And I know if I were to go on YouTube and said that voter fraud had a material impact on the 2020 election, they'd take the video down. Which is a completely political, pro-Biden, left-wing talking point censorship push. And despite the fact, for instance, that we have now evidence through the Twitter files that the election was rigged by companies working with government to keep away information about a candidate that was negative, meaning the candidate Biden. And in addition, you had other censorship going on of his opposition candidate, Trump, for no good reason other than they didn't like what he was tweeting, even though it was accurate and within the realm of public debate. And even if it's inaccurate, that's especially when you have to let it go up, especially if you're trying to pretend to be a platform that Twitter and these other platforms are pretending to be.
Yeah, I mean, ostensibly, the First Amendment is there to protect horrible speech you don't like and misinformation and disinformation, not because we want those things to propagate, but because we're human beings. And sometimes there are people who will be bad actors. Sometimes they're negligent or just don't understand in some benign fashion. Sometimes they move in and out of those things. So we're going to shut you down now when you're being negligent or a bad actor or you're just ignorant. But then when you get smart again, we're going to bring you back in. Like the First Amendment is designed to allow that. And we have to keep pressing this point because this is where we're at as a country. And you literally are hearing government officials, you're hearing leaders in social media companies saying, yeah, we need to take care of people saying things wrong or doing things wrong, or even people that want to cause harm by putting out bad information. No, that is not what the First Amendment is about. You have to twist your mind so hard to come up with anything in the First Amendment that allows that. That's important not just for legal reasons, which are very serious, particularly as it relates to government action, but it's also serious as a culture. And yes, there are certain things that we can't stop people doing when they make their own decisions. But we actually have a need as a culture to honor and respect even when people are bad. I mean, we got people on this thing right here that disagree with one another, sometimes in very serious ways, and yet we're just interacting. That's got to be propagated. That ability needs to be propagated. What we are doing right now, we have to remember, is not allowed on YouTube. It's not allowed in certain areas. It's not allowed on Facebook. I mean, I've got 5,000 Facebook followers, and I'm hardly spending time on there. But the only people that ever could get my stuff were people who specifically follow me there and friends that interact with my content already regularly. If they stop interacting, they stop seeing it. I mean, they've got that thing totally shut down. Whereas we're all here talking right now. We need to propagate that throughout this culture once again. And if we don't, we're going to lose it, not just for legal means, but we're going to shut ourselves down.
That's my fear. Is there any chance that anyone has stepped in at Twitter, like government-wise or, deeper state than that even, to try to shut down Twitter or the servers or file? I don't know. Would we even know? Would we be aware if there was some sort of internal investigation going on?
I'm not at liberty to say.
I mean, because we've seen the UN, we've seen them literally, we've seen them threaten to sanction Elon Musk and Twitter. So it's just interesting, that this is happening right now.
I mean, I doubt they're doing anything like that, but there is significant pressure on Elon Musk in retaliation for his pushing for free speech. And, there isn't a negative word that's written about him, even about his other companies, or any controversy that isn't tied to, in my view, to the left-wing narrative that he's got to be stopped. Twitter's needs to be stopped in terms of allowing more free speech on its platform. And
because it's
infected his
right,
coverage
Tom?
of Tesla. It's infected even the stock price of Tesla. It's been, in my view, purposely talked down by the usual suspects to punish him for what he's doing on Twitter. And the company's success is kind of helping mitigate that. But one has to wonder where Tesla would be, but for the purposeful negative coverage of him to punish him for his pro-free speech stances. And the Biden administration's threatened him. I mean, yet the president of the United States say he should be subject to a national security investigation. I don't know how much more retaliatory can you get for daring to exercise free speech, because he's got supposedly these secret foreigners that are really running Twitter behind the scenes. I mean, it's always the same argument, isn't it, with this crowd? There's always a secret foreign agent working with their political enemies.
Well, they
For the
usually
left,
point the finger at other people for exactly what
right?
they're doing.
While Biden's family is specifically on the take from the Chinese, the Russians, and the Ukrainians all at once.
Well, the
But
thing with the Tesla
didn't
stock
Trump pay
is,
more taxes to China than the U.S.?
yeah,
Like,
the
I don't
thing,
understand why the constant back and forth of Biden this or Clinton that when the other side is just as guilty. Trump paid more taxes to China.
all right.
He tried to blackmail Ukraine. He put someone in
That's
office that was
probably
trying to put
for
another
another
person in
space.
power.
Yeah,
But
well, because it's not the same. That's why it's not a back and forth. It's a question: is there a principled argument about what Biden did that's based on facts, as opposed to political talking points that you're putting out there about Trump's conduct?
the thing with the Tesla stock too is to remember Elon Musk has posted a large percentage of his Tesla stake in stock to these banks to back up the billions in loans he has out. So what you're, I think, seeing in the stock price is you have these hedge funds that are doing a sort of a bear raid and shorting the stock to try to like trigger a margin call or a collateral call of some sort. And they're just kind of jumping upon that opportunity. And that's why I think, aside from economic issues and Federal Reserve raising rates, why you've seen Tesla stock go down. But anyway, I have to get going. Thank you, Nick and Jim and Mario, for having me up. My DMs are open. If anyone ever has any questions about my threads, I'm happy to get into discussion. But
don't even attempt to DM right now because they're not going to work, and we're going to cover that here very shortly. But I want to give thanks, name redacted. Patrick and Eric, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to say what you want to say, and then we have to jump for a little bit to this Twitter issue that we're having right now.
Hey, I just want to say thank you very much for hosting this discussion. Everything that's been said is excellent. The analysis on this is from everybody is very, very much spot on. I found myself, unfortunately, included in the Twitter files. I was contacted by Matt Taibbi a couple of weeks ago. He says, "Hey, Patrick, by the way, do you know you're in the files?" And so, as it turns out, my account, which was registered in 2008 and had 92,000 followers at the time, was marked on the Hamilton 68 dashboard as a Russian bot account. And I even have my blue badge, since 2018. That didn't stop me from getting included on that blacklist. But what's interesting is the person running Hamilton 68 is a former FBI agent by the name of Clint Watts. I've also criticized him in the past as far back as 2016. And this whole thing started really even before the 2016 election. During the election cycle, this is when you started seeing, after Hillary Clinton sort of raised the dog whistle about Russian disinformation, Russian interference, then the blacklist started appearing. There was a number of academics that started doing this, and then Proper Not, which was actually launched or promoted by the Washington Post by the author Craig Timberg, with the Knight Center for Journalism at Stanford University. It's a completely ridiculous concept, but that blacklist was the template for Hamilton 68. And all these things were afforded all sorts of credibility from various academics like Melissa Zimdars from Merrimack College, and other academic working groups were formed. And this is when all this started gestating. It started with Russian disinformation helping Trump get elected. Then soon that whole system that was in flux and being created was then moved over to COVID-19, vaccine disinformation. And so this is a very complex system that it's not just government. It's not just big tech. You've got academic working groups, or what, people call civil society, third sector organizations like NewsGuard. There's an academic working group out of the University of Washington that doxes people online and calls it mapping disinformation. They're using heat maps, CrowdTangle, there's other Glyphy, all these sort of really impressive looking data crunching programs that create graphic representations of traffic online. They say they're mapping disinformation. What they're really mapping is dissenting opinion. Then they go to government with that information. Government takes that, has the academic backing, the credibility. Then they go to big tech and say, look, we have these lists of these accounts. They're spreading misinformation. be it on COVID, vaccines, on Syria, on Ukraine. Just take your pick on whatever the issue du jour is. Whatever goes against whatever the government narrative that they're promoting at that time, this is what these groups will use. So they're getting their funding from government. So that academic think tank engine is very important because that provides the so-called expert official sort of veneer to this whole sordid practice. And not only that, the press, like the Huffington Post and these types of press outlets, will then put pressure on the big tech firms saying, hey, we've just found out from such and such that you've got all these January 6th insurrectionists, or you've got all these anti-vaxxers. CNN has done this before, pressured Facebook to get rid of all the anti-vaxxer mom accounts. Okay, this is all well-known stuff. I'm not making any of this up. This is factual, recorded things. So
I got to get Eric in here real quick because we do have to. He's gone. Never mind. I'll give you like 15 more seconds to finish your point. Sorry about that.
Sure. So when it comes to the First Amendment issue, there's a good case right now, which is Mark Changizi, also Sanger and Coates versus the HSS. This is a lawsuit filed by the New Civil Liberties Alliance, and it's absolutely, as Tom Fitton said, it's an open and shut case. That private company excuse that Facebook supporters would constantly defer to, that, it's a private company, they can censor who they like. That's completely null and void once there's collusion between the state and the private entity to deny First Amendment protected rights to any U.S. citizen. So that case was knocked back. It's now an appeal, but because of the Twitter files, that changes the whole what's available in terms of discovery or answer evidence now. So from that point of view, the Twitter files has been amazing. And it will help many other cases in terms of the legal challenges. But so this is ongoing. This is the beginning of what could be an absolute endless trickle of potential lawsuits and class action lawsuits. So they're really, from a legal point of view, there's no escape for all the actors that are involved in this, be they government agencies, big tech, or anybody else that's directly involved in this. And there's some very interesting names that are popping up, former Facebook employees, cycled into academia with these work groups, people from government agencies, then cycled into big tech. And all these four things, the press, big tech, the civil society element, and the government, those four things are working together. Mike Benz from the Foundation for Freedom Alliance is doing amazing work on this. He's probably done better research on this probably than anybody. So I encourage people to go look at what he's got on this. But this is just the beginning. The Twitter files is the tip of the iceberg. It's much bigger than this. And I've been personally affected by this since 2016.
And we've fortunately had Mike Benz on earlier, Patrick, and that's really important. And it's why, as we close this out, I want to be repetitive.
We're not closing
out.
No,
I know. No, close out this section. I want to be very clear to repeat that the First Amendment protects misinformation and disinformation. It specifically protects it. And the only way that these academic institutions you talk about, Patrick, or government agencies can act is by fooling people into thinking that people that put out bad info, whether in a benign fashion or a malicious fashion, they're the ones that are protected by the First Amendment, not the people that say good information, although they are too. But that's why we have this thing.
And the arguments in the Changizi versus HSS case are absolutely seminal in this. And Dr. Mark Changizi, who is an amazing behavioral psychologist, published a number of amazing books. The arguments that he's making in this goes down to the essence of what is truthful information. How do we as a society come together to gain a consensus or to have some sort of common understanding or agreement on certain things? And what you said is absolutely correct. That's the whole point of the First Amendment. It's for uncomfortable speech. It's for wrong speech. It's for things that don't seem correct, maybe are incorrect. But as a society, we can only come to the truth through a widely distributed, very dispersed process that sends signals back to where the conversation is being moderated to find out what is true in the end. And you need false disinformation. You need everything out there in the space. And then credibility of all the actors involved in this process in society is determined through that process. It can't be sanitized. If you have it sanitized, you have no democracy. You can't pretend to have a democracy.
Okay, so I want to transition over to what seems to be going on with Twitter right now. We're trying to learn more and more about it. It seems that I know that we're having issues here with bringing up speakers and being able to DM speakers and even people DMing us. And you also can't tweet or retweet. So there's obviously some major issues here. So I wanted to...
Facebook is also having problems reportedly.
No follows either. You can't follow anyone. Try to follow Patrick. Yeah.
Can't like anything, can't open DMs, can't send DMs. I'm wondering if there's a chance Elon Musk might jump in here and share with us what's going on if he has information on what might be happening on the back end.
Yeah, so Justin Watson, I thought you'd be a good one to bring up on this because you are a programmer, and there have been some people here that have been talking about the fact that maybe this, actually some people in our space may not have heard about this yet. It was just released, I believe, today, that people can now tweet up to 4,000 characters in the United States. Is this creating an issue for Twitter? Is it too big of a load on the server? What are we looking at here, Justin? What's your synopsis?
Good evening, good morning, everyone. So the error code that's coming back from Twitter whenever you're trying to post a tweet is that it's a code 185, which basically just means that the user is over their daily status update limit. So it appears as though Twitter has put some kind of throttling mechanic in place to prevent you from sending X number of tweets. I know that, users have been seeing this over the past few weeks when you try to refresh the timeline and look at comments on tweets. Just to be aware as well, I am tracking that both Twitter and Facebook have about 10,000 outage reports each. So they're both, receiving massive reports of outages. So Twitter's official status page has not been updated. It's saying all systems are operational, so they're not keeping the status page fully up to date. One other thing to take into account is that Twitter announced a few days ago that they were no longer going to have a free API tier, and starting tomorrow is when it goes into effect that you'll have to pay in order to integrate with Twitter. So things like bots and websites that integrate with like Twitter authentication or that automate posts, you'll have to pay for that service, and you'll also have to go through a verification process. So it could be many things. I think speculating on it right now is just, going to be for fun. Until we actually get a response from Twitter on this, we won't know for sure. The error code that we got back, though, saying that the users over their daily status update limit kind of makes me think that maybe when they were rolling out this long form tweet technology, that maybe there was something else in there that they forgot to not include in this update that ended up biting them in the butt and going into effect that is now preventing users from being able to post tweets. I'm still researching this, so as this call or as this space progresses, I'll try to share more information as my research continues.
Okay, so just to be clear here, there were people that were saying that Facebook is having similar issues. Do you know anything about that, and how would that even be connected to Twitter?
So these platforms, they operate their own servers in their own data centers, but then they also leverage cloud companies like Google Cloud, AWS, and others for some underlying tech. And so if one of those cloud providers is having issues, then it can affect, multiple platforms at once. You often see this with things like when Cloudflare has an outage, it affects hundreds of the Fortune 500's websites whenever Cloudflare has issues. And so kind of similar to that. But I do find it interesting that on Down Detector, both Twitter and Facebook have around 10,000 reports here in the last 15 minutes. So I'm still researching it right now, and I'll have more to share here shortly.
Michael, jump in. I know Nick is fixing his mic, so jump in, Michael. Michael, you there, or you're muted, man?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Cool. You had your hand up, or that was from before?
Well, I mean, it's sort of on a tangential subject related to Twitter. I mean, I can't really add anything to the speculation on what's going on technically. I did try to tweet something and then it disappeared, and I thought.
So the way
did something
I don't know
wrong.
if you guys,
Yeah.
but Michael, the way to tweet, I don't know if someone mentioned it after I mentioned it earlier. The way to tweet for anyone that wants to tweet is just to schedule a tweet. So I should probably tweet a way to schedule it. So tell everyone. So the way you just click on that calendar at the bottom right corner, you schedule a tweet a minute from now, and then the tweet will go out a minute from now. But Justin, because Nick is fixing his mic, he asked me to jump back in because we do have another space shortly, and I was preparing for that. But you said, I heard the last bit you said, Facebook and Twitter are both down. Is that a server issue then?
I'm not saying that Facebook is down. I'm just saying that people are reporting it. There's a website called Down Detector that received user.
Yeah, Down Detector, which is that's one I use as well. But that down. So anyone that doesn't know, downdetector.com, is that it? Down Detector.
Yeah.
Yeah, downdetector.com. But yeah, so if both Facebook and Twitter are reporting issues, it's relatively uncommon. Usually when there's two websites, correct me if I'm wrong, man, I'm not an expert, but usually with two websites, it's because it's a server issue with the servers. But I'm not sure they use the same servers.
It's not necessarily servers. It could be a billion different things. Like, for instance, Cloudflare protects a lot of websites and a lot of the
Yes, of course.
It could be DNS. Yeah. I don't think it's DNS related. I don't necessarily think it's cloud related, but seeing reports like on Down Detector, I look on their homepage to see the top reported issues. It's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and for some reason the McDonald's app as well, which is kind of interesting to see. So unfortunately, their iPhone machine is still broken.
Nick, I'll give you the mic back. I've got one question, and I'll give you the mic back, and I'll jump off. But Justin, it's a stupid question, but fuck it. I have a space that we've prepared heavily for in 20 minutes, 23 minutes. From what you're seeing, considering now that you tell me there's so many websites that are down, I'm less optimistic. But should I say bye-bye to this space? Because we have a lot of special guests and the BBC and stuff joining.
No.
Is that RIP?
No, I would say that's probably still going to function fine. Like I said, you should still probably have that space. I think that this is just going to be a throttling issue. They'll probably roll back and fix this probably pretty quickly. I don't foresee this lasting very long, to be honest with you.
I was going to say I don't need a back-end way to tweet right now. I'm not that desperate to tweet. I mean, I can probably bide my time for a half hour.
I was wondering if it seems to just be a mobile issue versus because you're able to schedule tweets and that's using, like the desktop browser.
So you can't tweet normally with browser either, unfortunately.
I've tried on a non-blue account. I've tried with a blue account. Both of them, I get errors on posting because with blue.
Michael, it's Justin, just quickly. Fox is also down. Someone just told me. Joa told me. Is he on stage? No, he's not on stage anymore. But he just DM'd me now. Fox is down as well.
Fox is
Fox
down. No,
what?
it's not.
Fox News?
I can access Fox
News or
Fox News is going down on. Hold on.
I'm watching Fox News right now.
Fox News is going down on multiple networks in the US, also on Down Detector.
Really?
Just got a message from Joa. You guys know Joa.
I have a theory. Does anyone have a notion of this? I mean, I have no idea, but does anyone have at least a preliminary suspicion or hunch that this could be some sort of
Chinese balloon?
Yeah, state. reprisal.
Is that you, Michael? Michael, you got to make everything entertaining, Michael. I like it.
No, that was me.
I have another
Chinese
theory.
balloon.
I think it's interesting.
I didn't mention the Chinese balloon. I'm just wondering if anybody's had a premonition.
Well, I think it's interesting. The timing of this is coinciding with the topic of our space, which is following the congressional hearings on censorship. So I'm going to go way, way, way out on a limb. You guys can all laugh
especially
at me.
after the lights went out.
You can all laugh at me next week, but here's my way, way, way out on a limb. So if you look at the government's censorship regime, of the 17 plus, maybe more federal agencies that are currently implicated in this, the one that seems to be at the center of all the spokes is, I don't know how you say it, CISA or CISA, C-I-S-A, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, which is a little-known agency that was stood up around 2016, 2017. The purpose of this agency was to protect us from cyber attacks and protect our critical digital infrastructure. A couple years into their existence, the director of CISA, who is now someone deeply involved in censorship in the private realm, one of the partners of this agency.
He's a media pundit now too, Chris Krebs.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So what if? And by the way, so they pivoted at a certain point and started talking about the real threat to our infrastructure. It's not computer viruses or cyber attacks, but we need to protect what they called our cognitive infrastructure. Now, what is our cognitive infrastructure and how is it threatened? Well, it's threatened by your ideas or my ideas or the ideas of people that, the government doesn't like. And so to protect our cognitive infrastructure, we need censorship. So very quickly, this agency got into the business of censorship, and they're deeply, deeply involved in the whole censorship apparatus and partnering with University of Washington, Stanford, and 2 other private entities on their role in the censorship regime. What if they don't like being hauled before Congress? And what if they're flexing a little bit that, look at what we're protecting all of you from, right? If you call into question our methods or the importance of this agency to national security, look at what happened. I mean, all the shit hit the fan in one day simply because people couldn't get on Twitter or Facebook or, couldn't download articles from Fox News. So that's my way, way, way out on a limb. But after what we've been through in the last 3 years, what sounds like a conspiracy theory today might seem more plausible 9 months from now.
Nah,
Yeah.
I think it's because McDonald's put out a McTweet, and so it's screwing everything up.
I have some more news for you guys right now. Looks like Twitter DMs are now broken as well. So if you go to your DMs, they're not.
We knew that. It's not news.
So that was the problem. I was about to ask people that have experience in this field to DM me so we can bring them up. But go ahead and request. I'll go through manually at this point.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think that this is related to the other service outages. I would pin this more to the API changes that they're going to be rolling out tomorrow. I think that they may have accidentally shot themselves in the foot and caused the throttling on the front end for their main client, which is essentially the way that Twitter connects to its own platform is, communicating over their network. And I think that what they may have done is put those limits in place that are restricting themselves. I think that just the fact that other networks and stuff are having issues, I think that that's kind of unrelated. Because we're not seeing that this is not a DDoS attack because we're not getting service, we're not getting no response from the server. We're getting a response saying that our requests are being throttled. Whereas a response that if the servers weren't responding to us at all, that's where I would think, this is a DDoS attack or something like that. That doesn't appear to be the case in this situation.
It does seem, I'm just basing this on, and I'll let you go right into this, Joa. It does seem based on Down Detector data. And Down Detector is actually managed by Ookla, which is quite a large tech firm here. So there's a little bit of reliability there anyway. Instagram, Facebook, and McDonald's, which I don't know how they're related, do seem to be, panning back out to normal status. So we'll see if that maintains there. But Joe, I'll let you jump in there. I just want to give that a take.
No, I was just going to ask Justin because he's the one that mentioned the site. Isn't Fox News up there for you as well? And people are commenting.
It is, but I went to Fox News' website myself, and everything seemed to be working fine.
They said on Frontier, which I think is near Florida, is Frontier, and one other network as well.
The way
people are reporting.
Yeah, I'm down in Miami, and it's fine.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure the way that broadcasting in those situations works generally relies on private peered connections that doesn't go over the public internet. For stability reasons. Usually that's a dedicated dark fiber connection or it goes over satellites. So I would assume that any kind of broadcast issues would be kind of unrelated to what's happening at Twitter.
Could Amazon Web Services be a common denominator here?
To my knowledge, Twitter doesn't use AWS, but I have been checking. I'm checking AWS and status page right now.
They do use Google though, so that could be.
Yeah, I was pulling up GCP as well.
So, Justin, let me ask you this as well. I know a lot of people are going to be wondering the same thing. If you remember, there was a Facebook outage. It was a widespread outage of Facebook where pretty much they could get on Facebook, but nobody could post, nobody could message. And that happened for That was probably 8 hours that day. Is this something that could potentially be similar? Do we know what the issues were with Facebook at that
Yeah,
point?
I'm very well versed in that. So essentially, the way that the internet works is when you type in like facebook.com, that URL that you're typing in resolves to like IP addresses, which are, think of like a home address, right? And essentially what happened was Facebook operates their own networks, and so they have to announce to all the internet providers around the world, hey, this is where you can find me at. Well, what happened at Facebook was their core engineering for networking team stopped announcing all of their addresses globally, which was an absolute, pardon my language, shit show for them, because Facebook eats their own dog food in the sense that everything that is used to run Facebook, from their telecommunication systems for communicating with one another to Facebook Workplace, which is like their internal version of like Slack, all of those systems went down. It was so bad that engineers couldn't even get access to the data center because their key cards that they used to swipe on the data center doors couldn't communicate over the Facebook network. They were having to use axes to break into their own data centers to try to fix the mess that was caused. And that was probably one of the largest blunders that I've ever seen a Fortune 500 company make. And there was a lot of speculation around whether or not that was intentional, because if all of their communication systems go down, then that removes a lot of the auditing process too. And this was right around the time that whistleblower stuff was happening. So there were a bunch of conspiracy theories going around whether or not Facebook did that intentionally to delete some files, to say the least. And that, like I said, that was a conspiracy theory, but at the same time, at the level, I would guarantee you that only probably like 5, max 10 people have the ability at Facebook to do what happened to Facebook. And they're senior level folks. These are going to be executive level employees that have access to those type of controls.
Yeah, so I want to bring in the mad scientist on this. I don't know if you heard that synopsis that Justin just gave over the past few minutes. If you did, I definitely want your response to that, see if you agree with Justin. And then I also want to ask you, Twitter did come out and say that they were going to change their algorithm this week in a pretty substantial way, especially after last week where we saw the issue where people would go private and their tweets would be, they would have a bigger reach and higher engagement. Could they be playing with the algorithm and actually messing things up that would cause an outage, something like this?
I was actually just going to say that. So the Twitter algos, at least as best as we can tell, because they obviously won't release any of that information, they work off of like, who do you like, who likes you, yada, yada, yada. And then there's bot engagement farms. The term bot is very loosely used here because some of them are like humans over on other sides. And then they get on and just start clawing at this stuff to make these engagements happen. And that's how, like, when you see something really odd that shows up on your timeline, it's because these guys have figured out how to game this all. And so if they're messing with this in a way that's causing this algo to show you weird things, show you different things, or it's messing with these bots, then they could be trying to follow, retweet, and move around at such a rate that it's outside of Twitter's technical capability to handle it. Or it's, and this is probably the most closer answer, it's an API problem because they changed the API and everybody that's using things like TweetDeck and all that other stuff are all having their problems. But we're seeing now that you can schedule tweets ahead and those are going through, most likely working on a different system. What's up, Justin? Sorry.
Hey, scientist, just a quick question to you, man. And brother, I brought you up. Been a while, man. How are you?
Oh man, I'm doing well. We released our platform a couple weeks ago, so I've been doing lots of tweaks on that. So real good.
Just quickly, you're talking about the issues within Twitter, but again, I don't know if you guys covered this, but we are seeing a lot of other websites down, including Facebook, and someone mentioned Fox as well. Joe mentioned Fox, and someone mentioned McDonald's app. So we cannot look at just Twitter itself. Someone said that maybe one of their updates, the rolling out the long form tweets, could be the reason. But when there's other websites that are down, I think it's beyond Twitter, no?
AWS?
So
that was my initial guess. But Justin said there's too many more. There's Cloudflare could be another one.
Well, not for Twitter in particular. I was just giving a reference earlier, but I just checked AWS and Google Cloud. Both of them are reporting fully operational. Both of them are usually really good too.
What else, Justin? What else could it be? I'm actually curious.
To be quite honest with you, I think this is Twitter just making a mistake on a rollout, especially when they roll out a brand new feature, right? Like what happens in these development environments is developers, work on certain features and then they stage those features to be rolled out. And I think that this may have just been something that was in the works that got put into production accidentally. And so more than likely, within the next 30 minutes, things will probably start working again because they'll just roll this update back and that'll automatically fix things. The response that we're getting on the front end and when you're trying to tweet is that, user is at daily status update limit. So it's not like their systems aren't responding. They're responding properly and just saying, hey, you're at your daily limit. And so that leads me to believe that they rolled out a feature that ended up breaking the platform in terms of.
Okay, so but you think Facebook being down at the same time is just pure coincidence?
I do.
Come on, man.
We don't have any evidence that Facebook is down right now. Let me be clear.
I just checked. No, hold on, man. I'm checking down detector. Yeah. It did improve, but it did spike up.
I would like.
It did spike up.
I would like.
Instagram and Facebook were down.
And Fox.
Right.
Let's also remember when we say something is down, everyone goes to check to see what's down, and that probably doesn't help anything.
Well, Facebook is up.
Yeah, but
I can post on Facebook just fine.
No, it's back up. Yeah, but Ian, it's back. First could be back up to you, but not others. But look at down detector. It was down, and then it became better at about. It was down about an hour and a half ago. I'm not saying they're related. I have no idea.
It's unlikely to be related. It's I don't
I want to make.
These websites go down sometimes, just DNS needs to propagate or something. It takes a few hours or even, less than that. But with Twitter, it seems to be a different issue.
I want to make users aware too. Down detector does not work off of like checking things itself. It relies solely on
reports.
User reports. Right. And so, there's a lot of things that can impact that. If I haven't seen an issue personally with Facebook. I can still post there and everything's working fine for me. So my point, though, is that I do truly believe that the issue at Twitter is completely unrelated.
Already Matt Couch is already tweeted. Just looking at Twitter. How did he tweet? Hold on, he tweeted 32 seconds ago. Oh, he did the scheduled tweet little trick.
Yeah, the scheduled.
Breaking. He used the website, the DC Patriot, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram all down. Is this a Chinese response to spy balloon being shut down?
Yeah, that's absurd, man. No. Instagram's working fine for me. Facebook's working fine. If there is an outage, it's the US. But with Twitter, it appears to be all over the place. It's worldwide. It's like there's nobody on the planet who can tweet.
Yeah, Instagram's down detector reports improved. Like they're almost down to back to normal, but they were down. Instagram, I'm just looking at down detector. Instagram was down an hour ago, an hour and 20 minutes ago. At the same time as Facebook. I don't know. I haven't checked Fox yet.
I did.
I'll check.
I just pinged a developer at Twitter that I'm friends with to see if I can get some inside baseball.
He's not a developer that's not fired?
Correct.
That was a question I did want to bring up with you guys, is that obviously this is a thing that a lot of people were talking about. Oh, Twitter is going to die. Twitter's going to crash, everything like that, because of the fact that Elon took over and cut a lot of the staff. Does this seem like, is this a possibility? I mean, because we don't see this happening a lot, right? Where you have a total outage, for the most part, of pretty much all functionalities on Twitter. Does that seem like a likely scenario? That maybe that is something
I think they were saying Twitter is going to die for political reasons, not this kind of thing. Personally, I think it was more of an attack on Elon. Oh, if he's running the show and allowing right-wingers back on the platform's going to die because we're all going to leave.
Well, there was a lot of chatter about the fact that because they cut so many engineers, that they weren't going to be able to maintain all the functionalities of the website, day-to-day operations. So, Justin, is that something that's could be in the realm of possibilities? And you're also saying, I'll add one more thing to that, because you said that they could have possibly pushed something live that wasn't supposed to go live yet. How long should that take to roll back? Because we're already going on like 45 minutes now.
It just depends. Generally, like a standard release rollout can happen with one tier team, but rollbacks could require a higher level elevation in order to approve that to happen, especially if things are pre-scheduled. In relation to what you were saying, Nick, about, engineers being, let go, the thing about Twitter is that the underlying code base, the stuff that like gets written that makes Twitter, tick, the programming language that it uses is called Scala. And you have to think about Scala as less than 1% of developers globally around the world know how to code in Scala. And so it's one of those things where it's going to be hard to find new engineers to come in and be interested to work on Twitter. And I've always found that interesting because I would have thought that, Elon, being the type of person who kind of likes to build things from the ground up and make sure that they're running optimally, I feel as though at some point in time, we're going to see him want to rewrite this code base. But the reason why you didn't see him do it initially is because he had to get Twitter on a path to profitability, at least to break even, right? And so, I think he's done a good job at doing that. And, I think that he announced the other day that he basically saved it from bankruptcy, and that's only in 3 months' time. So I'm interested to see where it goes in the future. Long form tweets were supposed to drop today. Was anybody in here able to actually post a long form tweet yet, or have you seen anybody able to do that?
Well, I'm hitting F on my keyboard 4,000 times now, so I'll let you know here very shortly. But wait, am I hearing something?
I saw that option to do a long form tweet seem to become available, but I didn't know what exactly it was, so I just kind of ignored it. But it just seemed like
Hey, I just sent a tweet from the app and it's working. Sorry, not to cut you off, but Twitter is working now for me. I don't know if it's working for anyone else.
We're back? Again,
Maybe he can't hear me.
I'm curious if
I don't know if you can hear.
because I've been
Michael, can you
forced
hear
to
Terry?
at least think about it to some degree.
Wow. Okay. I can't
Recently,
even
is this whole community notes feature now that's
Michael? Can you hear anybody?
Just getting more and more prominent and more widely used.
Well, it's unfortunate. I have to.
So I had a thread that I did a few days ago that basically just summarized with fairly accurate,
I can still hear him. I don't know what's going on here.
fidelity. This interview that the
we can DM now.
A lot of people are having trouble hearing a podcast where he
now,
for the first time publicly recounted his experience as a kind of central mediator.
Who's speaking?
In the early stages of the Ukraine war between
Let me message
Ukraine and Russia, when there was
Why is he talking about Ukraine and Russia? Let me message
negotiation
Stop
going on
talking
between the two countries
on the space. This is so weird.
Turkey, but also with Naftali Bennett himself playing this personal.
This is so weird.
Diplomacy role.
What the hell is going on here?
This is so good. This is epic.
I have the entire panel muted, and I kicked Michael.
I know.
How that
kick him out of the space. Find him in the audience.
Find his name.
Ultimately terminated.
Let me call him. Hold on. Let me call him. Hold on. Shut up.
Headline.
Hold on.
Remark being that.
Why is he talking about Russia and Ukraine?
U.S.
I'm calling him now. Okay, he stopped talking. I did.
They meaning the.
He hung up. I hung up.
Call him again.
By the U.S.
I am, William.
Your call has been.
He's gonna block me now.
You might have to block him, or else it's just gonna keep going.
Hold on.
This is a first. We've experienced a lot of issues with Twitter Spaces.
This
has never happened before.
Hold on.
Good job.
Stop. Okay, so let's see another panelist speak, but I'm worried who. Okay, so I'm going to unmute everyone. Let's just test one person speaking.
This is Grant. I've had trouble hearing speakers.
Oh, you're good.
I couldn't hear Ian earlier.
Kept
Can you guys hear me?
But Twitter's back, just so you know.
Well,
it's working again?
Yeah, it's working again.
My DMs aren't working
I still can't follow Grant.
Can you guys hear me?
So it says my limit.
They're fixing some stuff.
Follow.
I mean, you still can't follow people, and their DMs won't work. But you can.
No, I just followed someone now. Oh no, it's not working. Yeah,
I just have this vision of Michael just talking to himself about these sort of things about Ukraine in his home by himself.
If somebody doesn't remix the recording for this, I'm gonna be so sad.
Can you guys hear me?
Who's using a chop saw in the background?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
What the hell is going on today?
So I think what happened. Hold on. Do we have the?
Coffee. That's what coffee espresso sounds like.
Justin, could that be what happened now? Was Twitter rolling back while we're on the space?
I'm
Justin?
pretty confident that that's probably what it is. And
that was so cool. We just went back in time now officially. That's teleporting does work now. So obviously,
if the long form tweet option go away, then we'll know that they rolled it back, right? As if that was a feature that they rolled out and then it disappears, we'll know that that was a full rollback. But they could have just patched the issue and just removed it as well. So it could either be a rollback or they could have just patched the throttling bug. What makes sense to me though is that if Twitter was implementing throttling, that's them trying to fight the bots, right? Because these accounts that spam your DMs and spam links all over Twitter generally do that in mass, throughout the entire day. So what we probably saw here was Twitter getting ready to implement anti-bot technology in order to try to throttle if it looks suspect, right? And we'll see more here shortly, I believe.
All right, so I'm bringing up, if you don't mind, Mario, I brought up Matt Wallace. Who
is that Matt? What's up?
Yeah, there he is. How you doing, Matt?
Hey,
Matt, we just went through Twitter rolling back live on the space, and all hell broke loose.
Oh, geez. So there's not going to be any space?
What do you mean rolling back? I mean, no one knows for sure what they did.
It's the Twitter
don't know if they
apocalypse.
rolled back an update or anything.
The end is nigh.
Yeah, we've had phantom people on stage speaking, people making coffee in the background, and I don't know what's going on. But what have you seen?
Pretty amazing.
Oh wow, that's crazy. So I've been setting up my rental property. I've kind of missed a couple of those things. So what happened with the live and Elon Musk?
So we have in a sec. I'll tell you about this in a sec. So the space for the Andrew Tate could be going on. We'll just delay it by 5 minutes. So in 5-10 minutes, we'll be doing the space for Andrew Tate after the BBC documentary. It's pinned on my profile. I'll pin it above as well for anyone listening that wants to join that one. Just an update on the case and a recent documentary by BBC. So we might end up still doing it, considering that now Twitter's back to working. But Nick, I'll give you the mic. Let me just check with the team that everything's working.
Okay, yeah, I'll only take the mic for just a few minutes here because I honestly haven't tested this yet. I did try to follow, let's see here, the mad scientist here, and I do get it. I get an error message that says limit reach. You're unable to follow more people at this time. Granted, I follow a lot of people.
So it seems like every error message that was coming back was basically a throttling error limit. And so, like I said, that leads me to believe that they're trying to get ready to deploy some more anti-bot fighting countermeasures.
Mm-hmm. And then they accidentally, I guess, over-deployed or maybe overbuilt some of these features. I don't know.
Set the limit too low for all the Twitter holics on here, that post, 800 tweets a day. I'm kidding, but
so can we tweet now, Justin? Can we tweet now? It's working.
Tweeting,
yeah, you can tweet.
Tweeting is working. DMs and following are still having issues.
Oh shit! Because we need the DMs to launch the space.
Yeah, you probably should not launch the space because you won't be able to invite anyone into the space since DM functionality is not currently working.
Yeah, that did seem. It's an interesting thing.
Hold on, just quickly, Nick. Sorry, I'm just looking. Joa again just sent me a screenshot. Down detector of Fox. Fox users down in Atlanta, down in Nashville, Houston, etc. So I'm not sure if I don't think it's related to everyone, but just thought I'd mention it because we were talking about it earlier. I'll try to bring him back up. But yeah, go ahead, man.
But yeah, just very quickly, I did notice this earlier when I was trying to bring people up, and I was trying to respond to people that were requesting to come up by DM, and I couldn't actually respond to their messages. And I actually confronted Name Redacted on stage. I'm like, you need to DM me, man. I can't talk to you. And so that was actually the first thing that seemed to go. And now it's the last thing that seems to be the issue besides
TweetDeck is still down, Nick, as well. I don't know if anyone else here uses TweetDeck, but that's still down as well.
So that now, Justin, or actually, I'll go to the mad scientist on this one. Does that give you more reason to believe that this might be an API issue?
Yeah, I was just going to say that 100%. And Justin can probably back this up as well. Like, it's probably an API thing, rate, whatever the rate limits are. And I also kind of wonder if maybe they screwed up how they measure the time per day. Because like we've seen that happen in the past, even with, what was it, that thing with NASA where they accidentally measured it in standard and then in metric for another one, right? Be a pretty easy thing to accidentally do, maybe per minute or per second.
Right. I think what they're doing is they're probably preparing for the imminent, like once they roll out the paid API tier tomorrow, they're going to try to prevent people from scraping it. Because if you don't know, most of the bots and most of the Twitter aggregators who don't actually pay for data from Twitter, they just scrape the website. They act like a person just browsing it, and then they collect that data. And so implementing throttling like this helps prevent not only spam bots, but also from people just scraping the website and grabbing data willy-nilly. And what more than likely happened was they just had a bad configuration on that, and it just, blocked people from interacting with the site. We'll know more here shortly. I feel like the person that said that they saw the long form tweet button, was that in the mobile app or was that on desktop, laptop?
I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly who said that. But I do think that it is worth addressing because we've been able to get a lot more replies here because it does seem like people are able to tweet, although they're not allowed to do a lot of other things. They wanted. Oh, bless you, Tom.
Thank you.
For anyone else that is tweeting, does it seem like your tweets are taking forever to do the little circle and then actually post? Or is that just me? Probably.
No, your phone just sucks. No, I'm just kidding.
I believe it.
Just kidding.
But it was on the computer.
All right,
Time for
Mr.
a new
Scientist, I gotta ask you because the audience wants to know. They're begging for the information. Is there any possibility this has to do with the FBI being attacked and the deep state and such? I'm obligated to ask you that, Mr. Scientist.
Of course. I mean, who else could do this? Nobody could mastermind an attack like this on an accidental API rollout that probably shouldn't be out yet. No, like the simplest answer is they screwed up a rollout, did it too early. Like, stop trying to dig into this stuff and come up with reasons that something is terrible. Like, look, it's a tech rollout. There has never in the history of tech rollouts been a problem with a tech rollout. Wait, no. Every time there's a tech rollout, there's a problem. Justin, like, zero days?
I look, you're the first person that I've ever heard on Twitter Spaces whenever they're talking about tech actually talk like you actually know what you're talking about. So I commend you on that. And it's one of the things people always complain about Spaces being broken, when in reality I've played around under the hood, and Twitter Spaces are just Periscope bolted and duct taped onto Twitter. Like, and this was pre-Elon, right? And so the reason why you don't see Spaces getting fixed is because that's a whole separate team, and that honestly, Spaces are probably going to be the last place to get some love from the development team, in my opinion.
Well, and Justin, I think I saw somewhere that the whole Twitter Spaces team left. Like, I think I saw them like looking for work or something.
The woman that's in charge of Twitter Spaces on iOS literally tweeted out that she was working on the bookmark button that shows when you view the detailed tweet, and that was not very reassuring to me when she's in charge.
Wow.
And so, here's the thing, right? I posted a whole thread on things that need to be worked on in Spaces and how they could add value to Twitter. Like, for instance, double the audio quality for Twitter Blue subscribers would get people to want to subscribe to Twitter Blue because the Spaces would be clearer, and it would function just like Discord Nitro. And Nitro is the only way that Discord pays their bills. And so if they're able to sustain model features like that, it would be great for Twitter. Another feature that I would love to see in Spaces is the ability to raid a space once you're done, right? Keep people on Twitter, keep them engaged, and allow people to share their audience with others to grow and make spaces more popular. That's something that's been a staple feature of Twitch forever, and it would be so valuable for that to get rolled out on Spaces. To be quite honest with you, I would love to work at Twitter and build out these interactive technologies because I've done it for the past 5 years, and I have so many ideas to improve the platform as a whole, and I'm passionate about these things, right? Like, you have to have people that are interested in improving the platform as a whole, because at the end of the day, I don't look at the politics of anything. I look at how much do people enjoy using the things that I build, right? And that's where Twitter should be aligned.
I think they have to completely rebuild Spaces because, like you, I've kind of poked around under the hood, and I don't even know if there's a we can fix this. Like, leave it where it is. Go build something better and new that can handle 100,000 people on it at a time, and isn't going to crash your whole platform.
I agree. And I think that, the problem is that Periscope came from an acquisition, and then I'm assuming that majority of the Periscope devs are probably no longer there. And so Twitter probably doesn't have a whole lot of engineers that even know how that ecosystem works. And whenever you fully bring something in as a staple feature of your platform, you should bring it in fully and not rely on that legacy infrastructure. The thing that made me the saddest was when they took away the captioning on Spaces. I have friends who are hearing disabled, and they rely on the captioning a lot. And, it's one of those things where if Elon is trying to cut costs in terms of not having to pay for the licensing to do the captioning, he's an investor in OpenAI. And they have this wonderful thing called the Whisper model, and they could do all this stuff in-house. Like, don't pay third parties to do it, build it yourself and make it a value add to the platform.
They would have to remake Spaces up from scratch before anything else. And right now, the issue is with keeping Twitter itself alive. So we can make all these demands, and it's nice, to have new features and to have Spaces rebuilt and all that. But the focus right now is to rebuild Twitter. It's to make sure that it's running, it's not dying, and that's what they're focused on.
Sure.
I think a super chat type feature where people can, send a message that appears at the top of the space. And then, obviously maybe the host gets a percentage, but Twitter gets a percentage as well. I think that would be extremely helpful with revenue and generating revenue to keep spaces going and maintain them.
Yeah, and that's
that's
the reason why I brought up the higher fidelity audio for Twitter Blue subscribers. Like, these are things that they could do without having to rebuild anything. Like, that feature in particular would take a weekend to roll out, and it would add value for Twitter Blue, which would make more people in turn send money to Twitter. So
you want to know what the best feature would be, and Mario will probably back me up on this one. How about being able to change who the main host is?
Host?
Yeah, man, you're about to be.
Yeah, that would be beautiful.
Let me block him. There we go.
Like, when we were doing those really big ones, the whole FTX thing was happening, and you were 20 hours in.
Rotate them. Yeah.
Goodness,
That would be epic.
So that you could just pass it to Kim or pass it to whoever, and maybe go take a nap and then get back
but we do that. We do that. Like, a lot of times the roundtable space, I'm there, and the crypto one, I'm not speaking at all. I'm actually sleeping. My team logs in, and in those spaces here, when we do marathons, like Nick and others, Catherine, Jim, etc., when we did spaces before, they take over, and I was off the mic right now for the last hour trying to figure out technical issues. But on that point, I think we could wrap it, Nick. Let's just try to figure out what's happening with Twitter. But I think now at least people have an answer. So, yeah, man, give you the mic.
We are going to attempt to do the space on Andrew Tate, the BBC documentary that came out, I believe, yesterday.
No, we won't do it today. We're not doing it today, man. We're going to reschedule just because we can't DM people, so we can't invite people.
Well, that's fine, but I still want them to set a reminder.
Oh, yeah, of course. Man, of course. Sorry, you keep doing this to me.
You jumped the gun, Mario. You jumped the gun.
Yeah, he started attacking me. Maybe I do want to replace him as host. You're right, mad scientist. Just kidding. We love you, Mario. But anyway, yeah, make sure you go to that top tweet, pinned tweet, and click on reminder, and you'll get a notification when we start that space up. What do you have to add, Mario? What's your closing argument?
I don't know. It's good to see Kim by my side. He's took a break from Twitter Spaces. Welcome back to the dark side, Kim.
Yeah, baby. The dark side. Are you with the dark side now? Yeah.
Well, Twitter Spaces is the dark side, man. Look at us, bunch of degenerates covering from a balloon floating around the U.S. to earthquakes in Turkey to Twitter crashing to a hearing. I don't know what else can we call it, man.
No, I tell you what we are. We are the light in the darkness.
Okay, man. No, you're just getting cheesy now.
Mario, check your text before we do anything.
Yeah, no, we can rename it after the ends. It's fine, man.
You can? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do want to thank Justin for coming in on such short notice. The mad scientist, kind of giving us a rundown on everything that could potentially be wrong with Twitter. It does seem like there are still some things broken because I still can't follow you, mad scientist. So I'm really sorry about that. So we'll keep track of it. I would definitely follow our speakers, follow Mario especially, and I'm sure he'll have.
You can't, bro. You just ruined it. You can't follow, by the way. It's still glitching.
Wow, that was stupid as hell. I'm not used to it. I'm sorry.
After he just said you can't follow him.
So guys, since we cannot follow, please follow us all. Please follow. Look, today's a special day. I want you all just to follow Nick. Nobody else. Just Nick. He deserves it. He's worked hard for it.
Follow Nick. He's been followers. Like of all
I'm following everyone except Nick.
Use your iPhone and put a freaking reminder on to follow me later. Do that.
All right, guys, this is great.
That's your follow reminder.
Right now.
Ian, do you wanna give us your final thoughts on the hearing? Because I know you loved it, and then we'll wrap up the space.
Loved it. No, I hated it. I felt it was terrible, especially the Democrats there. Can they just do a hearing with just Republicans? Like that'd be really cool. I think. Okay, so just going, circling back to quote Jen Psaki, circling back to the hearing itself. I think the Republicans had a lot of great points, but there was no cohesion in their messaging. I feel like they need to. Their staff members, at the very least, need to start coordinating these, these hearings better because you need to hit them on, on singular issues, right? You can't have this wide array of many different topics. It's hard for the public to follow, and it just seems like they're throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Whereas the Democrats had a single issue to talk about, which is that social media needs more censorship. That's all the Democrats were talking about. They said that without more social media censorship, there will be January 6th and more people will die. So you can't have it like that. It's really shitty when the Democrats, who are in the minority right now, are able to dominate the conversation. And if you look at any sort of coverage from the press that is hostile to to Elon Musk and to the Republicans, that's all you're going to see. You're only going to see about, how AOC called out Lips of TikTok and how she took her to task for endangering the lives of trans children. That's all you're going to see, right? That's going to be the news headline. You want to maintain control over the narrative, and in order to do that, you got to have a cohesive messaging strategy. So if they do this again, it needs to be done better, and they need to be well versed on what's going on with Hamilton 68. I saw no pushback on Yoel Roth or Jim Baker, mostly Yoel Roth, citing debunked claims made by Hamilton 68's dashboard, right? It's just, you can't have this guy keep going on about Russian disinformation when it's literally been disproven in the Twitter files. Guys, you have the files, use them, and I don't blame the congressmen for this. I blame their staff. Their staff need to be better educated, and they need to better prepare the people that they're working for. That's my take.
On this beautiful, positive note, appreciate you all for joining. It was a great space. Kim, good to see you back. Tara as well, been a while. And Matt, it's been a long time. Appreciate you all. Been a good show, and I'm glad we're not doing the Tate one, so we can all rest. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow. I think Aaron, hold on, Aaron, we're doing a space tomorrow together, aren't we? That you've prepared. You there, Aaron?
The other Aaron.
Oh, well, I gave you the opportunity.
No, that's right. Sorry, I was having a little trouble with my button. Yeah.
What time is out? What time is it tomorrow?
It's 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have several of the plaintiffs and a couple of the lawyers from our Hogue v. Newsom case. That's the case in California challenging the medical censorship bill, Assembly Bill 2098. The judge recently granted our request for a preliminary injunction against that law. So that law is currently held in abeyance, can't be applied, can't be implemented while our case is being heard. So we're going to talk about that case. We're going to talk about medical censorship, medical freedom, and we'll have some legal expertise. I keep reaching out to people from the other side, so hoping to get some people that would defend that law and defend the reasons for its implementation. If not, I will try my best to articulate the arguments of its advocates and proponents. And so, yeah, hope you all can make it. Should be fun.
Cool, thanks, Aaron. And I've just tweeted as well a thread summarizing. My team wrote it actually, just summarizing the hearing. If you missed it or you missed the space, I've just pinned it above. Check it out if you're in the audience, and have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye.